Game of Thrones, The Impaler. Chapter 1, Awakening. The first hint of consciousness was the cold. Not the icy bite of winter, but the chill of lying naked on the grass. Oddly, though he felt it, it didn't bother him. He opened his eyes. The sky stretched above him, vast and grey, with clouds looming in the distance. He sat up slowly. His muscles felt strangely fresh, as if he'd slept deeply. He didn't remember how he'd gotten there. He didn't remember who he was. His mind was empty of names, faces, or familiar places. Yet he wasn't ignorant. He retained general knowledge, logic, and reason. He understood hunger, danger, civilization. He knew of swords, kingdoms, coins. He knew mathematics, physics, computers, and airplanes. But he remembered nothing else, except one thing. He had lived. And died. Beside him, a leather pouch rested on the grass. Inside, he found a simple wool tunic, sandals, and a folded note. You died. And you asked to be reborn in Westeros. I'm a fucking idiot, was his first thought. Game of Thrones was a universe where main characters died by the dozen. Still, he kept reading. Your kind is no longer the same. You chose to become a progenitor vampire, with the appearance of Alucard from Castlevania. To prevent you from slaughtering all of humanity, we've adjusted your mind to better handle stress. This is only a buffer. It doesn't stop you from feeling fear or doing stupid things, nor does it alter emotions like hatred or love. Your mind is your own. I'm explaining this because you asked for it, since you won't remember making this choice. That does sound like me, he mused, though he couldn't explain why the logic felt familiar. By requesting rebirth as a vampire with almost no weaknesses, we had to balance it with missions and drawbacks. For details, tear this paper and think of the word system. A strange sensation washed over him. Not fear, nor excitement, acceptance. Somehow, he knew this had been his own choice, even if he didn't remember making it. He closed his eyes. Then, knowledge flooded his mind. An emerald hologram floated before his eyes. It displayed his name still blank, his age, physical status, and a vague map of the area. It also listed a series of missions, each with a distinct goal. Status. Name, assign. Current age, 18, immortal. Height, 1.85 m. Condition, normal. Missions. Found a noble house. Become a titan of commerce. Forge a legend at sea. Assassinate a king. Leave an indelible mark on culture. Rule the 7 kingdoms. Unite a massive Kalassar. Face the long night. Kill a noble from each of the 7 kingdoms. Eradicate slavery in Slavers Bay. Unify or exterminate the mountain tribes. Restore the Night's Watch. Become a combat legend. Explore every important corner of the world. Win a tournament. Be knighted. Defeat Gregor Clegane in single combat. Drawbacks. Greedy eyes, someone powerful will covet and seek to destroy you. Scattered gear, your belongings were hidden, but the system will track them. Faceless man, a novice assassin will come for you. Items, unknown location. Valyrian sword. Earring of arrows. Dragon egg. Valyrian spellbook. After reviewing it all, he could only smile. Why the hell not? He'd lived one life. He'd died. And now he had a second chance in a world that promised nothing but thrill. He could explore breathtaking landscapes, study magic, ride a fucking dragon. Sure, they'd try to kill him. For his drawbacks, or just some random thief. But, almost no one in this world could do it. He was a vampire. Immortal. And he knew this world's history. He could save Daenerys from being sold. Save Eddard Stark from execution. Murder Joffrey. Slay the mountain. Or maybe just let it all burn while he sipped Dornish wine from the shadows. He was free. He pulled on the tunic and sandals, scanning the horizon. No roads. No signs of civilization. But if he wanted to survive, if he wanted to leave his mark on this world, the first step was simple. Move. Maximum effort, he thought with a grin. Chapter 2, First Blood. Anyone would think rebirth would be a terrifying experience, but whether due to the mental buffers they'd installed or simply sheer excitement, for him, it wasn't. Walking across an endless plain of untouched earth and grass helped him relax. With a clear mind, he took a moment to assess his situation. First, he had no name. He needed one. Who would have thought? Not every day you get to choose your name from scratch. As he kept walking, he felt the breeze on his face. He examined his hands, large, masculine, with strong, robust arms. Muscular. He felt powerful. He also had basic sword training, likely one of the perks he'd chosen. He knew how to move, had good footwork, and an instinctive grasp of his new abilities. He smiled when, after stopping to focus, his surroundings suddenly shifted. The sky darkened, and everything around him took on a gloomy hue except for one thing: living beings. He could see what looked like circulatory systems moving through the grass, beneath the soil, in the birds overhead. It was incredible. Intoxicating. He looked up and spotted an eagle circling above. Then he remembered, a dragon egg was among his belongings. One that would belong to him. He could fly. Though his powers let him float or transform into a bat or wolf, he couldn't travel very fast or high. Not a problem. He had all the time in the world. But every man had dreamed of riding a dragon. It was practically in their DNA. Dragon. He murmured. Alucard's original family, curiously, had ties to dragons. His father was Vlad Dracula, son of the dragon. A man who loved so fiercely he burned the world to avenge his wife. That, he respected. He knew that even if he lived centuries and lay with thousands of women, he'd only ever love one. And when that happened, he'd let the world burn for her. In honor of the man who fathered this body, in honor of the man who lived, killed, and died for love, I'll name myself Vlad Drakul. Instantly, his name updated in the system. He felt the weight of the moment. Just as he savored his new name, a sound in the distance caught his attention. Horses and men, over half a kilometer away. Vlad could only smile. His heightened senses were a marvel. The clatter of hooves rang clearly across the plain. He stood still, eyes fixed on the dust cloud rising on the horizon. Soon, he made them out, sun-darkened men clad in leather and light fabrics, braided hair falling down their backs. Dothraki, at least a dozen, advancing in loose formation. They weren't charging yet, but they rode with confidence. They'd seen him. Vlad didn't move. He knew how Dothraki operated. So he sighed. Less than a day in this world, and already he'd have to kill. The first rider halted his horse a few meters away. A tall, muscular man, bare-chested with scars crisscrossing his skin. A curved arak hung at his hip, a sneer on his lips. The others encircled him, forming a loose ring. The leader studied him, then spat. Vlad was tall, lean, and unnaturally pale, with sharp features that might have been handsome if not for the glacial aura around him. His silver hair long, straight as silk cascaded over his broad shoulders. His near-aristocratic bearing clashed wildly with his simple tunic and sandals. You are a man without a kalassar. Alone. Look at that hair, that white skin. A bed slave, surely the leader said in a guttural tongue. The others laughed. Vlad tilted his head slightly, not understanding the words but weighing whether to kill them. Not a trace of fear showed on his face. The leader frowned. All men without a kalassar are slaves, he insisted. Fight or run. If you run, you'll be our slave. If you fight, he bared his teeth. You'll still be our slave. He spoke again, but Vlad didn't comprehend. We can avoid this, Vlad said calmly. The Dothraki exchanged confused glances at his foreign speech. Then, as if rehearsed, they drew their araks in unison. Can't be avoided, Vlad sighed. The leader struck first. His horse surged forward, arak slicing toward Vlad's neck. Vlad sidestepped. The blade whistled through empty air. The rider wheeled his mount around. The others didn't wait. A second arak swung down. Vlad caught it barehanded. The Dothraki yelled as his weapon froze midair. With a sharp tug, Vlad yanked him from his saddle and slammed him into the dirt. Silence. For a moment, the riders hesitated. Vlad watched them, expression serene. The leader cursed and barked an order. With a war cry, the Dothraki charged as one. Vlad smiled. His first battle in this world, and he wanted to test himself. The first attacker swung diagonally. Too slow. Vlad dissolved into mist. The blade cut nothing. The rider blinked, baffled, just as Vlad rematerialized behind him. A precise strike to the nape dropped him unconscious before he hit the ground. Another Dothraki thrust a spear. Vlad pivoted, snapping the shaft mid-motion. He grabbed the warrior by the throat and hurled him into his own horse like a battering ram. He moved among them like a shadow, inhumanly fast, lethally precise. An arak flew. Vlad was already elsewhere. A fist shattered ribs. A kick toppled a horse. He didn't kill, just disabled them, until only one remained. The leader. Vlad approached with the calm of a predator stalking prey. The Dothraki gripped his arak, knuckles white. He was afraid. Demon, he growled, voice thick with terror. Vlad only smiled. The leader roared, launching a final attack. Vlad waited until the last instant. Then with impossible speed he caught him midair by the throat. The horse galloped on. The rider didn't. The Dothraki kicked, clawing at Vlad's arm. Useless. Vlad's smile widened, fangs glinting. Sorry, but I need to learn your language. The leader spat at his face. Vlad dodged, disgusted. Actually, not that sorry. He tilted his head and sank his fangs into the man's neck. One of vampirism's many gifts, learning through blood. A single taste could extract essence, knowledge, memories, everything. The blood is lives, Dracula had once said. How right he was. The flavor of hot blood exploded in his mouth, intoxicating as the finest wine or rarest delicacy. Now he understood addicts. Luckily, the euphoria was controllable, like savoring an exquisite meal, not heroine's oblivion. The leader thrashed, cursing, until his body went limp. Vlad drank him dry. When he dropped the corpse, dust still hung in the air. Chapter 3, First Battle. He looked around. The others were still alive, unconscious, but breathing. Vlad paused to analyze. He had tested his strength, his speed, and the blood. Strangely, killing stirred nothing in him. No sadistic satisfaction, but no guilt either. The former would have been vulgar. The latter would have gotten him killed. He ran his tongue over his fangs, wiping the corners of his mouth with his thumb in an almost fastidious gesture. With his pristine white tunic and upright posture, any observer might have mistaken the scene for a noble dabbing his lips after dinner, not a vampire post-massacre. Then, knowledge erupted in his mind like a spring. The Dothraki language became as familiar as his mother tongue. The Araka's movements, riding techniques, fragmented memories of the dead leader all flooded his consciousness. A groan shattered the silence. The warriors were waking. When their eyes landed on their leader's corpse, their cries echoed across the plain, and this time, Vlad understood every word. He killed Nero? Let's gut the demon. Vlad twirled the arak deftly, sending droplets of blood arcing scarlet. The smile he gave them was glacial. Come, then. Die like your friend, he said in flawless Dothraki, each syllable sharp as his blade's edge. The warriors froze. Their eyes, once blazing with fury, now dilated with primal terror. It was said Dothraki knew no fear, but Vlad was the exception that shattered all rules. And the most terrifying part, he didn't even seem winded. His clothes were unruffled, his breath steady, as if defeating 6 warriors had been nothing more than a morning stretch. Your friend was weak, Vlad continued, pointing the arak at them. But you might still be useful. Take me to your Kul. One of them, a young man with serpentine scars, snarled. We don't serve weak men. Vlad's smile widened, fangs glinting. Good. Because I'm not a man, and I'm certainly not weak. The silence that followed was thick enough to carve. Finally, with stiff movements, the warriors sheathed their weapons. We'll take you to Kul, muttered the oldest, avoiding his gaze. Vlad exhaled, cleaning the blood from his blade before stripping the fallen man of his hides and belt, arming himself with his gear. A glance at the system's map confirmed his suspicion. He was in the heart of the Dothraki Sea. For anyone else, it would have been a death sentence. For him, convenient. The Dothraki only understood the language of force. No noble masks or elaborate lies like in Bravus or Mirian. Here, beheading the Kul would suffice to rule. He mounted the dead man's horse without ceremony. One warrior loaded the corpse onto his own steed, shooting furtive glances at the puncture wounds on the neck. Vlad ignored him, focusing on the horizon. The Dothraki Sea stretched endlessly, a golden plain rippling like an ocean under the wind. They rode in tight formation, the 5 remaining warriors flanking him like reluctant escorts. None spoke, but their tense stares betrayed their thoughts. No man defeats 6 Dothraki riders. No man trespasses alone into our lands and lives. And no man, ever, challenges a Kul without an army at his back. Luckily, Vlad wasn't a man. A vampire needed no armies, just time, and an appetite. Who'd miss an entire Kalassar in this grass sea? He mused, though he dismissed the thought for now. He needed to consolidate the stolen memories before they faded. The Kul wouldn't be a problem. Dothraki were predictable, a direct challenge, a few seconds of combat, and he'd have his new army. The camp sprawled for kilometers, a chaotic mass of tents, horses, and warriors. Thousands of Dothraki moved about, tending mounts, sharpening weapons, or feasting around roaring fires. At its center stood the largest tent, adorned with braided horsehair and banners. Vlad's eyes swept the camp, assessing warriors and defenses. One of his escorts dismounted and spoke rapidly to a guard at the entrance. The guard's gaze landed on Vlad, confusion and disbelief twisting his features. This pale Giskari comes to challenge the Kul, he jeered. The warrior at Vlad's left leaned in, whispering. He killed Narrow, and defeated the others, without drawing his arak. The guard paled. Without another word, he turned and vanished into the tents. Vlad remained motionless on his horse, savoring the spreading chaos. Whispers swarmed, outsider, killer, demon. The crowd pressed closer, some cursing, others nervously gripping weapons. Then, the great tent's hides parted, and Kul emerged, eyes burning with rage. Burrow was a mountain of muscle, skin darkened by the sun. His thick, heavy braids swung with golden rings, each earned in battle. Scars carved stories across his face, and his dark eyes gleamed with arrogance. Behind him, his 3 blood riders watched silently, oraks glinting in the dusk light. The Kul strode forward, boots kicking up dust as he scrutinized Vlad with disdain. What is this? He roared. A foreign boy comes unarmed to my camp. Do you beg for your life or seek to die a fool's death? Laughter erupted among the warriors. Dothraki knew no mercy, not even in mockery. Vlad dismounted calmly. Hundreds of eyes tracked him, waiting. Then he spoke. I am Vlad Drakul. Silence fell like an axe. His voice, quiet yet weighted with authority, smothered the laughter. Every warrior sensed the danger radiating from him. He met Burrow's gaze and uttered words that split the air like steel. I've come to kill you. For a moment, only the crackle of fires answered. Then Burrow barked a laugh. You, he shouted. A foreigner with no Kalassar, no sword, nothing dares challenge a Kul? His blood riders grinned, hands on their weapons, eager for blood. Vlad didn't flinch. I need no army, he said. Just a sharp blade. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Even for Dothraki, this was madness. Burrow's smile vanished. His pride had been wounded before his people. If he didn't respond, his authority would crumble. He had no choice, this insolence demanded death. He gripped his arak. So eager to die, he growled, stepping forward. Then I'll grant your wish. Vlad's smile was cold as the grave. Come, Kul Burrow. Prove you deserve to be Kul. Chapter 4, Kul Vlad. The circle of warriors parted, forming an impromptu battlefield. Burrow unsheathed his arak, the curved blade glinting in the firelight. Vlad took the weapon from the warrior he'd killed earlier, moving with unsettling calm. A moment of stillness. Then Burrow struck. His blow would have split a common man in two, but Vlad sidestepped at the last instant. He countered immediately, his blade hissing through the air. Steel met steel. Burrow's eyes widened. Vlad retreated gracefully, as if in a dance, but the Kul didn't relent. He attacked again, this time aiming for Vlad's neck. Vlad blocked. Burrow's strength was immense, yet it didn't force the vampire back a single step. Vlad deflected the arak and struck. His blade carved a deep gash across Burrow's ribs before the Kul could react. The Dothraki held their breath. Now it was Vlad who advanced. His sword fell like lightning, but Burrow dodged and slashed at his gut. Vlad parried, driving his arak into the earth. Seizing the opening, he pivoted and cut with lethal speed. Burrow lost his balance, dropped his weapon, and rolled to avoid being cleaved in half. When he rose, the difference was clear. Vlad stood untouched, burrow, bloodied and panting. Vlad picked up the arak and tossed it at his feet. Pick it up. Let's finish this. Burrow glared, clenched his teeth, and charged again. His strikes were faster now, more desperate, but to Vlad, they were slow. Predictable. He evaded every cut and countered with precision. Within seconds, Burrow was on his knees, trembling, his braid drenched in blood. Vlad gazed down without pity. You fought well. A swift motion and the Kul's head tumbled free. Silence. Then the Dothraki roared. Vlad raised the severed braid. Burrow has fallen. I am your Kul now? The horde's cry shook the night. Vlad stood over Burrow's corpse, his weapon still dripping. The air thrummed with tension. Though the 2,000 warriors seemed ready to follow, he knew what came next. The first rebels were already stepping forward. Burrow's 3 blood riders approached, fingers white on their araks, eyes burning with hate. Huruk, the eldest, a cruel warrior whose body bore scars from 100 battles and whose blade had reaped dozens of heads, spoke first. You are not our Kul, he snarled. Beside him, Rokero and Horko barely contained their fury. With a sneer, he spat at Vlad's feet. You are nothing. Killing Burrow doesn't make you Kul. You are no lord of horses. No brother to the stallion. Vlad regarded him impassively, his voice cold as steel. If you wish to join him in the grave, take 1 step forward. The 3 attacked without hesitation. Huruk struck first, his arak gleaming as it arced toward Vlad's skull, but the vampire ducked and retaliated with brutal efficiency, driving his blade into Huruk's side. Blood sprayed. Yet the other 2 were already upon him. Rokero slashed from the left, his edge tracing a fatal crescent, while Horko lunged from the right, dagger aimed at Vlad's ribs. With lethal precision, Vlad spun. His blade flashed twice. The first strike severed Rokero's hand at the wrist. The warrior howled as blood fountained from the stump. The second halted Horko's attack mid-motion. Vlad caught his wrist in an iron grip, bones crunching. Before the Dothraki could react, Vlad smashed an elbow into his face, shattering his nose with a wet crack. Huruk, despite his wound, roared and charged again, blind with rage. But fury made him clumsy. Vlad sidestepped effortlessly, and his weapon carved a perfect arc, cleaving Huruk's head from his shoulders in 1 stroke. The Bloodrider's body crumpled. In the silence that followed, Vlad ended Horko driving his sword through the warrior's chest before the dazed, bleeding man could even look up. Rokero, still clutching his mutilated wrist, tried to crawl away. Vlad reached him in 2 strides and opened his throat with a clean slash. The 3 blood riders lay dead, their corpses staining the earth crimson. Vlad stood unmoved, his breath steady, not a drop of sweat on his brow. His gaze swept the crowd, daring anyone else to oppose him. None did. The Dothraki revered strength above all. Killing a Kul was noteworthy, but slaughtering his 3 finest warriors in single combat? That was the stuff of legends. One by one, they began to chant. Kul Vlad. The cry spread like wildfire, swelling through the camp until it became a thunderous roar. Khal Vlad? They beat their chests, their voices shaking the night. They accepted him for now. Vlad watched them, face unreadable. This was only the beginning. They followed, yes, but they didn't believe. Not truly. To win their souls, he needed more than a midnight brawl. He needed a war, a conquest they'd sing of for centuries. And he was determined to give it to them. Stepping forward, his voice cut through the cheers like a blade. Tomorrow, we ride. The horde's cry shook the night once more. Chapter 5, Battle. Night stained the sky as Vlad entered what had once been Kulburrow's tent, now his own. The air smelled of aged leather and cold ashes, seeping into the thick fabric walls. The interior was warm and well-appointed, animal pelts covered the ground, while armor and gold ornaments glinted faintly in the corners. The bed was primitive but undoubtedly comfortable. At least his first night wouldn't be spent in squalor. Time passed swiftly. Vlad didn't need sleep, so he didn't. Instead, he strategized silently while eavesdropping on the Kalasar's murmurs. Outside, riders gathered around fires, devouring roasted meat and speaking in hushed tones. There was no celebration. Not yet. He'd defeated Burrow and taken his Kalasar, but Dothraki didn't give loyalty lightly. They'd follow, yes, but they hadn't fully accepted him. He laid his araks on a rough-hewn table and stripped off his travel-stained tunic. His eyes scanned the available arsenal, curved araks, Dothraki spears, bone-handled daggers. But it was a long sword with a straight blade of dark steel that caught his attention. Not Dothraki-made, likely tribute from some conquered city, and though it wasn't Valyrian steel, it was a worthy weapon. Thinking of Valyrian steel, Vlad unfurled his map. The items he'd brought into this rebirth were far away. Mirian was the nearest city, and his sword lay between Mirian and Yunkai, days of travel distant. First, he'd consolidate control over this Kalasar, then he'd march there for supplies, Valyrian-speaking slaves, and to reclaim what was his. He dressed in leather breeches, layered belts studded with gold, fastened the sword to his hip, and stepped outside. He wore no armor. Dothraki scorned it as the garb of cowards, but Vlad needed none. Common steel would struggle to pierce his skin, and if it did, he'd heal in seconds. Prepared, he moved with supernatural speed, leaving the camp behind in moments. At the nearest settlement marked on his map, he dissolved into mist to infiltrate undetected. He surveyed the terrain, the men, even the Kul's hut. Alarmingly easy. With the intelligence gathered, he returned swiftly. The horde awaited him, their troop leaders gathered around a great fire. Their faces were hard, their eyes wary. They didn't trust him. We ride within hours, Vlad announced, shattering the silence with steel in his voice. We'll take Zaros Kalasar. We attack from 3 fronts. I'll lead the main charge myself. Some grunted approval, but others exchanged doubtful glances. Cavo, a man with scars crisscrossing his face, crossed his arms. Zaro has twice our numbers, he objected skeptically. And you'd split our strength further. Vlad held his gaze, cold as moonlit steel. We don't need numbers. We need strategy. You'll only attack after I do, when they're already distracted by me. Most leaned in immediately, likely assuming arrogance. Vlad bent over the makeshift map where stones marked enemy positions. Zaro relies on his numbers, so he's grown careless. There's a hill east of his camp. If we circle wide, we can approach unseen until it's too late. He pointed to 3 strategic points around the enemy camp. 3 fronts. My group engages head-on as the distraction. When they're surrounded, the other 2 groups close the trap. Riders exchanged glances, some openly skeptical. And if they detect us early, another asked. Vlad smiled in a way that promised no comfort. They won't. He let silence hang before concluding. Believe me or not, but obey. And when Zaro falls within hours, you'll see I lead you to victory. A heavy quiet settled over the gathering. Finally, some nodded. Not from loyalty, from fear. Fear of being the first to fall beneath his blade. Dawn painted the sky in scarlet and gold as the first Dothraki riders began to move. From atop a dusty hill, Vlad watched his Kalasar split into 3 fronts exactly as ordered. The air thrummed with tension, warriors' murmurs, horses' whinnies, and the clatter of weapons forming a symphony of war across the plains. Ahead, Zaro's Kalasar massed like a gathering storm. They hadn't expected an attack, but it hardly mattered. Dothraki needed no elaborate preparations, mounting their steeds and drawing steel was enough. They outnumbered Vlad's forces nearly 2 to 1, but he didn't need numbers, only perfect timing. He turned to his own group, the central contingent of his strongest warriors. For now, some watched him with respect, others with doubt. They knew this would be a bloodbath, and that their leader planned to spearhead the charge, at least that much they could respect. Without hesitation, Vlad signaled the flanking groups to encircle the enemy. Then he inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of impending battle settle over him. Chapter 6, Bloodbath. Forward, his voice thundered, dragging with it the fate of all who followed. A massive dust cloud rose as hooves struck the earth with storm-like force. The war cries of the riders rose with the wind as Zaro's men prepared for the clash, forming a wall of steel and muscle. And then impact. Vlad and his warriors tore through enemy lines like a spear plunging into flesh, splitting their formation with the brutality of a steel tide. Araks rose and fell, horses screamed in panic as their riders were dragged down, and the shrieks of dying men blended with the clamor of battle. Vlad cut without pause, his sword carving arcs of death that reaped lives in the blink of an eye. A Dothraki charged at him, Arak raised high to cleave him in 2, but Vlad barely twisted his wrist, and his sword plunged through the warrior's throat, severing his spine before the corpse hit the ground. Another took his place instantly, leaping from his mount with a spear leveled. A mistake. Vlad leaned aside, the blade passing over his shoulder as his own sword rose in a clean slash, bisecting the attacker midair, splitting torso from legs in one perfect cut before both halves crashed onto blood-soaked earth. Enemies kept coming. For every man who fell, 3 took his place, but Vlad didn't stop. He felt the air shift behind him and, without turning, tilted just in time to evade a blade aimed at his back. The sword grazed his shoulder, and in a flash of steel, Vlad seized the attacker's arm, snapping it with a twist before driving his blade through the man's gut, impaling him clean through. He kept riding. Kept killing. 5 riders encircled him, trying to pin him down. One raised a mace, another lashed out with a rope, while a third aimed for his horse. Vlad destroyed them as easily as a man brushes aside undergrowth. His sword descended with fury, splitting the rope wielder in 2 with such force that his organs spilled out before his corpse did. The second man barely registered his mace being deflected before Vlad's blade speared through his abdomen, lifting him off the ground from sheer impact, his scream drowning in the blood gushing from his mouth. The third never got to strike. Vlad kicked his mount forward, and the horse trampled the man beneath its hooves with a wet crunch, his skull bursting like ripe fruit. And then the blood coating everything, drenching him, mixing with sweat, saturating the air with its intoxicating metallic tang. Every slash opened flesh, every strike shattered bone, every twist of his sword sent limbs flying as enemy cries of terror rose above the din. Demon, a rider screamed before being cleft in half. Around him, his own men fell or faltered, overwhelmed by numbers, but Vlad didn't need them. He stood unwavering atop his mount, sword slick with gore, hair plastered to his face, chest rising and falling with deep breaths as the battlefield moved in slow motion for him. He felt it all, the pulse of war in his veins, the drunken euphoria of slaughter empowering him. He wasn't human. He never had been. 2 riders attacked from opposite sides, Arax poised to take his head. Vlad dropped his reins, leaning left to evade the first strike, and in one motion, drove his sword through one man's ribcage with such force that the blade shot out the other side to embed itself in the second's neck, shearing through halfway in a spray of hot blood. The men surrounding him began to hesitate. This wasn't normal. The Dothraki were fierce warriors, but this was different. This man didn't tire, didn't falter, didn't seem human. His face was masked in blood, his armor blackened by carnage, his sword humming with each kill as if it were an extension of his body. And then the tide turned. From the flanks, his men arrived, closing the noose around Zaro's warriors. The trap was sprung. The enemies, surrounded, realized too late their fate had been sealed the moment Vlad gave the order. But one obstacle remained. Amid the chaos, Kol still stood, his arak dripping blood as he dismounted another foe with a single slash. Barely scratched, his rage was palpable as he locked eyes with Vlad and spurred his horse forward. Vlad smiled. "Zaro," he roared, challenging him before them all. For an instant, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a cruel grin, Kol raised his arak and charged. Chapter 7, Victory. What followed the initial skirmish was, in truth, rather anticlimactic. Anyone might have expected Zaro to put up a prolonged and dangerous fight, but his opponent was Vlad. The moment Zaro was within reach, Vlad deflected his thrust with surgical precision and without hesitation drove his sword through the man's throat. Quick. Clinical. Zaro collapsed, soon followed by his two remaining blood riders. When Vlad raised the Kol's severed head, the surviving warriors surrendered almost immediately, though not before Vlad cut down a few more to drive the point home. Where his men had once regarded him with mere respect, they now watched him with that unique blend of terror and awe only the Dothraki reserve for a worthy leader. After tallying casualties and relocating the Kalasar, along with anything of value, Vlad found himself commanding 7,000 people, 5,000 of whom were warriors. Beyond the military boost, the spoils proved generous, including one particularly gratifying surprise, a Valyrian steel dagger. A happy coincidence, indeed. Naturally, Vlad tested it on his own skin immediately, discovering that while Valyrian steel could cut him effortlessly, it didn't hinder his regeneration or cause any other ill effects. This pleased him more than he'd admit. After all, discovering fewer ways to die was always good news. Commanding a Dothraki horde was no easy feat. They were barbarians in every sense, and it took weeks to drill basic hygiene into them. He insisted they boil water before drinking and wash daily to avoid disease, though to enforce compliance, he eventually claimed these rituals warded off evil spirits. Only then did they obey without protest. Speaking of spirits, they now called him the Red Stallion. The image of his silhouette drenched in blood during battle had left an indelible mark. His warriors followed him with near mystical reverence, and few remained foolhardy enough to challenge him. Even among the enslaved women, his reputation spread. Many competed to share his bed, as if it might grant them some divine blessing. Unfortunately for them, Vlad had standards. Hygiene, appearance, even lineage. Why not? He had the bearing of a prince and the body of a warrior. Over the next year, Vlad consolidated his hold on the Dothraki Sea with brutal efficiency. He didn't rest on his first conquest. He led his growing Kalasar into 4 more clashes, each against larger forces. His tactics became legend, devastating swift attacks, relentless flanking maneuvers, and in every battle, the sight of his blood-soaked figure carving through the fray like an unstoppable force. The first to fall was Kul, a veteran leader with disciplined but predictable troops. Vlad shattered their formation using the same pincer tactic he'd employed against Zaro. When Rocco tried to flee, Vlad split his chest open mid-gallop. 5,000 riders joined his horde. Next came Kul Vlad, younger and shrewder but still outmatched. Vlad avoided direct confrontation, relying on ambushes and hit-and-run strikes. It didn't matter. Vlad hunted him patiently, herding his Kalasar toward a riverbank with no escape. Their duel lasted barely a breath before Vlad pierced his heart. 6,000 more warriors swore fealty. The third battle was against Kol, famed for his riders' speed and hit-and-run tactics. He thought he could exhaust Vlad. He underestimated both the vampire's stamina and his army's discipline. After a week of skirmishes, Vlad forced a pitched battle on open plains, where speed meant nothing. The slaughter was merciless. 7,000 more joined his ranks. The final and hardest fight was against Kul, a seasoned leader with a horde nearly as large as Vlad's. Hargo ambushed him with hidden forces in the hills, the first time Vlad had ever been pushed to survive rather than dominate. He used his inhuman strength to breach enemy lines, buying time for his men to regroup. In the end, Hargo fell like the others, and 10,000 riders bent the knee to the Red Stallion. By then, Vlad no longer led a Kalasar, he commanded an army. 28,000 Dothraki warriors swore loyalty, along with their families, slaves, and herds. Yet he knew his rule wasn't secure. Expanding too fast without consolidation invited betrayal, and if there was one thing he understood about the Dothraki, it was that their allegiance hinged on fear and strength. For now, he'd avoid challenging Kul or the other great Cals. Instead, he focused on forging his horde into a well-oiled machine. This brought him to Mirian, where trade and supplies were secondary to a far greater prize, 2 Valyrian slave girls, Alyssa and Mara, fluent in the city's language and customs. They became his personal attendants, feeding him blood, tending his needs, and occasionally sharing his bed. Initially, Vlad had planned to drain them dry, but they were too pleasing to waste. Instead, he took small amounts over weeks, coaxing their compliance. Truthfully, the girls felt 2 things for him, fear and lust. When first told how he'd feed from them, they'd wept and begged for their lives. But once assured they'd survive, they acquiesced. They were slaves, after all. Luckily, his saliva numbed pain and sealed wounds instantly, not to mention the orgasmic shock it triggered. In time, they grew almost eager to donate. Not everything revolved around war and politics. At last, after months of searching, Vlad found what he coveted most, his Valyrian steel sword. Guided by his system's map, he unearthed a chest in a hidden Mirianese cave. Inside lay a masterpiece of Valyrian smithing, a broad, heavy blade with a dark edge that gleamed crimson in sunlight. The moment he gripped it, he knew it was perfect. He named it Scarlet Witch. Chapter 8, Gifts. The next step in his plan was, in essence, quite simple: gather a group of people with specific useful skills and turn them into his servants. The advantage of being a vampire with complete control over his nature was that he could create others without the usual drawbacks of his kind. The sun wouldn't reduce them to ashes, though it would weaken them slightly. They wouldn't lose control of their thirst, as they could sustain themselves on ordinary food, avoiding unnecessary massacres and unwanted rumors. But most importantly, Vlad would be the progenitor of his own bloodline, the first link in a new and powerful lineage. His abilities weren't those of some common vampire from legends. He wielded blood magic, could turn to mist or vanish from sight, shapeshift into various creatures, move with superhuman speed, and exert impossible strength. Yet his greatest advantage was the power to turn others and bind them to his will. Anyone who received his embrace would be tied to him forever. His new offspring would retain their minds, autonomy, and free will to a degree, but an unshakable impulse would live within them, the need to obey him. No matter how they resisted, Vlad's will was law. Thus, his true plan took shape. Beyond conquest by force, beyond the brutal might of his horde, he would weave a hidden web of influence. Influential merchants, courtesans with connections, assassins, politicians, spies. He'd select them carefully, turn them, and scatter them across the world like seeds of his future empire. In time, his control would stretch beyond the Dothraki Sea, reaching the free cities, infiltrating Slaver's Bay, and eventually Braavos, even the Iron Bank itself. But before all that, there was a more urgent matter. Vlad needed information about the last Targaryens, and he knew exactly where to start. His arrival in Volantis marked the next phase of his expansion. Infiltrating the youngest daughter of Valyria posed no challenge. Vlad didn't storm the city with his Kalassar. He came alone, draped in a dark cloak and fine clothing, the night wind of Essos caressing his face. His army remained camped outside the walls along the Rhoyne, already negotiating with the city's rulers for compensation, the usual way free cities rid themselves of unwanted Dothraki. Volantis wasn't Mirian or Yunkai. It wasn't ruled by whips, but by an elite of nobles, the Tiger Party, backed by red priests and mercenary companies that kept the peace. Truthfully, the red priests piqued his curiosity. Before the Red Comet, they'd been little more than parlor magicians, but they truly held secrets of pyromancy and blood magic knowledge Vlad would drink with pleasure. On his first night, he hunted 2 of them in the alleys near the pyramid. Their bodies were drained dry by the time he finished. Their blood burned with a strange heat, similar to what he'd tasted from his Valyrian slaves, but far more potent. Surely, it came from the magic in their veins. From them, he extracted useful information, mastery of new languages, and most crucially the location of Volantis's true library of magic, and of Kinvara, the High Priestess. She was a woman of high rank, influential, beautiful, and ambitious. If she was anything like Melisandre, she'd extended her life through magic and sacrifice. Vlad had no trouble capturing her in her own chambers. He moved faster than she could react, knocked her unconscious, and once she lay helpless, forced her to drink his blood before snapping her neck. What happened next was amusing. As expected, Kinvara was reborn with absolute loyalty to him. But this wasn't mere mind control. She remained her own person, keeping her fanatical devotion to the Lord of Light. Her mind, unable to reconcile the contradiction, reached an inevitable conclusion: Vlad was Azor Ahai reborn. Frankly, Vlad didn't care what she believed. He siphoned her knowledge of blood magic and pyromancy, then ordered minor reforms in the Red Faith. No more human sacrifices, more focus on aiding the people. He also tasked her with secretly converting the city's most influential nobles, securing his control. He imposed restrictions. She must restrain her thirst, feed only in private, and avoid suspicion. The beauty of being a progenitor was his telepathic link to his offspring. If Kinvara stepped out of line, he'd know instantly. With Volantis under his influence, Vlad departed. During a brief return to Mirian, he found Belcaro, a slave trader with more gold than he could count and connections he never admitted publicly. Vlad didn't bother negotiating. He simply turned him. Under his new loyalty, Belcaro received clear orders. Find the Targaryens. Purchase dragon eggs at any cost. Expand Vlad's control through trade and shipping routes. One night, as Vlad walked Volantis's shadowed canals, he sensed a follower. No common spy, this one was trained, but too green. Compared to others, he moved like an elephant in a glass shop. Vlad didn't confront him. He simply led him into a dark alley. The young man took the bait. The attack was direct, a dagger aimed at his throat. Vlad barely moved. He caught the assassin by the neck, lifting him as if he weighed nothing. The boy struggled, but his strength was meaningless. Vlad studied him with curiosity, noting the shock on his face. "You're young to be a faceless man." A dry crack echoed through the alley as he snapped his neck. He dropped the body without a second glance. He knew what this was. According to his system, one of his rebirth's drawbacks was that a novice faceless man would eventually come for him. Had he been human, it might have been dangerous. But he wasn't human. Next, he sent his men to Westeros. He needed to confirm whether events followed the path he remembered or if his presence had altered fate. Thanks to his telepathic bonds, news would reach him swiftly. With that settled, he set sail for Braavos with 2 goals: infiltrate the Iron Bank and reclaim the dragon egg promised in his rebirth. According to his map, it lay hidden somewhere in the city's heart. It was time to claim it. Chapter 9, Preparations. The journey to Braavos was long but not exhausting. Vlad did not feel fatigue like a human, even if he went days without stopping. He crossed the narrow sea aboard a merchant ship hired in secret, avoiding unnecessary attention. During the voyage, the crew whispered about the latest rumors, a growing conflict in the Riverlands, Ironborn raids along the western coast, and most interesting to him the news of a man in the free cities paying fortunes for dragon eggs. That brought a smile to his face. Belcaro was doing his job well. One night, as the ship sailed through misty waters, Vlad sensed something unusual. A sailor shouted that he had seen a massive shadow gliding beneath the water. The men prayed to the sea gods, but Vlad only watched with curiosity. The creature was large, its movements fluid. Undoubtedly, a kraken. Vlad wondered if such beasts were magical, like dragons, or simply giant squids. Regardless of the answer, the kraken sank back into the darkness and did not reappear. By the time they finally arrived in Braavos, the sailors were still whispering tales of creatures in the mist. The Titan of Braavos loomed imposingly over the harbor's entrance, a colossal silhouette that seemed to watch every traveler daring to cross its domain. The structure was surprisingly solid and detailed, a masterpiece of engineering. Vlad did not recall its exact origins, but if it hadn't been built by the Valyrians, it was certainly a work worthy of admiration. He disembarked without drawing attention, wrapped in dark, elegant clothing, a cloak concealing his features. In Braavos, he would go unnoticed, just another shadow among merchants and travelers. He was in no hurry. The city was at his disposal. His first objective was to follow the directions on the map his system had provided and find his dragon egg. Though the comet had not yet crossed the skies and the world's magic remained dormant, his vampiric nature, combined with stolen knowledge of pyromancy and blood magic, gave him a unique advantage. Perhaps, with the right approach, he could make the egg hatch prematurely. A larger, stronger dragon always meant an advantage. The map led him to Braavos' underground aqueducts, a labyrinth of ancient tunnels running beneath the city. Vlad slipped through alleyways and descended through a hidden entrance behind a tavern in the fisherman's quarter. The air was damp, thick with the scent of stagnant water. He spent hours exploring, following the marked path. In a hidden chamber, he found a small treasure, chests filled with gold and jewels, forgotten riches of some overly cautious merchant or a noble who no longer existed. Vlad ignored them. His interest lay deeper, beyond a passage that had been blocked for centuries. With minimal effort, he cleared the debris and advanced into a dust and moss-covered hall. At its center rested a petrified dragon egg. He lifted it in his hands, feeling the rough texture of the hardened shell. It was heavier than it looked, its surface absorbing the torchlight, giving it an almost spectral glow. There were no signs of life, but that didn't matter. One day, he would awaken it. Over the following weeks, he focused on another objective, the Iron Bank. This was not an institution to be trifled with. Its vaults were deeper than any throne, and its influence stretched far beyond Braavos. Vlad requested an audience with one of its high-ranking representatives under the pretense of discussing a loan for future campaigns in Essos. He had no intention of incurring debt, but the meeting would allow him to evaluate potential candidates for a more permanent purpose. The encounter took place in one of the bank's opulent halls, a space where marble and gold spoke louder than any heraldry. The man who received him was slender, with graying hair and eyes as cold as steel. His expression remained impassive, but Vlad caught the brief spark of surprise in his gaze. Clearly, he had not expected the infamous Red Stallion to be like this. The bank does not usually lend to Dothraki, the man said in a measured tone, studying him with curiosity. Vlad smiled faintly. The Dothraki do not usually request loans. I, however, am no ordinary Dothraki. They exchanged words about investments, campaigns, and financial returns, though it was all a game of appearances. The truly important moment came when Vlad casually mentioned his interest in the last descendants of House Targaryen. The banker revealed little, but Vlad noticed the flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Though he lacked the dynasty's signature purple eyes, his appearance could easily pass for a distant relative. Yet the man asked no unnecessary questions. Instead, he offered the bank's vast network to track information, for a price. Vlad smiled slightly. He liked this man. It was almost certain he would soon grant him the embrace. Months passed, and Vlad returned to his Kalassar. He had his dragon egg, nearly 30,000 men under his command, and only 2 more things left to recover, a magical pendant and a book containing the most documented Valyrian magic. These would be the key pieces to cement his empire, and both were in Pentos. Luckily, according to the current timeline, Daenerys and her fool of a brother were also in Pentos. It was the perfect opportunity to approach someone who could give him a crucial advantage in this world. Besides, he remembered that Illyrio possessed 3 dragon eggs. However, commanding a Dothraki horde was not without its challenges. When he forbade rape, several men attempted to rebel, as if such a despicable act were fundamental to their culture. Vlad knew he had to set an example, and using Dracula's management manual, he opted for the old tactic of impalement. 7,000 impaled men were enough to make his Kalassar understand that his orders were not to be questioned. They also earned him the name the Impaler, which brought him a satisfied smile. The rest of the journey was quieter. The cities they passed through offered enough tribute to keep the horde fed and well supplied, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. When they neared Pentos, Vlad left the camp in the hands of 2 of his new Blood Riders men he had given the embrace who served him with absolute devotion. He rode toward Pentos accompanied by 3 of his Blood Riders and only 100 more Dothraki, enough to command respect without seeming like an invasion. I don't care if you fuck every whore in Pentos, but if any of you rape a woman, I'll impale you from head to ass. Understood, he said, his eyes glowing red in the dim light. Though fear did a good job of controlling the horse lords, it was best to remind them constantly. You, Karan and Talon, come with me. Seek an audience with Illyrio Mopetus while I search for something in this city. Be polite and don't cause trouble, understood? Yes, blood of my blood, the 2 replied reverently. Once he recovered all the treasures, it would be time to speak with the last Targaryen. Chapter 10, Meeting. Retrieving everything was an easy task. As he already knew, it would all be hidden, and no one could find or steal it before him. Arrow's pendant was a magical artifact that granted absolute control over reproductive abilities, as well as ensuring safe childbirth. Vlad understood why he had chosen such an artifact. As a vampire, having natural offspring was incredibly difficult. It might take him centuries to achieve it. The pendant solved that problem at its root, making him as fertile as any human. As for the Book of Magic, it was a complete compendium on the magic used by Valyria to build its empire. From blood magic to the methods for crafting Valyrian stone, an extremely durable and resilient construction material used to erect their colossal towers. It also contained techniques for taming dragons and hatching their eggs. Though it only covered the basics, the knowledge within that book would give him a considerable advantage. In time, he could delve deeper into each branch of magic. When he returned to his men, Talon informed him that Illyrio had agreed to a meeting the following day. Vlad smiled, satisfied. Truthfully, with the power he now possessed, Illyrio might even try to arrange a marriage between Daenerys and him. That would grant the heir to the 7 kingdoms 3 dragon eggs and a legitimate reason to kill Viserys. If the man came even slightly close to the fool portrayed in the original timeline, failing to kiss his ass, he would take it as an offense and do something stupid, like threatening Vlad or Daenerys. That would give Vlad the perfect excuse to crown him with fire and blood. The next day, Vlad prepared to meet Illyrio. He wore a dark cloak woven with golden threads and black silk clothing with red accents. His appearance was impeccable, exuding refined elegance, something that always stood out in his public appearances. The Blood Riders, for their part, had also improved their aesthetics. After receiving the embrace, each new drop of blood granted them knowledge and perspective. They understood that, more than warriors, they had looked like beggars. Now, though they still wore no armor, their leather garments were finely crafted, adorned with gold and ornamental belts. Their beards were meticulously groomed and decorated, proving they were no longer mere barbarians. When they arrived at Illyrio's mansion, the place was opulently decorated, as expected. The grand house was filled with marble statues and tapestries depicting historical scenes from Essos. The walls were adorned with rare artifacts from all over the world, from ancient shields to priceless jewels. In the courtyard, a crystal-clear fountain reflected sunlight, casting golden glimmers that illuminated the surrounding figures. It was a reflection of the power and wealth Illyrio had amassed over his lifetime. Illyrio Mopetus received him in one of his most private chambers, where stone walls and large windows let in light while the fresh Pentoshi air drifted in gently. The man before Vlad was stout, with a protruding belly beneath his lavish robes and a short beard framing his wrinkled face. His gaze was accompanied by a friendly smile. "Welcome, Kul," Illyrio said, inclining his head slightly, showing more cordiality than Vlad had anticipated. "It is an honor to host the Red Stallion in my humble home." Vlad smiled politely, his composure unwavering. "No need for such formality, Illyrio," he replied, his tone relaxed and amicable. "You know well I'm no Dothraki by birth. I won't throw a fit if you don't treat me with reverence." He extended his hand in greeting. "My name is Vlad Drakal. You may simply call me Vlad." They drank wine as they spoke of Vlad's journey. Illyrio was intrigued by the story Vlad had fabricated for himself, waking up in the Dothraki Sea with a blow to the head and no memories, fending off Dothraki riders who tried to capture him, then challenging their Kul and winning his Kalasar. Every detail was carefully crafted to make Vlad seem more approachable and less barbaric, a man of power with a believable past. The conversation continued for hours until Vlad finally broached the subject that truly interested him. "I've heard you acquired 3 dragon eggs," Vlad said, his gaze steady on Illyrio. "I want to buy them." For a moment, Illyrio fell silent, weighing Vlad's words. The air between them grew tense, and Vlad braced for the worst, but after a minute, Illyrio replied calmly. "Of course. It will sadden me to part with them, but gold will soothe that pain. They are quite expensive, you know." "Gold is no issue," Vlad smiled, pleased that negotiations were going smoothly so far. "Just what I like to hear," Illyrio laughed, his belly jiggling unsettlingly like a sphere of flash and mirth. "They were brought from very far away. You're welcome to stay with me while we finalize the deal." Vlad smiled and nodded, pleased with the offer. "That sounds excellent. I'll just inform my men we'll be staying here a while." Illyrio, observing Vlad's calm demeanor, added, "You came to my mansion without guards. Though I appreciate your trust, Essos is not safe. I'll send some unsullied with you." Vlad raised an eyebrow, amused by the suggestion. "Thank you once more," he replied, rising from his seat. With a wave of his hand, he bid Illyrio farewell and headed to his men, now accompanied by a dozen unsullied sent for their protection. Vlad spent several days in Illyrio's mansion. More than once, he caught himself thinking, this place really makes me forget all the shit I have to deal with, chuckling to himself as he gazed from the balcony. The room assigned to him was luxurious. Compared to Dothraki camps, it was like a 5-star hotel. Everything was comfortable, every detail oozed wealth and refinement. And though he enjoyed his stay, he knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Chapter 11, The Missions. But all good things must come to an end. Sometime after his arrival in Pentos, one of his progenies in Westeros sent him a telepathic message with troubling though not unexpected news. Jon Arryn was dead, just as in the original timeline, and King Robert was trying to convince Eddard Stark to become his new hand. Tywin Lannister would not get the position even if he desired it, and Ned, of course, could still refuse. But Vlad considered the chances of the most honorable man in the north turning it down to be practically zero. If everything continued as it had before, his death was all but guaranteed. Vlad was still debating whether to intervene. In the show, Ned was one of the characters he would have liked to save, but here, in this real world, he might become a burden. He had no trouble imagining Stark leading a faction against the vampires if he ever discovered Vlad's nature, simply because they are beasts who feed on human blood. Should I do something, my lord? Asked Roland, a merchant whom Vlad had turned and sent to Westeros precisely for situations like this. Nothing for now. Any news from the Iron Islands? Asked Vlad, sipping from a goblet of wine. Nothing yet, my lord. Very well. I'll focus on the eggs for now. I want you to send some spies to Dragonstone. Perhaps we'll find more. As you command, my lord. Setting the goblet aside, Vlad turned his attention to the current situation. If he truly wanted to fulfill his objectives, the best way to do so would be through conquest. Essos was relatively simple. Daenerys had done it with her dragons and the Dothraki, though her greatest problem was that she didn't know how to rule or manage the economy of her domains. Vlad, on the other hand, had the advantage of having progeny in almost every major city in Essos. He could delegate the administration of conquered territories and focus on his true goals. The Breaker of Chains mission was problematic. The economy of Essos relied heavily on slavery, but the solution wasn't too complicated. With a bit of capitalist spirit, instead of slaves, he would employ the same workers for a miserable wage just enough to feed themselves and pay for their own lodging, probably to their former masters. They wouldn't be slaves, just exploited workers. The difference was minimal, but enough to fulfill the mission. The rest of his missions could also be completed without excessive bloodshed, as long as he was clever enough. Establish a noble house. Become a trade titan. Forge a legend at sea. Assassinate a king. Leave an indelible mark on culture. Rule the 7 kingdoms. Unite a massive Khalasar. Face the long night. Eliminate nobles from each of the 7 kingdoms. Eradicate slavery in Slavers Bay. Unite or wipe out the mountain clans. Restore the Night's Watch. Become a legend in combat. Explore every important corner of the world. Rise as a tournament champion. Be knighted. Defeat Gregor Clegane in single combat. Being honest with himself, Vlad admitted that war didn't particularly appeal to him, but it was necessary. If he wanted to avoid the long night, he had to unify practically the entire continent. If he didn't, Westeros would fall, followed by Essos, and though he could turn people into his subjects, unless he corrupted hundreds of nobles and rulers, there would always be someone willing to act in their own self-interest even if it meant condemning the world. He could stay in the sea of grass and watch events unfold, but sooner or later, war would come to him. Better to fight on his own terms. Besides, his missions would be easier to complete if he controlled both continents. He still lacked resources and military power, but Essos was full of possibilities. It was only a matter of choosing the right pieces. The Unsullied, the Dragons, the Second Sons, the Golden Company. There were many options to take control of Essos and, eventually, the 7 kingdoms. How's the day treating you, Lord Dracarys? Asked Illyrio, stepping into the room assigned to him. Vlad, who had been observing the city from the balcony, turned with a calm expression. So far, so good. Nothing to worry about. It had been nearly 2 weeks since his arrival in Pentos, and he had yet to see the Targaryens. I see, said Illyrio, studying Vlad's inhumanly beautiful appearance as the sunlight lit his face. So, Magister, was there any particular reason you wished to see me? Asked Vlad, watching him closely. Illyrio smiled with satisfaction. I wanted to inform you that my contact for the eggs will arrive in 3 weeks. Splendid. Then I'll abuse your hospitality a little longer, replied Vlad with a smile. Meanwhile, in another wing of the mansion, the Targaryen siblings were discussing their enigmatic guest. It had been 2 weeks since Vlad Dracareris' arrival. Magister Illyrio was making sure they didn't cross paths until he could determine whether Vlad could be an ally. Daenerys knew almost nothing about him, only that he was roughly her age and had started as a nobody. Then he had challenged Kol and built one of the largest Khalasars in Essos, earning infamous nicknames like the Red Stallion and the Impaler. So far, they had been kept away from his wing of the mansion. Viserys, of course, didn't understand why they needed to hide. That Dothraki savage should kneel before me and swear loyalty the moment he sees me. It is his duty, he said with irritation. Daenerys sighed. Do you think he'll help us? Magister Illyrio will make sure he's trustworthy, Viserys replied indifferently, not even looking at her. But it doesn't matter. Soon, he will kneel before the dragon. No one must wake the dragon. It was a phrase Viserys had burned into her soul since she was a child. Chapter 12, The Dowry. This chapter was originally called The Spider. In reality, most of the Pentos arc was basically me using chapters from a fanfic titled Game of Thrones, The Proud as a template. When I started the story, I didn't plan on publishing it, so I didn't care where the words came from as long as they expressed my idea. Now that I've progressed, I feel the need to rewrite the scenes to make them absolutely my own. But don't worry, the plot won't change much, as it still follows the series pretty closely. Thank you all for your readings and understanding about this. Today, like any other day, Vlad found himself walking through Illyrio's garden, wondering how things would end. It had already been a month since the Magister had told him that his contact with the eggs would arrive in 15 days, but they still hadn't shown up. By this point, the novelty of being in Pentos had already worn off. A servant approached with a message. "My lord, Magister Illyrio has called for you." "Lead the way," he said calmly. The smell of the room where the Magister was thick. The incense filled the air with sweet spices and heavy oils. Vlad guessed that for anyone else it would be pleasant, for him, it was barely a nuisance. He walked forward with steady steps, wearing tight leather pants and a white silk shirt he had personally bought at the markets. Although he was a Dothraki, he didn't intend to dress like one. It could cause tensions among his people, but when all the men present fear you, they rarely dare to question you. Moreover, he respected several of their customs. He wouldn't cut his hair unless he was defeated. He didn't wear armor in combat. Perhaps this selective appreciation of traditions kept the mouths shut that murmured about his hygiene and overly polished appearance. His cold, golden eyes landed on the Magister, seated as usual with a diplomatic smile, wrapped in costly fabrics and artificial elegance. Great Kul greeted Illyrio, with a bow and a soft, measured voice. "Speak, Magister. You've kept me waiting too long." "Get to the point," Vlad replied, sharply, more polite than a common Dothraki. "Yes, but with no patience for unnecessary theatrics." Illyrio seemed more nervous than usual. He searched for the right words to say carefully. "There have been complications, Great Kul. I'm afraid the eggs are no longer available for sale." Vlad didn't respond. He looked at him in silence, his eyes fixed like daggers. Though the revelation took him by surprise, he immediately knew it was a stratagem. A clumsy move, too. And dangerous. "I think you've misunderstood me," Vlad said calmly, taking a glass of wine from the table. "When we met, I made it clear that I am not a Dothraki like the others. You don't have to speak to me with so much respect, nor with such caution. And I suppose that's why you misunderstood me." Illyrio turned pale immediately, caught between sweat and fear. "Great Kul, He didn't get to finish. Vlad stood up, and with a single leap, he placed himself on the table. Before the Magister could react, he lifted him into the air as if he weighed no more than a wet tunic. Illyrio's huge body squirmed in his hands, unable to do anything. "Do you think that because I have manners, I am an easy target? Do you really think I conquered a Kalassar of 30,000 men by letting little men like you disrespect me? Do you think I will allow you to play with my time? Do you think I'm stupid?" Illyrio was livid, his lips turning purple. He could barely breathe, and the fear had him on the edge of passing out. He wasn't used to fearing for his life. Great Kul," he stammered, his voice strangled. Vlad let him go abruptly, dropping him hard onto the chair, which creaked under his weight. Then, as if nothing had happened, he returned to his seat and sat down with the same cold elegance he had arrived with. "Now explain it to me, Magister. And pray that your explanation satisfies me, because if it doesn't, I might burn your mansion to the ground. Not before leaving you impaled at its doors." Illyrio gasped, one trembling hand on his chest and the other gripping the edge of the chair. He took a moment to catch his breath before speaking, avoiding looking directly at Vlad. "I admit that I have dishonored our agreement, Great Kul," he finally managed to say, his voice broken. "But it hasn't been for pleasure. The eggs were delivered as part of a dowry." Vlad didn't respond immediately. He took a sip of wine and let it sit on his tongue for a few seconds before swallowing. His eyes remained fixed on the Magister, with no apparent anger. "Dowry?" he asked softly, as if the word seemed foreign to him. "Yes, for a young princess," Illyrio added, regaining some of his composure, though his voice still wavered. "Daenerys Targaryen." Vlad didn't move a muscle. He simply placed the glass on the table. "I don't recognize that name," he lied in a neutral tone. "Should I? She is the younger sister of King Viserys, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne." Illyrio spoke with more confidence. "I have sworn to serve the ancient house Targaryen. I have always acted in their interests, and it was King Viserys who ordered the eggs to be given as part of his sister's dowry, in order to seal an alliance that will allow him to reclaim what was taken from him." "And what does this have to do with me, Illyrio?" Vlad asked without changing his tone. "Or do you expect me to replace the suitor of this princess?" Illyrio shook his head, though the nervous smile that appeared on his lips betrayed him. "No, Great Kul. The princess has not yet been delivered, and Viserys is looking for a powerful ally, someone capable of providing him with an army. In exchange, he will offer his sister's hand." A heavy silence fell over the room. Vlad crossed one leg over the other and leaned slightly in his chair, as if evaluating whether it was worth keeping the Magister alive. "So you expect me to marry this princess?" he asked, with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Great Kul, it's actually a very advantageous deal. You would get 3 dragon eggs and a princess, and all you would have to do is help the young king in his conquest. Imagine the prestige of being the first Kul to conquer lands in Westeros," Illyrio argued, in a more measured tone, trying to sound reasonable. Vlad barely gave him a glance before standing up again, causing a visible shiver in the Magister. I will return in 2 weeks, Illyrio. Then I will meet this princess. If her appearance satisfies me, I will accept your deal. If not, prepare for the consequences of having played with my time. Silence fell once again like a weight. Illyrio nodded, swallowing nervously. I'll make the arrangements. Without saying another word, Vlad left the mansion and went in search of his blood riders and the man he had brought with him. He had no doubt that he would end up marrying Daenerys. It was one of the easiest ways to access the throne. That she was probably one of the most beautiful women in the world was just the cherry on top. In this universe, Daenerys is 16, which makes her participation not disturbing, since Vlad is technically only 18. Chapter 13, Introductions. This chapter was called The Fool. In fact, most of the Pentos arc was practically me using chapters from a fanfic called Game of Thrones, the prideful one, as a template. When I started the story, I had no intention of publishing it, so I didn't care where the words came from as long as they expressed my idea. Now that I've progressed, I feel obliged to rewrite the scenes to make them absolutely mine. But don't worry, the plot won't change much, as it will still follow the series closely. Thank you all for your readings and your understanding in this. The sun was beginning to set over Pentos when the sound of hooves echoed across the cobblestone courtyard of Illyrio Mopetus mansion. The Targaryen siblings waited at the top of the stairs, surrounded by columns and fine cloths that fluttered in the breeze. Viserys looked impatient, his purple cloak flowing behind him, while Daenerys remained silent beside him, watching attentively as the main gate opened. Illyrio stood among them, sweaty despite the shade, visibly nervous about the meeting. He had no doubt that Vlad would keep his promise to kill him if the young princess did not meet his expectations. The Blood Riders were the first to enter, tall men with stern faces and cold gazes, armed, wearing no armor but belts that decorated their shoulders, on which fine furs rested. It was the first time Illyrio had seen Dothraki dressed decently. Unlike the savagery that usually accompanied the Khalasars, their march was orderly. They looked more like trained soldiers than barbarians. The black horse that closed the formation was tall, with a shiny coat and firm steps. Riding on its back was a man with broad shoulders and strong arms that stood out even under his clothes. His pale blonde hair fell in a simple braid down his back. He wore black leather pants and a white silk shirt that contrasted with his pale skin. That's Vlad, Viserys murmured to his sister, leaning slightly towards her. Do you see how long his hair is? When the Dothraki are defeated, they cut it so everyone can see their shame. Kul Vlad has never been defeated. He's a savage, of course, but one of the best living assassins. Besides, all sorts of stories circulate about him. They say he has never been injured and that he impales his enemies. Daenerys, already nervous, tried to remain steady but couldn't stop a shiver from running down her spine. The man's eyes locked with hers. He didn't look her over like other men usually did, but instead held a strange intensity, as if he could see through her skin. Illyrio took a few steps forward and raised his voice with his usual theatricality. I present to you His Highness Viserys of House Targaryen, the third of his name, rightful king of the Undals, the Rhoynar, and the first man, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Vlad lifted his chin, staring seriously at the two young people before him. Viserys was scrawny and rather disappointing. His hair was less shiny than his sister's, just like his eyes. And his sister, Princess Daenerys of the Storm, of House Targaryen. Vlad dismounted without a word, with fluid and elegant movements, and walked toward them with measured steps. His riders stayed in formation, motionless. He stopped a few steps from Daenerys, paying little attention to Viserys, and studied her for a moment. Her hair was an almost unreal silver, and her eyes, a light violet, reflected nothing but fear. It was clear she didn't want to be there. She was still just a sheltered girl, nothing like the woman she would become in the future. Princess Daenerys, Vlad said, bowing his head slightly. You are more beautiful than the rumors say. It's a pleasure to meet you. His voice was deep, calm, and masculine. The tone was polite, and he maintained eye contact the entire time. Daenerys blinked, surprised. She hadn't expected the man, whom they associated with savages and dark rumors, to speak with such refinement. Viserys, somewhat annoyed at being ignored, spoke, trying to steer the conversation. Impressive. He speaks the common tongue better than I expected. Vlad turned his head toward him, not wiping the faint smile from his lips. And you speak it better than I expected. Prince Vlad said, intentionally emphasizing the title. The comment was so subtle that, for a moment, no one knew whether it had been a compliment or an insult. Viserys frowned. I trust you are pleased, Kul Vlad. My sister will undoubtedly be happy to become your wife, especially if it means recovering what is rightfully ours, Viserys said, pushing Daenerys forward as if she were a commodity at a market. Vlad cast a glance at Illyrio, deliberately ignoring Viserys, then returned his gaze to Daenerys. I accept the deal, he said calmly. If she agrees to be my wife, I will make House Targaryen sit once again on the Iron Throne, he added solemnly. Daenerys seemed surprised when her opinion was asked. She didn't want the marriage, she only longed for a home she didn't even remember. Viserys immediately spoke up. Of course, she accepts, Kul Vlad. My sister will be more than happy to be your wife, especially if it helps us recover what is rightfully ours, he said, pushing her a little to make her speak. I want to hear her say it. Vlad interrupted him sharply, his tone cold and cutting. The girl was nervous in front of Vlad, the difference in size was almost comical, but despite the fear, she didn't dare refuse. She didn't want to wake the dragon, as Viserys had warned her many times. It would be an honor to become your wife, Kul Vlad, she murmured, her voice trembling. Illyrio clapped lightly with a laugh, while Viserys smiled in satisfaction. How wonderful to see you both finally reunited. Come in, I have prepared a banquet worthy of my guests. Vlad cast one last look at Illyrio, then returned his gaze to Daenerys. Then he added without breaking eye contact, future wife, let's dine. With a nod, he turned and walked into the mansion, followed by Illyrio and his blood riders. Viserys stayed at the door, almost fantasizing about the throne he would reclaim, while Daenerys watched the figure walking away, her heart beating faster, unable to help but feel a little relief. At least the man she was being forced to marry wasn't the savage she had imagined. The dinner went smoothly. Daenerys, though still anxious, felt somewhat calmer thanks to Vlad's manners and attitude. He didn't seem different from a knight of Westeros, maybe just a little more severe. He was polite to her and addressed her directly, unlike the others, who spoke through her brother. Viserys, on the other hand, was offended. That barbarian did not treat him with the respect he was due, not even offering him a gift. To him, it was clear that despite his manners, Vlad was nothing more than a well-dressed barbarian. Still, he forced himself to endure and smile. Once he had his army marching over Westeros, he could reclaim the throne and be treated as he deserved. In fact, he thought Vlad would be easily replaceable. When the war began, the soldiers would see his incredible leadership skills and obviously choose to follow him without hesitation. After all, he was the true king. Chapter 14, The Dothraki Wedding. This chapter was originally called The Wedding. In reality, most of the Pentos arc was practically me using chapters from a fanfic called Game of Thrones, the prideful one, as a template. When I started the story, I didn't intend to publish it, so I didn't care where the words came from as long as they expressed my idea. Now that I've made progress, I feel compelled to rewrite the scenes so that they are entirely my own. But don't worry, the plot won't be much different, as it will still follow the series closely. Thanks to everyone for your readings and your understanding in this matter. In the months that followed, Vlad became a guest once again at Illyrio's mansion, and the initial tension gave way to a more pleasant routine. Over time, Daenerys began to relax in his presence, growing more comfortable during their walks through the gardens and the afternoons spent sharing wine and conversation. Vlad was an eloquent man when he wanted to be. He spoke to Daenerys about his battles, the years he had spent in the Dothraki, and how he had awakened there with no memory, barely clothed in a tunic. Of course, he omitted the part about remembering his past life, but even without that detail, his story was fascinating. He told her how, after defeating the Kul in combat, he had to fight even harder to earn the respect of his men. But now, everyone respected and feared him. He didn't say it with pride or boastfulness, it was more as if he wanted to teach her a lesson. Perhaps that's why Daenerys listened intently, as if there was something important in it for a reason she didn't yet understand. Vlad tried to skip over the part where Daenerys should have been broken so that she could mature, not because he suddenly loved her, but because he didn't have time. As the days passed, her objections to the marriage began to fade. Vlad wasn't just handsome and enigmatic, he was also someone who treated her with respect. Daenerys, accustomed to being treated as a bargaining chip or a burden, for the first time felt like a person. He didn't look at her as a prize or possession, but as herself, as if the respect he showed her was the most natural thing in the world. That simple gesture was enough for her to no longer feel as much fear when imagining a future with him. Vlad noticed her change in attitude and continued his subtle courtship, giving her gifts such as books about the histories of great rulers, hair ornaments, and even assigning former Valyrian slaves to serve as her handmaidens. He didn't forget to comment to Mera and Alyssa to instruct Daenerys in the complexities of being a woman and a wife, as he doubted Viserys had properly educated her in those matters. Viserys, on the other hand, became increasingly insufferable. Unable to stand that the attention no longer centered on him, he paraded around the mansion with airs of grandeur, boasting about his impending invasion of Westeros, about how he would crush his enemies and claim the Iron Throne, almost as if he were already fighting on the front lines. He was often heard making disparaging comments about Vlad when he thought he couldn't be heard. His attitude became more childish as the time for preparations dragged on, and his tantrums went from pathetic to annoying. When the 100 riders Vlad had summoned for the wedding arrived, the presence of those warriors seemed to especially offend Viserys. He felt overshadowed and, in a desperate attempt to prove his superiority, ended up in a duel. During a training session, while making moves with a wooden sword with the coordination of a dead fish, he allowed himself to mock the poor swordsmanship of the Dothraki warriors. One of them, who understood the common tongue, took this as an insult and challenged him to combat. The confrontation was brief and humiliating. Viserys fell to the dust in 3 moves, his chest bruised and tears in his eyes. Vlad intervened before the warrior could do him real harm, but still, Viserys whined and demanded that the head of that savage be brought to him. But it seemed that humiliation wasn't enough to shut Viserys up. In the following weeks, he dedicated himself to complaining about his horrible battle wounds, showing off his bruised torso as if he had survived an ambush. His complaints were constant, and every dinner became an opportunity for him to recount how, after a brutal duel, he was wounded by an opponent who used dirty tricks to defeat him. At that point, Vlad just wanted him to shut up. He was about to ask if they could speed up the wedding preparations if it meant finally getting rid of the endless whining of the beggar king. Luckily for him, the preparations were completed a week later, leading to a Dothraki-style wedding. The wedding took place in a vast square on the outskirts of Pentos, where hundreds of Dothraki gathered to honor their Kul and his new Khaleesi. A Dothraki wedding required no vows or priests, it was enough for a man to claim a woman before all. That was sufficient. There were no chairs or elaborate decorations, just carpets spread over the earth, colorful tents, and bonfires scattered everywhere. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of roasted meat. The drums began to beat loudly, marking a primitive rhythm that soon gave way to dancing, shouting, and the first fights. Men and women danced without shame, engulfed in wild and violent movements. Some women, semi-naked, twisted their bodies to the frantic beat of the drums, while drunken warriors punched each other amid laughter or broke wine jars over their companions' heads. The spectacle was raw, noisy, and savage. Daenerys sat beside Vlad, visibly uncomfortable. Her eyes darted away every time a dancer removed her clothes and began to move as if putting on a show for everyone, or when two men began to wrestle for the right to mount a woman. Her elegant dress, custom made by Illyrio, only accentuated the contrast with this wild environment. Vlad, on the other hand, appeared unperturbed. Dressed in black with a dark red cloak draped over his shoulders, he watched the celebration with a slight, almost indulgent smile. One by one, the blood riders, captains, and even merchants from Essos approached to present their gifts: swords, saddles, wine pitchers, leopard skins, candied dates, and even a bronze crown. Vlad accepted each gift with a few words and a nod. Finally, Illyrio approached with his heavy and ceremonial gait, accompanied by a couple of servants carrying a black wooden box. With both hands, the Magister presented it to Vlad. "Me lord, me lady," he said in a hoarse voice, looking Daenerys in the eyes. "Dragon eggs, Daenerys. From the shadowy lands beyond Asai. They have petrified, but they will always be beautiful," he announced grandly, nodding to Vlad, signaling that this was his part of the deal. Vlad accepted the gift, his gaze lingering for a moment on the eggs while he watched Daenerys caress them with fascination. Illyrio bowed slightly and withdrew, just as a scream echoed above the noise. Two men, who just a moment ago had been fighting for the dubious privilege of taking a dancer in the middle of the square, began a battle, crossing their weapons with the intent to kill. One of them quickly emerged victorious, cutting the other across the stomach, causing him to fall as his entrails spilled onto the ground. Daenerys visibly recoiled in disgust. "I see that, like me, you do not appreciate the subtleties of Dothraki celebrations," Vlad commented with irony. Daenerys blinked before replying with sincere discomfort, for she had learned that with Vlad, she could speak freely. "Yes, well, it's rather indecent." Vlad chuckled softly. "It's no different from what men do in Westeros, Daenerys. Only there, they do it behind closed doors," he shrugged. "Men bleed for money, women, or glory. It is the women's task to contain our stupidity." Illyrio, however, responded to the prince, who was shocked to see a man die before him. "A Dothraki wedding without at least 2 deaths is considered boring, my prince." Before Viserys could retort, a man dressed in dark leather approached. Stocky, with a short beard and a weathered face, he wore a sword at his side. He bowed before them with respect. "A small gift for the new Khaleesi," he said in a deep voice, handing over a bundle of books tied together. "Stories and songs from the 7 kingdoms." Daenerys looked at him in surprise, showing genuine interest for the first time. "Thank you, sir. Are you from my land?" "Yes, my lady. Ser Jorah Mormont, from Bear Island. I served your father for many years," he replied proudly. He then turned toward Viserys, who watched him suspiciously, and added courteously, "May the gods allow me to continue serving the rightful king." Viserys nodded haughtily, clearly pleased to receive the respect he thought he deserved. "We thank you, Ser Mormont," Vlad interrupted abruptly, fixing his gaze on the man. He knew exactly who he was and what he sought, but for now, the night could be of use to him. The celebration continued for some time. Vlad, though he did not appreciate unnecessary deaths or unchecked savagery, understood that he could not expect Dothraki men to change so quickly. Not yet, at least. When the moment arrived, Vlad calmly stood to retire to his wedding tent. With a subtle gesture, he indicated for Daenerys to take his hand. The women had already prepared the interior with soft furs and a bit of privacy for the newlyweds. A pity that Vlad had plans to consummate the marriage with a frightened girl. But still, he had to make it seem as if he would. Although Daenerys had become less reluctant to the marriage and even found some attraction toward Vlad, a wave of terror flooded her as she understood the meaning of that gesture. What girl wouldn't have felt the same? Alyssa and Mara had had a talk with her, explaining the mechanics of what the marriage entailed. And yes, Daenerys was terrified. Even so, gathering all the courage she could, Daenerys took Vlad's hand with her eyes fixed on the ground, ashamed. As they walked through the human corridor the guests had formed to let them pass. The festivities still raged in the square as Vlad led Daenerys to the wedding tent. Outside, the drums kept pounding, and the laughter and shouting of the Dothraki filled the night. Inside, however, silence reigned. The tent was dimly lit by oil lamps, and the air smelled of incense and furs. Daenerys entered with hesitant steps, her eyes fixed on the interior. She sat on the edge of the bed, made of thick furs and cushions, and remained there motionless, hands clasped in her lap and shoulders tense. She was breathing fast, eyes lowered, clearly on the verge of panic. Vlad watched her in silence for a few seconds. Then, with a soft but firm voice, he stepped a little closer. "You can be at ease," he said at last. "I have no intention of sleeping with you tonight." Daenerys looked up abruptly, her eyes wide as saucers. She opened her mouth to say something, but it took her a few seconds to find her words. But Viserys insists that we must, she stammered, swallowing hard. To seal the alliance. Vlad let out a short, mirthless laugh. Viserys lost any right to decide over your life, he answered calmly, stepping closer until he stood before her. You are my wife now, and he would do well to remember that. His words struck like cold water. Daenerys stared at him, mouth open, unsure if she should feel offended or relieved. She lowered her gaze again. Even so, I am your wife. You should, just do it, she said softly. Vlad crouched in front of her, so close their faces were only inches apart. Sex can be something tremendously pleasurable, Daenerys, he whispered. But only if both people want it. Otherwise, it's a farce. Or something worse. She looked up again. For a moment, their eyes met, and the tension shifted. It was no longer fear, but something harder to define. Confusion, perhaps. And a hint of curiosity. Then, what should we do? She asked in a very low voice. Vlad leaned in closer, and his lips brushed hers slowly and gently. It was a soft kiss, almost innocent. Daenerys felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Sleep, he finally replied after pulling away, with a faint smile. Before she could react, he carefully scooped her into his arms, lifting her as if she weighed nothing. He laid her beside him on the bed and wrapped an arm around her, drawing her to his chest. She remained stiff at first, confused, disbelieving, her heart pounding in her ears. I don't understand, she began, not really sure what she was asking. Go to sleep, Daenerys, Vlad murmured, closing his eyes as he spoke. We'll talk about this when there's no pressure. The warmth of Vlad's body, the silence of the tent, and the accumulated tension of the day began to take their toll. Slowly, Daenerys' eyelids grew heavy, and her breathing steadied. Within minutes, she had fallen asleep in his arms. Vlad, on the other hand, remained awake a while longer. He stared at the fabric ceiling of the tent, thinking of nothing in particular, and let out a long sigh as he felt the weight of his new wife resting peacefully against him. After a few more minutes, he finally closed his eyes and allowed sleep to take him to Chapter 15, The Descent. This chapter used to be called Checkmate. In truth, most of the Pentos arc was practically me using chapters from a fanfic called Game of Thrones, the prideful one, as a template. When I first started writing the story, I had no intention of publishing it, so I didn't care where the words came from as long as they expressed my ideas. But now that I've progressed, I feel the need to rewrite these scenes so that they're entirely my own. Don't worry, though the plot won't change much, since it will still follow the show fairly closely. Thank you all for reading and for your understanding. The days in Pentos passed quickly and peacefully for Vlad. His marital situation with Daenerys hadn't progressed much, but the girl seemed genuinely happy with her new life. Even though she preferred a more luxurious lifestyle, she was determined to adapt to the Dothraki way. She rode nearly every day, accompanied by her guards, and personally went out to purchase whatever supplies the camp needed. It must be said that although the Dothraki were barbaric and brutish, they did not disdain her efforts. In fact, the men who had brought her along seemed to genuinely appreciate her, whether for her looks or her personality. As for Vlad, he spent his days calmly, continuing to study the ritual to awaken the dragons. He had summoned his horde to come to Pentos to resupply before departing for V's Dothrak, so he had almost 3 months of margin before they arrived. Unfortunately, this didn't seem to please the Boy King, who complained loudly and incessantly, demanding that the men arrive sooner. Vlad barely restrained the urge to slap him. How did he expect his men to travel faster across the continent? By flying? Viserys' constant whining was becoming increasingly annoying, and he was often seen having secret conversations with Illyrio about how Vlad wasn't holding up his end of the bargain, and that it would be quicker to find another way to get an army. Vlad chose not to interfere with these pathetic conspiracies, because in truth, Viserys was nothing more than a weak and ridiculous man. So he continued with his routine. All was going well. A week after the wedding, Vlad met with his men in the courtyard to drink and celebrate. Celebrate what? It didn't matter. The men simply wanted an excuse to relax, and Vlad didn't mind being a little more permissive. He sat surrounded by his men around the fire. Even Jorah Mormont, who had coincidentally entered Daenerys' service, was among them. Viserys and Daenerys herself drank quietly amidst laughter. Jorah and the Blood Riders were having a lively debate about whether the arak or the sword was better, depending on the situation. Jorah defended the sword, arguing it was more versatile and designed to pierce the joints in armor. Talon, one of the Blood Riders, considered wearing armor to be cowardly, claiming it made any warrior slow. But when Jorah pointed out that armor could also keep one alive, Talon couldn't argue against it. Vlad watched the scene with a smile and a cup of wine in his hand. The men seemed content, and that was enough. Jorah leaned slightly toward Daenerys with a warm smile on his lips. I must admit, my queen, you've learned to ride quite quickly, he said as he raised his cup. You're doing well, the men will respect you more for it. Daenerys laughed modestly, then spoke in broken Dothraki. I'm not a queen, Jorah. I'm a Khaleesi, and a Khaleesi must know how to ride. The men around the fire, mostly Dothraki, looked impressed by the little queen who was learning their language so quickly. Perhaps it was the wine, but they decided to toast to her. They were delighted that their new Khaleesi was integrating so well, despite her appearance. And you're learning Dothraki quite fast, Jorah added with a chuckle. Talon nodded in approval, while another rider clanged his cup against a metal bowl of roasted meat in a gesture of recognition. Viserys, who had remained quiet until then, tensed upon seeing his sister surrounded by praise. He drank quickly, without enjoying the wine, as if needing an excuse to tolerate the scene. The compliments toward Daenerys were starting to push his patience to the limit. What's so great about learning the language of these savages? He snapped, already half drunk. You bow to her like she's some whore from Lys. Silence fell instantly. Even the riders stopped laughing, and Vlad glanced at him from the corner of his eye without moving, one eyebrow barely raised. Vlad was about to make a remark, but Daenerys spoke first. Be careful how you speak of them, brother. They are my people now, Daenerys said softly, without raising her voice. Perhaps the wine had given her some courage. The comment hit Viserys like a slap. He stood up so quickly that he knocked over his cup, spilling wine on one of the riders' tunics. How dare you give me orders? Do you think you're something now because you're queen of these savages? I am the dragon. The dragon? How dare you speak to me like that? He shouted, eyes bloodshot and his hand trembling as he pointed at everyone. No one replied. The Dothraki looked at him with a mix of disdain and amusement, while Jorah lowered his gaze in resignation. Mind your tone when speaking to my wife, boy, Vlad said in a calm, soft voice, but his eyes promised pain. Viserys knew that arguing with his sister was one thing but Vlad was another matter. So he merely scoffed, turned awkwardly, and walked off, muttering to himself. The feast continued even after Viserys left. There was a bit of tension at first, but it soon melted into the soft rhythm of drums, Dothraki chants, and the scent of roasted meat. Vlad didn't drink, but smiled pleasantly each time the riders raised their cups in honor of their Khaleesi. Daenerys, still blushing from the earlier scene, seemed more determined to show strength in front of everyone. But as the night wore on and the fire began to wane, Daenerys stood, wiped her hands on a cloth, and stepped away from the circle without saying a word. Vlad saw her leave but didn't stop her. The camp, now quieter, was bathed in shadow, lit only by slowly burning torches. Daenerys walked quickly, though her chest was tight with emotion. Her brother had always been irritable, but she wanted to make peace. After all, they were family. She reached Viserys' tent. The curtain of fabric was slightly open, revealing shadows inside. She paused, then pushed it aside gently. Viserys was on his knees, hunched over an open chest, hastily stuffing the 3 dragon eggs into a leather bag. Daenerys blinked, not immediately understanding what she was seeing. What are you doing? She asked quietly. Viserys jumped, turning awkwardly. He was sweaty, pale, and glassy-eyed from the wine. Oh, it's you, he spat. I'm leaving and I'm taking the eggs. Are you insane? She stepped forward, alarmed. What do you want them for? To sell? Yes? He shouted with a crooked, dangerous smile. I'll sell them, buy a ship, and pay for an army. Vlad hasn't kept his end of the deal. He said he'd gather his men and we'd have our throne. But there's no one. Nothing? The men are coming, Daenerys replied, trying to stay calm. They're on their way. Be reasonable, brother. Don't give me orders. He snapped, waving his free hand. Don't defend that savage. He's brainwashed you? He's got you playing house while I have nothing. You can't take the eggs, Daenerys said, stepping back. Vlad will kill you if you do. Don't give me orders. Viserys stood up, swaying, his face twisted with rage and wine. I am the dragon. I am the true king and that savage should bow before me? Suddenly, he drew his sword, pointing it toward Daenerys, making her gasp in fear. Come with me, he said abruptly, the tip trembling as it moved toward her neck. We'll go back to Bravus. I'll marry you to some rich noble. Someone who knows his place. Not that beast who has you under a spell. I don't want to marry anyone else, Daenerys whispered. It doesn't matter what you want? Viserys stepped forward, and the sword tip grazed her neck. It wasn't intentional, just a clumsy movement from his drunken state. But it was enough to leave a small cut that started bleeding immediately. Daenerys gasped, bringing a hand to her neck, eyes wide with shock and fear. Viserys froze, as if finally realizing what he'd done. Then the atmosphere changed. The torches flickered once, then began to go out one by one. The wind howled suddenly, lifting dust and making the tent fabric tremble. The shadows stretched, vibrating as if coming to life. Viserys looked around, confused, swaying. What is this? Suddenly, Vlad appeared out of nowhere, his face twisted with rage and his golden eyes glowing like fire. Before anyone could say a word, Viserys felt as if a hammer had smashed into his face. Chapter 16, Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. This chapter used to be titled Conspiracy. In truth, most of the Pentos arc was essentially me using the chapters from a fanfic called Game of Thrones, the prideful one, as a template. When I started this story, I had no intention of publishing it, so I didn't really care where the words came from as long as they expressed my idea. But now that I've made progress, I feel obligated to rewrite the scenes so that they are entirely mine. Don't worry, the plot won't be too different, as it will still follow the series closely. Thank you all for reading and for your understanding. Vlad remained motionless for just a moment, watching the blood trickle down Daenerys' neck. Without a word, he crossed the distance between them and struck Viserys with enough force to break something but not kill him. The first punch shattered his cheek, the second split his lip, the third broke his nose with a sickening crunch. Viserys fell to the ground, but Vlad didn't stop. He knelt over him, grabbed him by the hair, and raised his head just enough to slam his fist into his face again. And again. Blood splattered the floor, and several teeth flew. Vlad, stop! Daenerys cried, throwing herself toward him and grabbing his arm with both hands. Please, stop? Vlad looked at her, his face twisted with fury, his eyes red. For a second, he didn't seem to recognize her, but then his fist loosened, though he didn't rise just yet. You're a fool, Daenerys, he growled, his voice hoarse and deep. If you think your mercy is well spent on this man, then you're an idiot. That bastard wouldn't hesitate to sell you to a brothel if it meant he could reclaim his throne. He doesn't love you. Daenerys trembled, tears running down her cheeks. She pressed her lips together before whispering, he's my only family. Vlad turned his face toward her, his expression hardened. Not anymore, he said coldly. I am your husband now, and I swear by all that is sacred, I will burn to ashes before I allow that bastard to touch you again. She sobbed, lowering her gaze, but knelt beside him, her voice breaking with anguish. Please, don't kill him. Not like this. I don't want you to be the cause of his death. If that happens, I'll never be able to forget it. Vlad took a deep breath, his fists tense, his whole body still trembling with fury. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then he slowly stood up. Viserys, bloody and disfigured, barely managed to sit up. He muttered something unintelligible, though the arrogance still flickered in his half-closed eyes. Vlad approached him calmly, with absolute contempt in his gaze. He crouched down and whispered a single word. Fall. And Viserys dropped to his knees instantly, unable to understand why his muscles had betrayed him. Vlad kept his voice low, almost intimate. If you ever try to harm your sister again, your heart will stop on the spot. At that moment, several men entered, alerted by the commotion. They froze at the sight, tense. Take him away, Vlad ordered, not taking his eyes off Viserys. Tend to his wounds, and then lock him up. In a cell where he'll eat what livestock eats. That will be his crown now. The men nodded, dragging away the unconscious and battered prince. Daenerys stood beside Vlad, her tears still fresh. She gave her brother one last look, then turned and slowly walked away. Vlad watched her go, still tense, his hands still stained with blood. Then he murmured, more to himself than to her. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves, Daenerys. You'll learn that soon. Then he simply walked away to clean himself. Vlad returned to his tent in silence, his face clean but still furiously tense. Not with Viserys, but with himself. How could he have been so foolish? He had assumed that the events he knew would unfold in the same sequence as the original timeline. He should have known that, in reality, someone as unstable as Viserys would be completely unpredictable. How naive. How arrogant. He entered his tent without bothering to raise the threshold curtain too much. The place was dark, save for the dim glow of a few candles. He pulled off his blood-stained shirt, tossed it into a corner, and put on a clean tunic without bothering to tie it. Daenerys was lying on the bed in silence. She looked asleep, but her eyes were open, fixed on the figure that had just entered. Vlad said nothing. He didn't want to disturb her further. He simply moved to his work table, picked up a few scrolls, and began preparing what he needed to continue the ritual. At this point, it was a good way to relax. Then he felt her approach. Daenerys walked slowly, completely naked, her feet bare and her hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. She slid up behind him and embraced him from behind, wrapping her arms around him, her warm breasts pressing against his back, her breath soft and warm against his skin. Vlad didn't turn around right away, but spoke in a low voice. Are you all right? He received no answer. Only silence, and the warmth of her body. Then, with quiet insistence, Daenerys turned him around in his seat. She leaned in and kissed him. It wasn't a timid kiss, but a deep one, hungry, full of longing. Vlad held her by the waist and kissed her back with passion, but still stopped, trying to restrain her. You're not thinking clearly, he murmured against her lips as she reached for his belt, undoing it. You've been through too much today. Daenerys didn't stop. She looked into his eyes with a mix of tenderness, heat, and that stubbornness so typical of her. I need you, she whispered. Please, help me forget. Vlad closed his eyes. He could say no, he could be rational, but he knew she wanted him, she needed him, and even if the timing wasn't ideal, she had asked for it. That was enough. He kissed her again, this time without hesitation. His arms wrapped around her completely, he lifted her effortlessly by the hips and carried her to the bed. If Daenerys wanted to forget, then Vlad would give her a night that would make her forget even her name. And so they spent their first night as husband and wife, lost in moans, gasps, and the muffled cries of the last Targaryen princess. Chapter 17, Good Wife. The night passed quickly. Daenerys had changed her behavior since she woke up that morning. She was kinder, more prone to physical affection. She hadn't suddenly become a loving and devoted wife, but it was clear that she felt more comfortable with him, seeking his touch naturally. Vlad, for his part, continued roaming Illyrio's mansion, dedicating himself to perfecting the ritual with the help of his spellbook. His plan went beyond simply awakening the dragons. He intended to imbue them with his essence and, at the same time, absorb some of theirs. In theory, this would not only grant him the fire immunity typical of dragon blood, but it would also strengthen the creatures, since his own existence was essentially blood and magic. As for Daenerys, her role in the ritual remained uncertain, or whether she even had one. Vlad knew she wasn't a chosen one whose blood was essential for the process. The Valyrians had started as humble shepherds. It was the magic that bound their blood to that of the dragons, and there was no reason why he couldn't replicate it. The problem was that, for now, he simply didn't know how. He could take his time to study the matter, or simply include her in the ritual. Her blood could act as a bridge and a catalyst, and he might even gain some benefit from it, like an increase in his magical abilities. Meanwhile, his wife was making an effort to stay busy. He often saw her walking through the hallways while he read, bringing him snacks of her own accord or quickly removing his cloak when he returned from his walks. Vlad was almost moved. The young woman seemed genuinely trying to be a good wife. At those moments, he was almost sure that the poor girl simply longed to cling to the only man who had treated her like a human being. He understood that codependency was far more believable than love that appeared out of nowhere. In fact, he had considered sleeping with her again in a few days, just to see how she would react. But apparently, the girl had other plans. Days before he could do anything, she decided to confront her husband. The door to the study creaked open. Vlad didn't look up from his spellbook, but he recognized the soft rustle of Daenerys' sandals on the floor. "Do you need something?" he asked, turning a page. She didn't respond immediately. She stood there in the doorway, visibly nervous. Vlad could hear her quickened heartbeat and smell the fear emanating from her skin. Finally, she spoke, in a voice lower than usual. "Don't you like me?" Vlad paused, his fingers halting over the scroll. Slowly, he looked up. Daenerys remained tense, her lips tight and shoulders slightly hunched, as if bracing for a blow. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, but her eyes, those violet eyes, didn't look away from his. "Where did you get that idea?" he asked, closing the book. She swallowed hard. You haven't tried again." The words got stuck in her throat. Vlad understood. He leaned back in the chair, watching her. The fragility of her posture was almost painful to witness. "It has nothing to do with you, Daenerys." She frowned, as if the simplicity of that answer didn't convince her. "Then why?" "Because I didn't want to rush you," he interrupted gently. "I thought you'd prefer some time to adapt. The other night was very nice, but you were in mourning, not thinking clearly. So I thought I'd give you time to reconcile." Daenerys blinked, perplexed, as if the idea of someone offering her time was absurd. I am your wife," she murmured, as if that explained everything. "And does that mean I can't treat you with respect?" He replied with a playful smile, but she didn't respond to his humor. Vlad understood her insecurities. In this world, the concept of consent simply didn't exist. If a husband wanted sex, it was accepted, whether his wife wanted it or not. But he was different. Killing on the battlefield and his behavior in daily life had nothing to do with each other. Vlad lived by a simple phrase: nobility obliges. "It's my duty," he insisted, though it seemed more like he was trying to convince himself than her. "And if there's something I should change or do differently." Vlad stood up with a fluid movement. She didn't step back, but her breathing became shallow as he approached, stopping just a step away. "You don't need to change anything," he said, raising a hand to caress her cheek. She held her breath. Vlad knew exactly what his touch did to her and he enjoyed it. "But if you insist on fulfilling your duty." The irony in his voice was unmistakable. Daenerys, however, nodded seriously, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. Vlad let out a chuckle, half amused, half exasperated. "Very well." He gently took her wrist. "Let's go." She barely had time to protest before he led her down the hallways, straight to the master bedroom. When the door closed behind them, the nearby servants scattered quickly. Minutes later, the first muffled moans from Daenerys echoed against the walls. After that night, Vlad's married life turned out to be surprisingly pleasant. Daenerys proved to be a passionate lover, and she seemed to genuinely enjoy spending entire afternoons receiving his attention. Vlad attributed this to the lack of sexual creativity among the lords of Westeros. Usually, the only ones who knew what they were doing in bed were the prostitutes, while the powerful nobles focused solely on producing as many heirs as possible. So, while he waited for the arrival of his Khalasar outside the city, Vlad found himself juggling between perfecting the ritual and pleasing his wife. Anyone could guess which activity he preferred. But all good things must come to an end. Several days later, his men finally arrived, and Vlad went out to meet them, accompanied by his Khaleesi. Their Khalasar had arrived, nearly 30,000 men. Obviously, Pentos was in turmoil, but Illyrio made sure that panic didn't spread. After all, they were leaving. One of his blood riders stepped forward and bowed as they approached the group. Khaleesi, what do the scouts say?" Vlad asked. "Clear path ahead, blood of my blood," Talon replied. "Make sure everyone is ready. We march at dawn," Vlad ordered, then took his wife's hand to lead her to a more private place. "How do you control all this?" she asked, looking at the camp. Vlad smiled and responded with another question. "Have you ever wondered how someone like me managed to gather a Khalasar of 30,000 riders without having to fight for leadership every day? I know I have presence, but that alone isn't enough. I'm not Dothraki." She tilted her head. "Yes, I've wondered. You don't seem as cruel as the bards say." "The answer is simple," he said, raising a hand. "I wield my sword with the same ease with which I wield magic." Vlad drew a dagger from his belt and spun it in the air. Before it fell, flames engulfed it without consuming it. "Fear is useful, darling. But magic is a universal language that every man fears," he said, extinguishing the flames with a gesture of his hand. And with that revelation, Daenerys' world changed just a little more. Chapter 18, The Knowledge of the Immortals. As soon as he finished speaking, the objects inside the tent began to levitate, floating around them in a hypnotic dance. Jewels, vases, and trinkets gently spun through the air, obeying his will. Daenerys widened her eyes, not in fear, but in absolute awe. Vlad smiled at her reaction and decided to show her more. I am the ultimate warrior, Daenerys, he said in a deep voice. I am faster. Before she could blink, he had already vanished from her sight, moving from one end of the tent to the other in the blink of an eye. Stronger. He grabbed a spear resting near the entrance and, without effort, bent it with his bare hands. All thanks to magic. And with it, I will conquer this continent, and the next. He stopped right in front of her, fire dancing between his fingers as if it were an extension of his arms. Daenerys looked at him with shining eyes, surprised, excited, and aroused. Without warning, she threw herself into his arms, kissing him with intensity. Can you teach me? She asked in a soft, eager voice. He smiled against her lips, letting himself enjoy the moment. Of course, my dear. After spending several hours enjoying each other's company, Daenerys couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and began to bombard him with questions. Vlad, unhurried, answered most of them. He spoke of some of his abilities and shared part of his plans for Essos and Westeros. And when he mentioned he knew a way to bring dragons back, the princess's excitement was so intense she nearly managed to drain a vampire dry. The journey to Dothraki was about as exciting as watching grass grow. To pass the time, Vlad taught Daenerys how to throw knives, and she told him stories about Westeros, her childhood, and dragons. Days later, they finally arrived at standing before the massive gates of Dothraki, known as the Horse Gate. According to what he had read, it was the most imposing thing in the whole city, and honestly, he had to admit, they weren't lying. The two colossal bronze stallions loomed over them, their hooves brushing the sky, forming an arch that looked like the entrance to a legendary world. There was something almost mystical about their presence. Not bad at all, Vlad murmured as he rode beneath the arch on horseback. The tails don't do it justice, added Daenerys, riding at his side, her gaze still fixed on the statues. Beyond the majestic arch, Dothraki was nothing more than a slave market with absolutely nothing special. Mud huts clustered around smoking fire pits, half-naked children ran through piles of trash, and the air reeked of horse piss mixed with rancid spices. Next time, I'll believe the books a little less, Daenerys whispered, wrinkling her nose. Smells just like the stories, Vlad joked, covering his nose with a cloth. To be honest, the jewel of Dothraki culture was little more than a slum. The only difference from a regular Dothraki camp was that here, they didn't kill each other at every opportunity. It was almost endearing that the barbarians respected the sanctity of the place. Of course, their arrival didn't go unnoticed. In this timeline, Vlad commanded one of the largest kalassars of all. The problem was, his appearance didn't go unnoticed either. Though he often went shirtless, his obvious hygiene and lack of a braid made sure that, a few days after his arrival, the Dothraki summoned him. Naturally, Vlad had plans, so he agreed to see them not without leaving behind two blood riders, newly turned vampires, to watch over Daenerys. The Dothraki awaited him inside the temple, surrounded by a circle of braziers emitting thick, aromatic smoke. Vlad entered without flinching, walking with firm steps, braidless and without escort, but with a presence that filled the room like a tangible shadow. The old women watched him with disdain the moment he crossed the threshold. You are not Dothraki, spat one of them, a hunched woman with a cutting voice. Are you a lost boy who stole a kalassar of weak men? Another stood up, pointing at him with her bony fingers. You reek of foreign magic. And your skin is pale like the dead. You are an omen. Misfortune will fall upon all who follow you. The gods will punish the falskull. He shall be chained and sold, added a third, met with murmurs of approval. Vlad let them speak. He stood in the center of the temple, unblinking, with his arms crossed behind his back. He said nothing. Not a single word. The crones kept on with their insults, growing bolder, spitting on the ground. They were quite creative, actually. Then, without changing his expression, Vlad extended both hands, just a subtle gesture, like caressing the air. Silence. And do not move. The effect was immediate. All the women froze in place, as if an invisible wave had swept through the temple. Their lips clamped shut, their bodies tensed, and their eyes widened to the limit, trapped within themselves. Only their heavy breathing and the frantic pounding of their hearts revealed they were still conscious. Vlad walked among them calmly, a relaxed smile curving his lips. Relax, he said in a soft, almost paternal voice. I won't hurt you. Not yet. I need you. He stopped before the spokeswoman, the oldest of them all, the one who had dared point at him. With a light flick of his wrist, her eyes lost their light. She was now under his complete control. Tell them you've had a vision, he ordered, his voice turning into a whisper that echoed softly in the woman's mind. Tell them the gods spoke to you, and that all the kalassars must return to the sacred city. A great prophecy is about to be revealed. Every Kul must come, with his blood riders, his warriors, and his weapons. The old woman nodded, stripped of will. Vlad stepped back, and with another flick of his hand, the rest were released from their paralysis. Some dropped to their knees, gasping, others stared at him in pure terror. Thank you for your attention. You will not speak to anyone about what happened here. You will lock yourselves inside this temple and ask for food to be brought to you. You will give no explanations, and see no one, until all the leaders have arrived, Vlad said, turning with elegance to leave the temple. Oh, and one last thing. He stopped for a moment before crossing the threshold, without looking back. From now on, you will show respect when you address me. Enjoy your final days. And with that, he left the temple. Chapter 19, Dothraki. Vlad's stay in Dothraki was surprisingly pleasant. He spent his time in his tent, in the company of Dracareris, enjoying pleasant meals as they talked about anything and everything. He had shared his plan with her and kept her informed about the massacre that was coming. The poor girl, of course, had expressed concern for his well-being and asked him to consider a more reasonable and less violent alternative. Vlad laughed as he kissed her forehead. The thought that he could conquer anything with words was adorable. As for the preparations, he didn't need much. Really, if he wanted to, he could destroy any army on his own. What army of men could stand against him? The problem was the waiting. Just the messenger's journey would take weeks, then more weeks for the Kalassars to prepare, more time for them to set out, and even more for them to arrive. If it weren't for the need to carefully prepare the runic sets for the ritual, he would have died of boredom. The only positive point was Dracareris, who was becoming more and more open with him, talking freely, even making jokes and showing a tendency to seduce him of her own accord, which he enjoyed. After all, what man didn't like to feel desired? After almost 2 months in that pompous flea market, the horse lords finally began to arrive. Vlad could see the clouds of dust raised by the riders from a distance and practically hear their war cries. There were at least 90,000 men, divided into at least 15 Kalassars. Vlad was thrilled. At the end of the day, they would be his men. Or corpses. After spending a couple of full days setting up camp around the city, the leaders of the Kalassars finally entered V's Dothraki, each accompanied only by their blood riders and Khaleesi. Vlad didn't even bother to ask their names, he simply prepared his own blood riders and Dracareris for the ceremony. The leaders of the Kalassars entered one by one into the temple, their firm steps resonating on the stone. In the center of the room, the Dothraki were gathered around a large bonfire, their faces tense, their expressions neutral, all were under Vlad's compulsion. He was already there, ahead of everyone. Sitting in one of the chairs set aside for the Cals, he waited patiently for them to gather around the fire. The eldest of the women raised her hands and, with a trembling voice, proclaimed, "The great stallion has spoken to us in dreams," she announced. "The one who will ride the world is here, among the 16 Cals who honor this sacred land." One of the warriors, a man broad as a bull, furrowed his brow. "There are only 15 Cals gathered here," he pointed out the obvious. Vlad stood up. The darkness that seemed to cover his position lifted as if a torch had dispersed it. "I am here," he announced, holding his scarlet witch, the Valyrian steel sword. The Dothraki suddenly blinked, as though waking from a long sleep. The same elder who had announced the prophecy pointed at him with a trembling finger, her eyes filled with dread. "It's a demon? He used vile sorcery to control us, to make us call you here? Kill him?" Another one cried. "Bleed him dry and bury his body before he condemns us all." Chaos threatened to erupt. Some Cals were already reaching for their weapons. But Vlad didn't move. He simply looked at his blood riders and ordered calmly. "Protect her," he said, referring to Dracareris, who watched from a corner with a furrowed brow and held breath. Karan and Nork immediately positioned themselves by her side, their vampiric senses alert to everything around them. Vlad turned his gaze to the rest, one by one, without hurry, as if he already knew exactly what was going to happen. "I challenge each of you," he then said, his tone laden with disdain. "Here and now, for the leadership of the Dothraki." "Kill him?" roared the youngest Kul, almost frothing at the mouth. "Surrender," ordered another, older, with cold eyes. "You're surrounded." Vlad practically smiled, savoring the moment before responding. "The only thing I'm surrounded by is fear." He then looked at them all and continued in a calm voice. "And dead men." And then, they all attacked at once. Nearly 30 men, the Cals, their blood riders, all leaping from their seats and charging at him with a crash of steel and war cries. For an instant, the world seemed to freeze. The fire from the bonfire cast shadows against the walls as the warriors charged towards Vlad. But for him, everything happened slowly, as if time itself had yielded to his will. He saw clearly the gleam of each drawn blade, the tightening of muscles, the sweat beading on brows, the steps raising dust in slow motion. He inhaled deeply. The air smelled of leather, old blood, wood smoke, and fear. His body moved fast. He took one step, just one, but it was enough to dodge 3 blows. He twisted his torso, tilted his neck, and felt the blade of an axe brush his hair without reaching his skin. Another strike came from the right, descending, but his left arm rose with precision. He caught the attacker's wrist and broke it with a sharp twist before plunging the man's own blade into his neck. "One," he whispered to himself. A rider lunged from the side with a spear, aiming to pierce his flank. Vlad spun on his foot, caught the spear with his bare hand, and dragged the man towards him as though he were a toy, then propelled him into another man charging with 2 short swords. The spear's point pierced the second man's chest before both fell, and then, without looking, he threw his sword upwards. The blade spun unnaturally in the air, turning upon itself as Vlad dodged an axe swing under the elbow of another enemy and slid between them as though it were all part of a carefully rehearsed choreography. One enemy attacked him from behind, thinking he had the advantage, but the sword spun in the air, deflecting his blade with a metallic ring. Vlad caught it mid-flight with his free hand and drove it into the throat of another. The circle didn't close. They fought in a group, surrounding him, but he had already killed 4 men in less than a second. His long blonde hair moved with every turn. Vlad kicked the body of a dead man with such force that it sent it crashing into 2 other riders. One fell. The other was caught by a hand that grabbed his neck and slammed him against a pillar. 3 more, one with a mace, another with curved blades, and a third with a long spear. Vlad advanced. A mace was dodged with a minimal movement of his head. Vlad's hand sank into the enemy's chest as though the flesh were clay. With a yank, he lifted him and used him as a shield against the following blades. He then threw the man at the center one, spun on himself, and dropped his knee onto the third's neck, breaking it. Blood soaked the stone. And Vlad felt it. Without even turning, he extended his senses, and the blood pooled under his feet rose like reddish threads. At his command, they solidified and, like spears, pierced the legs of the riders trying to flank him. Only when they fell did Vlad stop moving. The last 5 looked at him with a mix of fury and fear. The ground was covered in bodies, hot blood, and broken bones. Vlad breathed calmly, as if all of it were nothing more than a well-rehearsed dance. He rested the tip of his sword on the ground. The Scarlet Witch, as though following an unspoken command, stood perfectly balanced. You are Cals, warriors of the Great Stallion. Honor your name. And the last ones charged, shouting. Vlad smiled. The Scarlet Witch rose from the ground as though moved by his hands, but it was not so. As fast as lightning, it spun on itself, dancing among the last men standing. Valyrian steel, the metal that cuts through anything, sliced through the trembling necks of the former barbarian leaders, now terrified after Vlad's display, until the last of them fell. Then, there was only silence. A minute had passed. Chapter 20, Kol of Cals. Daenerys remained standing in a corner of the temple, protected by the 5 blood riders almost as tall as Vlad who stood firm, ready to strike down anyone who dared approach her. But there was no need. Their broad shoulders didn't allow her a clear view, and yet she could still make out Vlad's figure, moving with the grace of the most gifted dancer in Pentos. He wasn't moving particularly fast for a man, and yet he dodged every attack as if he could see them coming before they were even thrown. Daenerys saw him take a spear from one enemy and use it to impale another, then spin and leap to break the neck of a third with the motion of his fall. She had never witnessed anything like it. Vlad made killing look like a dance, as if each movement was part of a choreographed performance. And Daenerys felt her knees tremble as she saw him standing there, facing the last 5 warriors still alive less than a minute into the fight. Vlad said something, but Daenerys didn't hear it. She couldn't. She could only look at him, mesmerized. She had never seen anything so horrifying. She had never seen anything so beautiful. His broad, powerful back. His immense arms, tensing with every movement. His bare chest, covered in blood that, instead of repulsing her, made him seem even more imposing. He was brutal. He was majestic. She wanted him right then and there, without delay. But the fantasy shattered when Vlad spoke. Daenerys, he called, shaking her gently. Yes, sorry. Did you say something? She answered, startled, blushing to the tips of her ears. I asked if you were all right. Vlad looked at her in a strange way. After all, he could smell what the little princess was thinking. Yes. I'm excellent. You fought incredibly, she replied, and though she seemed to have regained her composure, her expression made it clear she was deeply impressed by Vlad's performance. Vlad just raised an eyebrow at her before turning to his blood riders. Talon, take her to the tent. Protect her at all costs, he ordered. As you command, blood of my blood. Vlad then turned toward the temple doors, but not before making a gesture toward the Dothraki lane, who were huddled in a corner, terrified. Controlling their blood, he stopped their hearts in unison. It was the least they deserved. After all, they had saved him nearly 2 years of war by gathering all the Cals in one place. What followed wasn't a particularly pleasant annexation. Vlad presented himself to each of the Cals camps with the head of their leader in his hands. He made it clear that he had defeated him in combat and that, by right, all their armies now belonged to him. Needless to say, the Dothraki were not pleased. Whether because of his appearance or a desire for revenge, many attacked alone, in groups, many declared themselves new Cals, many tried to kill him. They all died. For 2 weeks, Vlad focused solely on eliminating anyone who refused to follow his command. He did not allow any man in his army to intervene. He did it all by himself. Each challenger was impaled on a 3-meter-high wooden spike, driven deep into the ground, leaving their bodies suspended in the air as a silent warning. 20,000 men impaled was the final count. Of the nearly 90,000 scattered across the various camps, 20,000 formed what would henceforth be known across Essos as the Forest of the Dead. No one opposed Kul Vlad anymore. Every man in his horde followed him with that unusual blend of respect and fear that only a Dothraki could feel. Then came logistics. Organizing so many men was a difficult, full-time job, but at least Vlad could count on the help of his blood riders and even Daenerys, who proved surprisingly skilled at managing parts of the immense horde. Naturally, Vlad needed to establish some rules. He made it clear, no killing children, and no rape. The barbarian horse lords seemed especially offended by the latter, as if it were an essential part of their culture. For them, looting and rape were rites of conquest as natural as drinking water or riding a horse. But a quick walk through the Forest of the Dead was enough for their complaints to turn, quite suddenly, into cooperation. King's Landing. Robert Baratheon barely paid attention to the first messenger who brought the news. He spoke of a man who bathed in blood during battle and impaled his enemies, a man who had filled the landscape with impaled corpses numbering in the thousands. Still, a problem on the other side of the world didn't interest him in the slightest. But when Varys presented a more detailed report on what was happening in the plains of Essos, the king shifted in his seat with an expression of annoyance. Are you telling me some damn foreigner has gathered all the Dothraki under his command? He growled, gripping the arms of his chair with hands barely visible beneath his large belly. Not exactly all of them, my king Varys replied with his signature enigmatic smile. But his army already exceeds 100,000 riders. And it seems his Khaleesi is none other than Daenerys Targaryen. Robert fell silent for a moment before hurling the wine cup he had been drinking from to the floor. The girl? That dragon spawn? Now she's married to some demon from Essos? Even across the sea, the stories of the Impaler had reached them. Ned Stark, seated to his right, frowned with visible concern. The Dothraki have never crossed the narrow sea. They have no ships, nor do they seek them. His voice was firm, but Varys raised a finger before he could continue. True, but Vlad Dracul is not a Dothraki. He has proven his capabilities. He's unified the riders through discipline and terror. You've all heard the stories of the Forest of the Dead. Tales to frighten children. Pisel interrupted with disdain. My little birds confirm them, Varys insisted, though he could see most still believed it was just a story. Renly let out a disbelieving laugh, shaking his head. The Dothraki following rules? That's a first. Indeed, my lord. Varys nodded. And not only that. He's established contact with merchants in Pentos and Myr. He's resupplying, quite generously I must say. Robert slammed his mug onto the table, splashing wine across the cloth. To hell with the merchants of Essos. If he sets one foot in Westeros, I'll crush him. But Ned wasn't convinced. He knew his friend had a nasty habit of underestimating his enemies. It's not just Daenerys. 80,000 unified riders, reorganized, it's more dangerous than you think. What if he acts under Viserys' command? They could be preparing an invasion. Robert scoffed, brushing the matter aside. In his mind, there was no reason to fear anyone from Essos. Keep us informed, Spider, and bring me more wine. I'm the king, damn it, he growled, quickly losing interest and moving on to the next item on the agenda. Chapter 21, Reactions. At Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister read the report in his private study with an impassive face, setting the parchment aside after finishing it in full. Kevin, at his side, waited for a comment, but the Lannister patriarch merely closed his eyes for a moment before speaking. 80,000 riders, well trained. Led by a man we know nothing about, but who has the last Targaryen as his wife. Kevin nodded, folding his arms. And they say he cannot be wounded. Tywin barely spared him a glance. Men always say foolish things when they don't understand something. Do you think he'll cross the sea? Tywin remained thoughtful, weighing his words carefully. If he does, Westeros will have to unite to face him. But I don't think he's that foolish. Not yet. And what will we do? Wait. Watch. And if the time comes, profit from it, as we always have. His voice held no fear, only pragmatism. If Vlad Dracul became a real threat, he would deal with him as he had dealt with many others before. In Highgarden, Olenna Tyrell listened to the news with a cup of wine in her hand and an expression of disbelief, while her son Mace appeared visibly skeptical. So now we have some impaling monster conquering the other side of the world? Mace scoffed. Bard's exaggerating again. Olenna, however, was far less relaxed. If the rumors are true, this could shift the balance of power in Essos. And if Daenerys Targaryen uses those savages to fight for the throne? Mace waved a hand dismissively, not even bothering to consider the possibility. Bah, let the man do whatever he wants in Essos. If he sets foot in Westeros, let the Baratheons or the Starks deal with him. We have other priorities. Olenna rubbed her temples, once again wondering how she could have raised such an idiot of a son. If it weren't impossible, she would have thought her husband had been unfaithful. In Sunspear, Doran Martell listened to the news while staring out at the sea from his balcony, the sound of the waves echoing through his thoughts. Vlad Dracul? He whispered, testing the name on his lips. A new player in the game. Ario Hota, by his side, remained silent, but his expression was cautious. They say he has banned the killing of children and rape in his army. Hota continued. An interesting man. Not a typical Dothraki. Doran nodded slowly, his fingers drumming on the armrest of his chair. No, he seems more like a conqueror. Hota nodded in understanding of the prince's train of thought. Let's see if he wants more from the last Targaryen than just a wife. If he fights for the throne, we might support him. Doran kept his gaze on the horizon, remaining silent for a long time before giving his final order. Keep me informed. 2 months later, Sea of Grass. The ritual would take place on the night, when the full moon stood at its zenith. In the center of the camp, a circle marked with ash and salt surrounded a massive pyre, fed by wood that crackled fiercely. Atop the fire, arranged on an iron altar, rested 4 dragon eggs, one black with crimson veins, another deep black with silvery reflections, a red one glowing with orange hues, and the last one a dark green with bronze shadows. Around the altar, 8 Dothraki prisoners and mercenaries captured during Vlad's campaigns knelt with their hands tied and their eyes blindfolded with blood-stained cloth. Silence reigned, broken only by the crackling of flames. Vlad stood at the center of the circle, his bare chest covered in runes drawn in blood, written in High Valyrian according to the ancient instructions from his book. In his hands, he held a Valyrian steel dagger, using it to trace runes into the ground with his blood, all lines converging toward the center of the circle. Beside him, Daenerys watched the scene with a solemn expression, wrapped in a white dress that billowed in the wind. Her eyes, fixed on him, showed concern at how much of his blood the ritual demanded. When the silence became absolute, Vlad spoke. His voice was a deep whisper, like thunder resonating in the bones of all present. It seemed like a song, a melody in High Valyrian that sounded more like a dark lullaby than a spell. Taking the dagger, he stepped toward the first prisoner and, without hesitation, slid the blade across his throat. The blood gushed in a hot stream that Vlad directed toward the eggs. The fire seemed to blaze higher, dancing in more intense golden and red tones. A second prisoner fell, then a third. With each death, the fire roared louder, as if it fed not only on the wood. Vlad felt the heat enveloping his body, the magic seeping into his flesh, into his blood, into his bones. When the final sacrifice was made, Vlad raised the dagger and, without flinching, plunged it into his own palm and then into Daenerys's. The girl winced, holding back the pain as the blade cut her skin. Their blood dripped onto the eggs, hissing as it touched the scalding surface. Then, he looked at Daenerys, and with a somber smile, they joined their bleeding hands. "Come," Vlad said softly to his wife. She hesitated for a moment but then nodded and stepped forward, her steps steady despite the crackling fire. Together, they entered the pyre. The heat was unbearable, a searing sensation that pierced the skin and burned the innards. Vlad forced himself to stay upright, his body resisting, even as his skin burned and his muscles tensed under the pressure of the flames. The fire licked his arms and chest, leaving charred marks on his flesh, though his regeneration slowly began to counteract the damage. Daenerys, on the other hand, remained untouched, her silver hair flowing in the fiery wind, her eyes fixed on the eggs, as if she could feel something awakening within. Then, it happened. A crack, like distant thunder, echoed from the heart of the fire. One egg fractured, then another. A blinding light burst from the cracks, and a primal screech, a sharp, ancient sound rose above the roar of the flames. The dragons began to hatch. Chapter 22, Ritual. Vlad fell to his knees, feeling the searing pain of his wounds, his scorched skin, and his body exhausted from the effort of containing the agony. The ritual consumed both magic and blood, and he, a creature born of both, felt weak, slow. The magic he had invoked was draining his energy, as if the very essence of his were being absorbed by the fire. Daenerys knelt beside him, her expression filled with concern. "You're hurt," she said, her voice trembling. She had never seen him injured before. He let out a hoarse laugh, revealing blood-stained fangs. "I'll heal." With a little blood, he replied with a smile that failed to reassure her. The newborn dragons crept closer, their small, steaming bodies climbing over the remains of the pyre, nuzzling their parents with their snouts as they nestled around Vlad. Vlad turned his gaze toward his blood riders. "Bring me Alyssa and Mara," he ordered, referring to the former slaves he usually fed from. Normally, they also served as Daenerys' handmaidens. But Daenerys stopped him. With an expression full of worry, she extended her wrist to him, her hand trembling slightly. "There's no time, you're still bleeding," she said, voice breaking, her eyes filled with anguish. Her hand shook as she brought her wrist to his mouth. "That's not necessary, my dear," Vlad said, trying to stop her, but she cut him off with a pleading tone. "Drink, please," she begged, tears rolling down her cheeks. "You did this for me, so please, you already have my heart. A little blood is nothing." Vlad looked at her, seeing the pain reflected on her face. He didn't have the strength to refuse her. Without another word, he kissed her gently, then bit into her neck with practiced precision. Daenerys let out a soft moan of pleasure, a sound that clashed with the gravity of the situation, but it held not a trace of pain. At that moment, her body experienced the ecstasy of the bite, an ecstasy that, for a vampire, could be as intimate as sex when shared between lovers. Daenerys felt it firsthand, completely intoxicated by the experience. Vlad was also overwhelmed by it. He had drunk a great deal of blood in his life, but he had never tasted anything as exquisite as Daenerys' blood. It was intoxicating, like drinking after years lost in the desert. Fortunately, Vlad maintained control and drank only enough to stabilize without harming her. When he pulled away, he looked deeply into her eyes, and saw no pain, only love. "I love you," he whispered. 2 words. His voice was barely a whisper, yet to Daenerys they echoed like a thunderclap. She hadn't realized how much she had longed to hear them until that moment. She wanted to answer, but the knot in her throat left her speechless. Instead, she held him tightly, embracing him and their newborn dragons. And in that instant, she knew with absolute certainty that when Vlad swore eternal love, it was a true promise. The next day, Vlad found himself curled up in bed beside Daenerys and the 4 dragonlings. Rhaegal, named in honor of Daenerys' mother, Rhaella Targaryen, was a deep emerald green dragon. Baelryan, named after the Black Dread in hopes of earning similar reverence, was the black dragon who, in another life, would have been Drogon. Veladion, named in honor of his father, was a coppery red dragon, as both shared the same flesh and blood. Lastly, Dracareris, who took his father's surname as a name to immortalize it, was a black dragon with blood-red shimmering scales. From the moment they were born, the dragons were quite spoiled, chirping and demanding attention at all hours. No matter which way Vlad turned, he'd find them climbing up his legs, demanding his full attention. He couldn't deny it, he found them absolutely adorable. Daenerys was overjoyed to see them and have them by her side. She radiated happiness, caressing and showering the newborn dragons with affection. They weren't just pets, they were family. Even so, she insisted that Vlad remain in bed for a few days, drinking regularly to recover. She made sure Alyssa and Mara donated blood whenever they could, though Vlad still felt somewhat weak. He explained that the ritual had been harder on him because he had to draw the magic from his own body, something deeply unpleasant, but a few days of feeding would fix it. He also explained that if she ever wished to become one of his kind, she would have to undergo a similar process. It wasn't exactly a ritual, but making a partner was different from creating a spawn. He could sire as many spawn as he wanted, they were little more than followers, slaves if he willed it. But a partner was an equal. To create one, he had to give her his blood essence, the very core of what defined him, allowing her to be reborn as his own blood. As a consequence, he would be left weakened for months while she adapted to her new nature. Needless to say, Dracareris found the idea incredibly romantic. Vlad figured it was time to have the talk, so he explained the full extent of his powers. He told her how they would live eternal lives, about their strength and speed, how they could change form, become mist, and even influence others' minds, but also about how they would watch every human friend and family member die. Dracareris was heartbroken, her thoughts immediately turning to her future children, nearly deciding to reject immortality. However, Vlad calmed her. He explained that for their kind, conceiving natural children between equals was extremely rare, but thanks to the enchanted pendant he had created, they could have as many children as they wanted. They would be strong and inherit only the best of both parents, living long lives like their mother and father. Then, he confessed his plan. He intended to grant her the gift of eternity once they had conquered the Slavers' Bay, so that when they finally reached Westeros, nothing could harm her. He also revealed the true threat looming over the world, the Night King. He told her how, little by little, this enemy was gaining ground beyond the wall, and how every fallen soul became one of his soldiers, mindless, tireless, and immune to pain. In that moment, Dracareris understood why Vlad was so determined to unite Westeros. After all, if humanity did not unite, humanity would fall. Comment. 29 Comment. Vote. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Game of Thrones. Westeros, several weeks later. The sun had set behind the walls of King's Landing, casting the gardens into quiet stillness. There, seated alone, Ned Stark waited in silence, leaning uncomfortably on his new cane. A figure emerged from the shadows, walking with steady steps toward him. Their eyes met before a word was spoken. "You're in pain," said Cersei, her voice cold, her smile even colder as she observed him closely. Ned used his cane to slowly rise, the movement clearly causing him discomfort. "I've had worse, my lady," he replied, barely flinching. A gentle smile touched Cersei's lips, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Perhaps it's time to return home. The south doesn't seem to suit you," she said, her gaze fixed on him. The air grew heavier. He didn't look away, his eyes deep and serious, already knowing what had to be said. "I know the truth behind Jon Arryn's death," Ned stated, without hesitation. "Do you really?" she replied, raising an eyebrow, her face calm, though a flash of fear flickered in her eyes. "Is that why you summoned me, Lord Stark, to pose riddles?" At that moment, he noticed something on her face, a bruise, still dark purple across her cheek. "Has he done this before?" he asked, pointing at the bruise. She averted her eyes, fully aware of what he meant. Her tone was calm, but laced with defiance. "Jaime would have killed him. My brother is worth 1,000 of your friends," she said with disdain. The accusation was clear, but Ned didn't waver. His gaze remained fixed. "Your brother, or your lover?" he asked bluntly. She smiled smugly, knowing he had struck a nerve. "The Targaryens married for 300 years to keep their bloodlines pure," she answered with a proud glint. "Jaime and I are more than siblings. We shared a womb. We came into this world together. We belong to each other." He frowned, unwilling to let her words go unanswered. "My son saw you with him," he declared, relentless. Cersei looked at him for a moment before responding with unsettling calm. "Do you love your children?" she asked, as if the answer were obvious. "With all my heart," Ned replied without hesitation. "No more than I love mine," she countered, a flash of restrained fury in her voice. Silence fell between them. He wasn't willing to let it end there. "And they're all Jaime's," Ned said firmly. She laughed, a bitter, cold laugh. "Thank the gods. On the rare occasions Robert stumbles drunkenly into my bed, I finish him off in other ways. By morning, he remembers nothing," Cersei said, without a trace of shame. "You've always hated him," he murmured, almost as a realization. "Hated him? I worshipped him," she said with vehemence. "Every girl in the Seven Kingdoms dreamed of him, and he was mine by oath. And when I finally saw him on our wedding day at the Sept of Baelor, slim, fierce, black-bearded, it was the happiest moment of my life. Then that night, he climbed on top of me, stinking of wine, did what little he could do, and whispered in my ear, 'Lyanna, your sister was a corpse, and I was a living girl, and he loved her more than he ever loved me.'" The weight of those words cut deep, but Ned didn't show it. He responded coldly. "When the king returns from his hunt, I'll tell him the truth. By then, you must be gone, you and your children. I don't want their blood on my hands. Go as far as you can, with as many men as you can. Because wherever you go, Robert's wrath will follow," he said, without mercy. Cersei didn't flinch, as though his words had no weight. Her face remained unshaken as she spoke. "And what of my wrath, Lord Stark?" she asked in a dangerous tone. "You should have taken the realm for yourself. Jaime told me about the day King's Landing fell. He was on the Iron Throne, and you forced him off it. All you had to do was climb the steps. What a tragic mistake." "I've made many mistakes in my life, but that was not one of them," he replied firmly. She laughed, but there was no joy in it. Her voice dripped with venom. "Oh, but it was. In the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground," Cersei said with a defiant smile. She turned and walked away, leaving him there, watching her with a mix of caution and resignation. Sea of grass, at the same time. Vlad had spent several days in bed, enjoying Daenerys's company and feeding the dragons. In truth, it had been something of a vacation, one he was deeply grateful for, as he hadn't had a moment's rest since arriving in this world. There had always been something to deal with, problems to solve, enemies to face, and above all, the looming threat of the Long Night, a threat he would have to defeat if he ever hoped to enjoy his immortality without concern. Now recovered, it was time to set the next phase of his plan into motion, conquering Slaver's Bay. Slaver's Bay was made up of 3 major cities, Astapor, Yunkai, and Mirian. All of them thrived on the slave trade, a practice deeply embedded in their culture and economy. Unlike the Dothraki tribes, these cities were fortified, equipped with organized armies, and ruled by wealthy, proud, and brutal elites. Historically, Vlad knew these cities had been founded long before the Valyrian expansion, by ancient empires and Giscari merchants who survived the fall of Guise to Valyria's power. For centuries, their inhabitants had clung to slavery as a symbol of power, resilience, and tradition. Now, Vlad intended to rip that legacy out by the roots and replace it with something new. But before he could begin with Slaver's Bay, Vlad's first target would be Karth. The city was immensely wealthy and backed by the House of the Undying. Vlad had no doubt that the House of the Undying would cause trouble if he didn't deal with them immediately. In the original timeline, the warlocks of Karth had rushed to invite Daenerys with the intent of killing her and using her dragons as magical batteries to maintain their immortality. Truth be told, he was curious about the House of the Undying. They were the first and only vestige of magic that had remained active even before the passing of the Red Comet. Even with his book, Vlad knew that Valyrian magic and magic in this world in general was ritualistic in nature and highly unpredictable. For that reason, eliminating the Undying Ones ranked high on his priority list. Chapter 24, Conqueror. After Karth, his next target would be Astapor. He needed the unsullied army, but truthfully, he also wanted to free the slaves partly as a strategic move, and partly because he knew it would make Daenerys happy. Despite everything, she still had a warm heart, and Vlad could see the pain in her eyes every time she witnessed the mistreatment of slaves, whether in V's Dothraki or even within her own Khalasar. Besides, considering that one of her missions was breaker of chains, the task would be an easy one. Yunkai, on the other hand, didn't require a war. Its walls were solid, but its rulers were merchants, not soldiers. Vlad didn't plan a long siege. He would arrive, make his offer to free all the slaves, and wait. If they were smart, they would comply. If not, they would burn. Mirian would be the last. Unlike the others, it was too large to fall through intimidation alone, but its size was also its weakness. The number of slaves vastly outnumbered their masters, and with the right pressure, a revolt would erupt from within. Vlad wouldn't need to lead it directly, he only had to ensure there were weapons in the right places and let the rumor of his support spread. Once the slaves took the city, the masters would be executed or expelled. Vlad would enter without resistance and establish a new order. The former slaves would take control, backed by his progeny, ensuring that Mirian wouldn't descend into chaos. Vlad had already sent his progeny to infiltrate each of the cities. Once he conquered them, his small council of men completely loyal to him would administer them according to his policies. His thoughts were interrupted when Dracareris climbed up his leg onto the table where his map was spread, demanding attention. The incubation ritual had been far more complex than it appeared. It hadn't just allowed the dragons to be born, it had also created an empathic bond between him, Daenerys, and the creatures. It wasn't exactly telepathy, but they could sense, roughly, what the others wanted or needed. And right now, that little beast simply wanted its head scratched. Vlad didn't know if it was an effect of the ritual, but he found the behavior of these otherwise deadly creatures incredibly endearing. One day, you'll be free to soar across the sky, he murmured with a faint smile as he stroked Dracareris' head. The small dragon gave a whistling sound of apparent approval. Vlad wasn't sure if it truly understood him, but from what he could sense, all it wanted was for the praise to continue. The list was complete. He would conquer the cities, turn Daenerys, and claim that damned throne, before melting it down to forge a pair of proper, comfortable thrones for the king and queen. Vlad and his army of over 100,000 men advanced toward Karth. The day began without incident. Vlad had awakened after a quiet night, enjoying the company of his wife, but he immediately sensed something was different. He couldn't pinpoint it right away, but the air felt changed. Even he himself, his body was stronger, his senses sharper, his powers enhanced, as though magic now responded to him more readily. He frowned and stepped out of his tent, seeking answers until he saw it in the sky. The red comet had finally arrived, streaking across the heavens, its glow illuminating the morning with an ominous light. Vlad knew exactly what it meant. Magic, dormant for centuries, was awakening again. He also knew the Dothraki would see it as an omen, and he would not allow them to interpret the sign as they pleased. Before the comet reached its full glory in the sky, he summoned everyone. Both the free men and the slaves gathered, and with Daenerys at his side, he stood before his vast Khalasar. Behind him, the 4 dragons roared and beat their wings, impatient. The crowd gathered across the great plain, the sky tinged red by the comet. The wind stirred the manes of the horses and the banners of the Khalasars that had joined under his rule. Vlad stood at the center, mounted on his horse, Daenerys at his side, and the dragons roaring above, their shadows dancing over the sea of grass. His golden eyes scanned the people, those who now belonged to him, both riders and slaves. He raised a hand, and the crowd fell silent. Today marks the beginning of a new era, he proclaimed, his voice resonating across the plain. The skies have spoken and shown us the way. and with it, we shall rise. A roar of approval rippled through the Khalasar, but Vlad wasn't finished. For centuries, the Dothraki have ridden without purpose, pillaging only for war and death. That ends today. He straightened in the saddle, his gaze burning like fire. We will not be a people forgotten by time. We will not be a mere whisper in history. The riders pounded their chests and shouted their war cries, but Vlad raised his hand once more to silence them. But I will not do this alone. I don't need slaves. Only the strong ride with me. Vlad raised his sword, pointing it toward the crowd. Today, before the gods and before all of you, I swear, there shall be no more slaves in my Khalasar. Murmurs erupted through the crowd. Many slaves lifted their heads, disbelieving. Vlad looked at them directly. Those who wish to leave, may leave. No one will stop you. But those who stay, his voice thundered, will be my people. You will have homes, possessions, families, riches, and you will watch as I tear the chains off every slave in this world. The dragons roared in the sky, as if they understood the meaning of his words. Vlad took a deep breath before continuing. I swear by my blood that our tale will be written in fire and blood. We will be the storm that sweeps away the feeble kingdoms of greedy men. Our names will live forever, and I swear to you, here and now. He raised his sword toward the comet, shouting, I will be the stallion who mounts the world. The Khalasar's roar was deafening. The riders raised their weapons to the sky. The slaves who had known nothing but chains their entire lives shouted with newfound strength. Beneath the shadow of the comet and the cries of dragons, Vlad would not simply conquer peoples, he would forge a new one, with fire and blood. Chapter 25, Let the World Burn. Back in their tent, Vlad entered first, with Daenerys close behind, her breath still quickened by the thrill of his speech. There was no doubt that what she had just witnessed had stirred something deep within her. Her violet eyes followed him intently as the fabric of the entrance fell shut behind her, cutting them off from the noise outside. Without a word, she stepped forward and kissed him with fierce passion, taking him by surprise. It wasn't a delicate kiss, it was hungry, desperate, as if she meant to devour the very essence of the man she had come to love. Vlad responded with equal intensity, wrapping her in his arms and pulling her against him. For a moment, there was nothing else but the fire of their lips, their shared desire, the certainty that together, they were unstoppable. When they finally pulled apart, Daenerys rested her forehead against his, her hands brushing over the edges of his war cloak. With a soft but resolute voice, she broke the silence. Were you serious? Do you really mean to free all the slaves? Vlad didn't hesitate. Of course. His tone held not a trace of doubt. I know you, Daenerys. I know what it does to you to see men in chains, to feel their pain, to hear their cries. I know how deeply it torments you. And that is why, he looked into her eyes, a fierce light burning in his golden gaze. I will end it. Daenerys stared at him, stunned by the absolute certainty with which he had spoken those words. For so long, she had believed no one could truly understand her yearning to break the chains of the enslaved, that she lacked the power to change anything, and she hadn't wanted to burden Vlad with her hopes. So she had kept it to herself. But Vlad had seen it. He had seen it and changed everything. Her lips parted with a question she could barely contain. Are you doing it, for me? Vlad blinked, then suddenly burst into laughter, a low, guttural sound laced with outrage. Before she could react, he cupped her face in his hands with overwhelming intensity. His eyes burned like the fire of the comet. For you? He repeated, incredulous, as if the question itself were absurd. For you, my love, I would let the world burn. The silence that followed was thick as the night. Daenerys felt her breath catch, not from fear, but because in that instant, she understood what it truly meant to be with a man like Vlad. A man who didn't just love her, but would tear down empires and defy the gods for her. She said nothing more. She didn't need to. She simply kissed him again. King's Landing. Edward Dracareris moved like a shadow through the darkened corridors of the Red Keep. His elegant black garments absorbed the flickering torchlight. His steps were silent, his presence imperceptible to mortal eyes. He had been one of Vlad's first offspring, saved from hunger and slavery, gifted with a power he never could have imagined in his mortal days. In return, his lord had asked only for loyalty and for him to gather information in King's Landing. Edward considered himself unworthy of such grace. So now, entrusted with a task of true importance, he would not let anything go wrong. It wasn't the first time he had moved through the Red Keep unseen. He slipped through it so often, he probably knew its halls better than the people who lived there. The stone stairs barely creaked under his weight as he ascended steadily toward the chambers of Ned Stark's daughters. In front of the door, 2 Lannister guards were speaking in low voices, unaware of the shadow descending upon them. Edward didn't even slow his pace. With a single glance and a whispered word, compulsion wrapped their minds like a choking mist. A flicker of confusion crossed their faces before, with mechanical movements, they drew their daggers and, without hesitation, drove them into their own throats. No screams, only a strangled gurgle as dark blood spilled across the floor. Edward pushed the door open with a sharp motion. The lock cracked and broke, and the door flew inward, startling the Stark sisters. Arya, ever instinctive, was already on her feet with a candlestick in hand, while Sansa brought a hand to her mouth, horrified by the sudden intrusion. Who are you? Arya demanded, placing herself in front of her sister. Edward showed no reaction. His eyes, dark as night, scanned the room coldly before settling on them. There's no time, he said firmly. Your father will be executed. After that, you'll be used to force the North to submit to Joffrey. Sansa felt the ground vanish beneath her feet. No, that can't be, she whispered, shaking her head as if denial could undo reality. You're lying? Arya clenched her fists. My father is an honorable man. They can't kill him like a criminal? Edward looked at her with a mix of pity and impatience. My lord will not allow the Lannisters to hold such power over the north, he continued calmly. So I'm taking you out of here, my ladies. We're not leaving without our father? Arya growled, raising the candlestick. Edward turned his head to her and spoke a single word. Silence. The compulsion struck Arya like an invisible wave. Her body tensed at once, her mouth sealed shut, and the candlestick clattered to the floor with a dull thud. Her eyes widened with fury and helplessness, but her limbs no longer obeyed her. Sansa stifled a scream and rushed to her sister, shaking her. What did you do to her? Leave her alone? Don't argue with me, Edward warned. I don't have my lord's patience. Master Drakul wants you safe, not happy. Please, don't make me use force. Drakul? You mean Vlad Drakul? Sansa whispered, her voice trembling with fear and confusion. What does the demon of Essos want with the daughters of the Warden of the North? Why is he helping us? Even in King's Landing, she had heard the stories of the monster from Essos. A Kul with the largest army ever seen, a man who could not be harmed, who impaled his enemies, who drank blood, who even had dragons. Edward felt a hint of satisfaction. Even in this filthy city, his master's name already inspired fear in men's hearts. Still, he held back his smile. With a swift motion, he pulled aside a rug and lifted a loose stone slab, revealing a narrow passageway descending into darkness. Without giving them a choice, he pushed Sansa in first, then Arya, who was still struggling against the compulsion. The stone closed behind them. Sansa felt the weight of the world pressing down on her as they moved through the tight corridor. Each step took her farther from her father. Father, she whispered, voice breaking. Edward didn't stop. He wasn't there to save Eddard Stark from his own naivete. Chapter 26, Karth. The journey to Karth passed without major incident, a welcome respite amid the ever-present tension that accompanied the movement of a Khalasar. Vlad used the calm to reorganize the logistics of his forces, making sure the newly freed men had provisions and shelter. Although most of the minor issues during the trip were handled calmly by Daenerys, one particular incident made it clear to everyone that their Khaleesi was made of fire. A Dothraki raped one of the freed slaves, and without hesitation, Daenerys castrated him and forced him to march with the caravan. The man bled out quickly, but Vlad did not intervene. In fact, he approved of the punishment. Having his Khaleesi feared and respected was good for morale. Meanwhile, the dragons continued to grow rapidly thanks to the ritual. They were already close to 2 meters long after just 6 months of travel, making it clear that their growth far surpassed that of the original timeline. The horde moved slowly toward the imposing walls of Karth. The city was vast and bustling, with enough resources to save Vlad months of travel. But their arrival did not go unnoticed. The dragons flying overhead caused immediate uproar. Crowds in the streets, tourists, sailors, merchants, and slaves looked up at the sky, astonished and terrified. However, it was the sight of the Khalasar that triggered true panic. A seemingly endless tide of riders marched toward the city, and when word spread that they were led by the Impaler Lord, civilians began to barricade themselves in their homes. Despite the distances, news in Essos spread surprisingly fast, and in 6 months the tales of the Forest of the Dead had already reached from Bravus to Yeti. Still, Zero Hohen Daxos, a member of the 13, eagerly awaited their arrival. He hoped the barbarian would help him eliminate the other members, making him the de facto king of Karth. Though Vlad and his dragon's reputation made him uneasy, he knew money could buy allies with ease. The 3 merchant guilds of Karth, along with the Pureborn, prepared tributes carts laden with precious riches, as if eager to display hospitality. It was, after all, the standard practice in Karth when the Dothraki came knocking. Meanwhile, the city's elite gathered on balconies and terraces to witness the arrival of the man many considered a demon, eager to lay eyes on the dragons. The Pureborn also made preparations to receive Vlad and his caravan on the Avenue of Dawn, sending out slaves and clearing the road to allow his entry into the city. From atop his horse, Vlad gazed at the towering walls of Karth, waiting for the emissaries to arrive and invite him in. It was standard protocol in such situations. Daenerys, riding beside him, wasn't as relaxed. Do not fear. Nothing they do can harm us, he said calmly. She looked at him for a moment before nodding. Then, with a mischievous smile on his lips, Vlad added, besides, you might actually enjoy yourself. Daenerys, surprised by his change in tone, frowned. Enjoy myself? Vlad's smile grew wider. Of course. Banquets, parties, wine. It's not every day they welcome a princess. I'm sure they're preparing the palace. Daenerys could only roll her eyes at her husband's nonsense. A few minutes later, a small envoy approached from the city, crossing the bronze gates with great ceremony. Leading them was a thin man with a neatly trimmed beard and blue linen robes, escorted by 5 spearmen in light armor, slave collars hanging from their necks. The banner they carried bore the emblem of the 13. The envoy dismounted gracefully and, maintaining a dignified posture clearly rehearsed many times, approached the main group of the Khalasar, stopping before Vlad and Daenerys. Vlad watched him carefully from the saddle. Despite being a Kul, he was dressed with surprising elegance. Dark leather trousers covered his legs, and a white linen shirt clung to his chest, giving him a casual yet clean-cut appearance. And on him, everything looked good. My lord, said the envoy, offering a deep bow with both hands before him, the honorable leaders of the 13 welcome you to Karth, the jewel of the south, the threshold of the world, and cordially invite you to enter our city, he said with great fanfare. However, he added, still smiling, for safety and order, we ask that your entry be symbolic, you, your Khaleesi, a few trusted riders, and of course, the dragons are more than welcome. But the bulk of your army must remain camped outside the walls until we can prepare proper accommodations. Vlad did not respond immediately. He studied the man intensely, then dismounted with a grace that contrasted with his imposing size, taking a few steps toward the envoy. Your hospitality is generous, he said in a deep but courteous voice. My men seek no conflict. I will enter under the conditions you propose. There is no need to seek housing for my troops. They will wait here. The envoy seemed to relax slightly, relieved by the unexpected courtesy. Vlad briefly turned to Daenerys, who had been observing the exchange carefully, and offered her his arm like a true gentleman. Prepare the escort, he ordered without raising his voice. Karan, Talon, and Qatar, come with me. The rest stay alert and well armed, but calm. I don't want a single sword drawn unless I give the order. The Blood Riders nodded and began organizing the small detachment. The envoy, seeing that everything was proceeding smoothly, offered one last bow before returning to his mount. As the escort regrouped, the gates of Karth began to open once more. Chapter 27, The Naive Ones. With emissaries from Karth leading the procession, Vlad's retinue passed through the city's towering gates and entered narrow streets where the buildings intertwined in a chaotic urban mosaic. Smoky taverns, brothels draped in satin curtains, and mansions adorned with lapis lazuli formed a landscape as chaotic as it was fascinating. The elite of Karth, wealthy merchants, nobles, and members of the 13 lined either side of the road, casting anxious glances at the Dothraki horde and the dragons slithering behind Daenerys. From an ornately carved balcony, Zoro and several warlocks observed the entire procession. A deep roar made the glass in nearby windows vibrate, prompting several onlookers to recoil instinctively. Zoro Hohendaxos watched the man he hoped would overthrow Karth from his balcony. Though Vlad looked every bit the great warrior, his appearance clashed with the brutal reputation that preceded him. Zoro chalked it up to exaggerated rumors. It was Aegon Emeros who took the first step. The envoy of the Pure Ones advanced nimbly, his nose, adorned with a ruby the size of a quail's egg, glinted in the sunlight. Great Lord of the Steppes, he intoned with a soft, honeyed voice, Karth opens its arms to your glory. Our ancestors celebrate you from the beyond. Vlad inclined his head slightly, flashing a smile as sharp as a dagger. Your bards were timid in describing this wonder, he replied politely. Your hospitality pleases me. I've heard much about Karth, the most delicious food, the sweetest drink, the most passionate women, and magical tricks and illusions, he added with feigned excitement. Then he turned, looking at Daenerys. My wife is also thrilled. She enjoys a good party. She's not too fond of the Dothraki way of celebrating with a battle. You know, war is no place for a lady, Vlad added with a laugh, playing the role of the naive and foolish lord. Of course, my lord. We shall prepare a banquet in honor of the beautiful princess, pre-announced, delighted. Vlad's blood riders stayed close to Daenerys, each of them a vampire with a singular order, protect her. Meanwhile, she was speaking with a young envoy from the Council of the 13. The girl held a fan made of exotic feathers and laughed a little too hard, clearly trying to win her trust. Vlad and Daenerys had agreed to play their roles well. He, a fool overly interested in tales and wonders, she, a spoiled princess. It must be said, neither of them struggled, Vlad because he knew how to act, and Daenerys because she missed the comforts of noble life. Various men and women approached the procession to greet Vlad's entourage, bringing gifts, weapons, musical instruments, and slaves. Everyone wanted to gain favor with the new dragon family. What none of them knew was that Vlad was testing the waters. He was well aware that the 13 would try to have his head, either to rid themselves of a Dothraki leader or to steal his dragons. Like them, Vlad was also testing the terrain, but he needed to confirm which other members of the 13 were involved, so he would know exactly who to replace with his own progeny without causing disruptions or power vacuums. The gifts kept coming, and Vlad received them with smiles and compliments that never quite reached his eyes. Some of the slaves presented were dancers, warriors, or scribes. Vlad pretended to consider the gifts and sent them straight to the camp, where they would be freed. Impressive, he commented when he saw a young slave with eyes of an almost supernatural blue. Where did you find him? From distant Assai, my lord, answered one of the merchants. They say he never speaks. Then it'll be fun to try, Vlad replied, turning slightly toward one of his blood riders, who understood the order and quietly led the boy away. At his side, Zoro slowly descended from the balcony, surrounded by servants and wearing a scandalously ornate cloak that dragged along the stairs. Vlad Dracul, hero of the steppes, father of dragons, and the terrifying Lord Impaler he greeted with arms wide open, exaggerating his tone as if they were already dear friends. Your arrival is an honor that my humble house delights in celebrating. Vlad inclined his head no more than a millimeter than necessary. The pleasure is mine, Zoro Hohendaxos. It says much of you that you're the only one of the 13 not afraid to meet me in person. Or perhaps the only one stubborn enough to do so. Zoro let out a theatrical laugh. Stubbornness and courage often share a bed in Karth. He replied with a brilliant smile. Allow me to offer you anything you desire for a price, of course. Of course. I'm interested in weapons, ships, men, you know. I must reclaim my wife's kingdom, he said, as if it were a trivial thing. Of course, of course. After the banquet, I shall take you to see our finest wares, Zoro announced joyfully. Vlad followed the men on a tour of Karth. Naturally, their group was preceded by guards and merchants of all kinds, each hoping to curry favor with the new dragon family. Vlad and Daenerys were taken to the loveliest places in the city which, in truth, were fountains-filled parks and luxurious brothels. They politely refused all offers of pleasure, though that didn't stop more than one courtesan from approaching Vlad and Daenerys. Truth be told, Vlad didn't enjoy parading around, but the path to the palace was filled with various curiosities that the emissaries were eager to showcase and explain in detail. Chapter 28, The Wonders of Karth. Karth, seen from within, was even more extravagant than its 3 concentric walls had promised. Vlad walked through its avenues accompanied by his personal escort, his gaze cold and distant. To him, the opulence of Karth felt garish and in poor taste. The walls now behind him stood in arrogant splendor, the first, made of red sandstone, carved with figures of animals and vegetation that seemed to shift beneath the sunlight, the second, of grey granite, covered in reliefs of battles that spoke of conquests no one remembered with pride, and the last, a wall of black marble adorned with jade, lapis lazuli, and gold, depicting the most varied forms of sexual acts. Vlad thought that more than a city, Karth resembled a trophy constantly reminding itself of its glory, like an old man repeating stories so he wouldn't forget them. The monuments were equally vain, twisted towers covered in crystal mosaics, fountains that spat spiced wine, and hanging gardens where peacocks dyed in blue hues danced. The air smelled of spices, incense, and excess. The palace where they were staying was no less grandiose. Onyx columns rose toward gold-leafed ceilings, and marble floors reflected the glow of the lamps. The night brought with it a banquet in honor of Vlad and Daenerys. Perfumed Karthine nobles, dressed in fine tunics, gathered in the palace's inner garden. Tables overflowed with dates, meats of all kinds, and fire wine. Musicians from Asai played instruments strung with human hair, and dancers veiled in transparent silks swayed over pools filled with floating flowers. Vlad remained calm, watching the display without showing much interest, though his attention occasionally drifted toward Daenerys, seated beside him with the serene grace of a queen. He drank little, but was polite and talkative. After all, he had promised Daenerys that she could enjoy the night and so she would. There were no noble feasts on the Dothraki Sea. Among the guests was Pri, one of the warlocks, wrapped in a dark blue robe. His eyes, sunken and gleaming, settled on Vlad with the subtlety of a sharpened blade. Vlad nearly rolled his eyes at the performance. If the man wanted to be discreet, he wasn't doing a very good job. I have seen the dragons with my own eyes, he murmured as he approached with a cup of purple wine. Your grace has achieved what none have in centuries, he flattered, wearing a false smile. Vlad glanced sideways before replying. History is full of impossibles, he said, making air quotes with his fingers, but some things only require the right approach. Pri persisted, theatrically. Don't be modest, your grace. You are a formidable warrior and now, without a doubt, your name will be etched in history. If only dragon eggs weren't so difficult to find, Vlad replied with feigned irritation. Pri smiled like a man who had just heard the correct password. Then I cannot keep silent, my lord. The warlocks have a few collecting dust in their tower. Perhaps they are simply waiting to be claimed by the right master. Vlad let out a calculated sigh, pretending interest as his eyes wandered around the hall in disdain. You speak like the merchants of the bazaar, Pri. Do you know how many have tried to sell me carved stones? The warlock was quick to respond. Oh, great lord, the warlocks are no petty traders. Our eggs come from ancient Valyria. He lowered his voice dramatically. Vlad narrowed his eyes, pretending skepticism tinged with curiosity. That ancient? I don't know if I could even hatch them, he said, leaning slightly forward. Show me. Let's see if these eggs are still useful. Pri made a theatrical gesture with his hands. Ah, but such wonders cannot be displayed like trinkets at a feast. His voice took on a confidential tone. However, if your grace would honor our humble sanctum with a visit. Vlad let a few seconds pass before responding, as if considering the proposal carefully. At last, he nodded slowly. A brief visit. I am curious to see if such ancient eggs can be brought back to life, he said, rising calmly. The warlock nodded cheerfully. Of course, great lord. The warlocks respect your station far too much to offer falsehoods, he added with an exaggerated bow. I shall take you to them. Vlad didn't respond immediately, but his look was enough. He stood with a slow gesture, and the feast seemed to dim a little in his absence. Only Daenerys followed him with her eyes. Vlad gave her a brief gesture but said nothing. His blood riders, however, received clear mental orders: protect her at all costs and keep everyone under watch. They left the palace through a hidden door behind silk curtains. The city began to fade as they moved along a dilapidated path. It wasn't long before they reached the threshold of a forest. Trees with black leaves rose like twisted statues, their branches drooping like hands trying to touch the ground. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of dry leaves and the whisper of the wind. There, amidst the thickets, stood the house of the Undying. It was more ruin than temple, a structure of worn blue stone, windowless and bare, so alien to the rest of Karth it seemed to have been left there by mistake as it crumbled. The doors were shut, but Pri stopped in front of them and, without turning, spoke in a barely audible voice. This way, my lord. I'm sure the Undying Ones will gladly receive you, and would be most pleased to gift you all the dragon eggs they have gathered, he continued, flattering with a near childish shallowness. Vlad felt the urge to rub his temples. He knew he had to play along, but Pre's clumsiness made the charade almost insulting. If they can be hatched, he exclaimed with feigned enthusiasm, it would be a gift I would gladly repay tenfold. Pre smiled, delighted, as he watched Vlad cross the tower's threshold. You must remember, my lord, only the doors to the right will lead you to the undying ones. The others are riddled with magic that alters mind and body. Be careful, he said with false concern. Chapter 29, The House of the Undying. The stone door opened with a deep groan, as if the very structure trembled at his intrusion. Vlad said nothing. His cloak swayed slightly as he crossed the threshold. Silence fell like a veil, enveloping him at once, drowning the outside world in a whisper. Behind him, the door shut with a dull thud. Darkness surrounded him. There were no torches, no fire, not even moonlight. But not that he needed any to see he was a vampire. So he kept walking through the lifeless, dark, ancient halls, searching for a door to open. The corridor split into 3 paths. Vlad didn't hesitate. He remembered the warlock's words clearly before entering, only the door to the right. But Pre was a liar, and liars always hide the truth in what they say, only in reverse. Vlad took the door to the left. The corridor beyond was narrower and damper than the rest. Even the stone was different in texture, colder to the touch and constantly vibrating. A spiral staircase descended. Vlad walked down unhurriedly. He was, in fact, very calm. There was little in the world that could harm him, and second-rate sorcerers were not one of those things. At the base of the stairs, he found himself facing a large double door made of blackened iron. It had no knocker, no keyhole. As he approached, it opened without being touched. An illusion. In the original story, Daenerys had powerful visions, prophecies of the Red Wedding and the birth of Jon Snow. Although many of those events no longer applied to this timeline, Vlad hoped to glimpse something crucial, especially about the Night King and the threat beyond the wall. As he moved forward, Vlad entered a room where a scene of ice and snow unfolded before him. The vision transported him to the throne room in the Red Keep, but it was not as he had imagined. The great doors were shattered, the ceiling had collapsed, and the walls were blackened by fire. Suddenly, the Iron Throne began to melt. The red-hot metal twisted and warped as if it had a will of its own, slowly transforming. What had once been a mass of fused swords now gave way to 2 thrones of equal height, beautifully ornate and imposing. I'm glad to see my plan will be carried out, Vlad murmured with a smile as he observed the vision. He opened another door and found an army of wights with hollow, unsettling eyes standing in formation. They numbered in the thousands, eerily still, not moving at all. The vision was deeply disturbing, especially if Vlad hoped to rule over something more than the ashes of civilization. He stepped past the wights, and what he saw next sent a jolt of frustration through him. The wall was collapsing. Massive blocks of ice and stone tumbled down one after another with a deafening roar. It was now nothing more than rubble. For a moment, he clenched his jaw, knowing this vision was also a reprimand. One of his plans had been to reinforce the wall, to garrison it with capable and loyal men. But he had postponed it until his return to Westeros. He wondered how it had fallen. He hoped it wasn't by a resurrected dragon, like in the original story. The Horn of Winter seemed more likely. Little was known about the artifact in the original timeline, but it was said to have the power to bring down the wall. The undead were still on the other side, for now, but the wall's collapse was not just a bad omen, it was a warning. If they managed to cross, then only the neck could offer any real resistance, and even that was no guarantee. Setting those thoughts aside, he went through the door on the far right and found himself in a grand banquet hall. However, no one else was there, except for a woman holding a lifeless wolf. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, her hands covered in blood, and her face twisted with pain. Vlad was stunned. That even with all the changes he had made, the Red Wedding still occurred. It was a testament to the Stark's own foolishness. It was hard to believe that anyone in real life would trust Valder Frey's sense of honor. But this vision was of no use to him. He needed the North united and under control. Not out of whim, nor because the Starks were particularly pleasant, quite the opposite. Robb Stark was likely just as stubborn and naive as his father, which would only cause problems. But if he wanted to organize the North to face the long night, the Starks were crucial. Northerners wouldn't follow anyone else until it was too late and the dead were already upon them. They were that stubborn. Robb Stark must live. As his mind began to sketch out plans to prevent the Starks' foolish honor from dooming them all, Vlad opened another door. Immediately, the roar of battle surrounded him. Screams of dying men, the clash of steel on steel, and the crackle of burning tents filled the air. Vlad found himself atop a hill, with a privileged view of the battlefield. Thousands of banners flapped in the wind, but what stood out the most was the crimson of blood soaking the earth. The lions rose atop the walls of Harrenhal, while the Tully rivers ran red. The dire wolf banners fell one after another, and Stark soldiers lay dead across the ground. Not far off, the stag's banner crumbled before an unseen enemy, while a shadowy assassin emerged from the flames. Vlad descended the hill, his gaze scanning the devastation. He saw a man with copper hair, caked in mud and blood, fighting desperately against soldiers from the rock. Chapter 30, Visions. It was obvious it was Edmure Tully. In Vlad's opinion, he had gotten what he deserved, but it still wasn't enough. House Tully had to fall. Not far away, a dire wolf tore out the throat of a golden-armored knight before leaping at another enemy. But Vlad knew it didn't matter. The war was already lost. A horn echoed in the distance, and as he turned, Vlad saw horses advancing through the smoke and dust. A massive army, led by a chained stag. The soldiers marched steadily, relentless and disciplined. At the front, fire blazed in the eyes of a red-haired woman who smiled directly at him. Vlad felt the urge to roll his eyes, knowing prophecies were arbitrary and unreliable. According to Melisandre's visions, he himself might well be the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, as he watched the forces of the Starks and Lannisters collapse under the assault. But then, the vision changed. The sea boiled. Vlad blinked, surprised to find himself facing the coasts of the Iron Islands. A massive black kraken emerged from the waters, and alongside it, ships burned beneath a furious storm. On the deck of one ship stood a man with a patch over one eye and a cruel smile. He raised a black sword and whispered words in an unknown tongue. Greyjoy, Vlad muttered. The kraken roared, and the vision vanished, leaving him in darkness once more. Vlad didn't plan to destroy many noble houses except the Tullis, whom he blamed for the fall of House Targaryen. Of course, more for Daenerys' sake than his own. Then there were the Freys, whose very existence would only cause trouble later. A Frey's word meant nothing. But one house he would destroy with great pleasure was House Greyjoy. Truth be told, he planned to reduce the Iron Islands to ashes. The Ironborn were a scourge upon the common folk, and an element that had no place in the wheel of his future kingdom. They were murderers, slavers, rapists, and proud of it. So they would vanish. Vlad walked on to the next door. This time, the vision left him speechless. Daenerys stood before him. Her pale skin was bathed in sunlight, and her hair was beautifully adorned. But something in her eyes had changed. Her violet irises shone with a supernatural glow. She held a cup filled with red liquid, and drank it slowly as she caressed her belly. They were together, watching a sunset, hand in hand. But the image of the landscape shifted rapidly from day to night, as if someone had sped up time in a film. Vlad and Daenerys looked at each other with radiant smiles. Vlad simply smiled. He knew perfectly well what it meant. At that moment, in the audience chamber, the Undying Ones sat around a long, decaying table, watching the same vision Vlad had seen. They all looked like freshly unearthed mummies, utterly grotesque. Their eyes were blank, in a full trance as they witnessed the visions forming in their minds. The Iron Throne melted, the War of the Five Kings, the White Walkers crossing the wall, a wedding drenched in red, and finally, a couple watching the flow of time. Then the vision shifted again. They saw themselves dead. Their bloodless bodies suspended in the air like discarded dolls. The shock was immediate. But it didn't matter. Vlad's footsteps echoed through the halls. Distant crashes and tremors sounded, as if someone were cutting straight through a maze. Then, the silence shattered. With a deafening roar, as if the world itself had cracked open, the doors exploded, sending stone and rusted metal fragments flying across the chamber. A figure dressed in black stepped through the entrance, cloaked in shadows, his eyes glowing like the sun. "Thanks for the warnings, but I don't need you anymore," Vlad murmured, raising his arms. The blood of every Undying answered. Scarlet filaments burst from their bodies. The sorcerers tried to retreat, to conjure illusions, to invade his mind with visions, but their spells dissolved like smoke. One by one, the Undying were struck by his magic. Vlad's power penetrated their bodies, forcing the blood out of them, all of it converging into a small, compact droplet of blood floating above his palm. He opened his mouth, and the swirling blood flowed into him. A thick torrent, laden with memories, secrets, and all the knowledge the Undying had hoarded for generations, poured into him like an unstoppable tide. And when the last of the warlocks dropped to the floor like an empty husk, the house of the Undying began to groan from its foundations. The tower shook and began to collapse, bit by bit. Vlad turned to a nearby wall and, with barely any effort, punched it. The stone cracked like glass, opening a passage to the outside so he could escape. He simply jumped into the void, as if the height meant nothing. He even enjoyed the breeze on his face as he fell. When he landed, the ground cracked beneath him, but Vlad looked fresh as ever. He stood there, waiting, his gaze fixed on the palace. Moments later, the shadows of dragons appeared in the sky, approaching rapidly with furious roars. Vlad had called them through their bond. Behind the ferocious beasts, Daenerys, the Blood Riders, and Zero with all his guards came running, trying to keep up with the dragons. Vlad simply gave the order for the dragons to attack the tower, which was already starting to crumble. The dragons, of course, were delighted, and soared ahead to incinerate the place as quickly as possible. Daenerys reached his side, and she didn't look any less furious than the dragons. Vlad spoke aloud so everyone could hear. "Those damned warlocks tried to kill me with their sorcery," he announced loudly. Zero frowned. He and the warlocks had done business from time to time, so this could ruin his plans. Vlad continued. "I killed them as soon as I broke free from their illusions. Now I want that cursed tower turned to ashes." Then, he looked at Zero. "I hope, Zero, that you had nothing to do with this," he said, staring at him with a hint of false rage. "I expect an explanation from Karth about this attempted assassination." Chapter 31, The Fall. Talon had been born and raised like any other Dothraki, with a sword in his hand and the certainty that his destiny was tied to his strength and speed. Before Vlad, his life had been simple: fight, plunder, and follow a Kul whose only vision was the next battle. But then he came. At first, Talon had thought that Vlad was just another strong Kul, more cunning and fierce than the others, but mortal nonetheless. Soon, he realized he was wrong. He watched how his lord crushed each enemy without a single wound, how he never seemed to tire, how neither illness nor poison could touch him. He was more than a man. And when Vlad granted him what he called the embrace, Talon understood that he too had changed. He was no longer just a Dothraki warrior. He learned to read, he learned to write, his body was stronger and faster, and drinking the blood of his enemies was no longer just a ritual, but a source of power. For the first time in his life, he understood that true strength was not only in the sword, but in the power that his Kul offered them. But the day Vlad entered the fire and emerged with 4 dragons, the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared. That man was not just his Kul, he was the stallion who would ride the world, the only one worthy of ruling it. And now, as he watched the dragons, he felt his heart race as he saw the black and red flames fill the sky, burning the fools who had tried to kill his Kul. Zero, on the other hand, was not having a good time. His plan had been to ally with Vlad and use his strength and prestige to kill the rest of the 13, but now it seemed that the damn sorcerers had tried to kill the man. Zero didn't know if it was true, but it didn't matter. What was clear was that the Eternals were in decline, and the city could not afford to seek justice for them when a Dothraki horde, with 4 dragons, was at the gates. So he had to spend the next week appeasing Vlad and his wife, trying to convince them that this was solely the work of the Eternals, thus avoiding having to make too many concessions. Fortunately, Vlad had agreed to meet with the Council of the 13 to discuss the entire situation. Zero hoped that a tribute of some ships would be enough to alleviate any tension between Karth and the Impaler Lord. The meeting began as it should, with the 13 around a table, and Vlad in the center, expressing his opinions. Vlad remained still in his seat, his gaze fixed on the center of the table, where the 13 sat tense, speaking softly, trying to flatter him and find some excuse to relieve their growing anxiety. All eyes were on him, but Vlad remained silent the entire time, until he finally broke the silence with a question into the air. "Are you ready?" he asked in a flat tone, as if he were merely stating a fact. The 13 looked at each other, confused. No one understood immediately what he was referring to. Zero frowned, uneasy. The question made no sense to him, but before he could process it fully, the figure of Shyla, one of Zero's most trusted assistants, calmly stepped forward next to Vlad. "Everything is ready, my lord," she responded in a firm, almost reverent voice. Zero tensed, a chill running down his spine. Shyla had not been there moments ago, he had left her at his mansion, selecting tributes for Vlad in case they couldn't reach an agreement with him. His mind raced, and in the blink of an eye, his disbelief turned into a sense of terror. Before he could react, the horror began to unfold. A chilling scream of surprise filled the air as blades plunged into the bodies of the 13. Zero watched, with wide eyes, as each member of the council fell, mercilessly stabbed by their own assistants, servants, and even their closest lovers. People collapsed to the ground, and the satisfied smiles on the faces of the traitors were unmistakable. Zero's body was the last to fall, the dagger piercing his neck with precision, just as he tried to scream. But his cry was drowned in his throat as he slumped forward, his vision clouded by the blood pouring from his wound. "Now you are the new 13, Shyla. I want this city under control," Vlad announced coldly before turning to leave. Shyla was one of the few progeny that Vlad had sent to Karth years ago. She had been instructed to infiltrate the 13, gain the trust of the other servants and assistants, and, over time, convert them to take control of Karth from the shadows. And she had done an excellent job. After all, she knew how to act. Shyla had been a prostitute before Vlad found her, aged and about to be thrown out of the brothel where she worked. The man not only offered her power, but also youth, eternal youth. What woman could refuse? So she agreed to become his spy, his assassin, his lover, whatever he wanted. But Vlad sent her to Karth, to infiltrate the circles closest to power. And, to be honest, it wasn't difficult for her to find allies. No assistant or maid in that city wanted to see their lord alive. Shyla simply offered them the same thing they had given her, she bit them. Now, every member of the new 13 was a vampire progeny of Vlad. Chapter 32, Influence. The attempted assassination of Vlad by the warlocks of Karth had plunged the city into terror. Slaves and commoners trembled at the thought of awakening the wrath of the Impaler Lord, well aware that the nobles would not hesitate to sacrifice them to save themselves. But just when panic reached its peak, something unexpected happened. Vlad's men began boarding Karth's war fleets. The people of the city breathed a collective sigh of relief. Surely Vlad had negotiated some form of compensation with Karth's nobility, and the whole affair had been settled without bloodshed. While the city relaxed, the situation at the docks told a very different story. Jorah Mormont, one of the few of Vlad's generals with naval experience, oversaw the loading of supplies and troops onto the 80 ships that Karth had ceded as an apology. And he wasn't particularly happy about it. Jorah had sworn to protect Daenerys, and for the past year he had fulfilled that oath with every fiber of his being. At first, he believed the savage she had married was just that, a barbarian with too much ambition. But Vlad Dracul was no ordinary man. Soon, Jorah realized that the one he shared a tent with wasn't merely a formidable warrior, he was something else entirely, something Jorah couldn't quite understand. He had fought at his side while he subdued the Dothraki, watched him slice men to pieces without a single drop of his own blood touching the ground. Vlad didn't tire, didn't fall ill, didn't falter. Jorah had fought many men in his life, but he had never met someone who seemed so divorced from human nature itself. And when, somehow, Vlad brought the dragons back to life, Jorah understood that facing him would be as foolish as trying to stop the sea with one's hands. His only option was to protect Daenerys and make sure cruelty didn't consume her completely. He always tried to counsel her with prudence, guiding her so she wouldn't adopt her husband's ruthless ways. And though he saw her change over time slowly hardening, he also felt proud of her. She was no longer a frightened girl, but a true leader. Now Jorah had less time with Daenerys, as he'd taken on a more active role in the army, thanks to earning her trust. A shame his conscience still weighed heavy with the betrayal he didn't dare confess. Meanwhile, in Vlad's tent, Vlad was organizing the logistics of their new ships and spoils alongside Daenerys. Now we have enough ships to raid Slavers Bay. That will be our next stop, Vlad declared with confidence. Daenerys, however, didn't seem entirely convinced. Are you sure you can leave the city under the command of your spawn? Will they follow your orders? Will they free the slaves? She asked, concerned. Vlad smiled, as if he had already anticipated every one of her doubts. Dany, relax. I have everything under control. In fact, the plan is for us to leave and for my spawn to take full command of the city. They will tell the people that Vlad Dracul Targaryen has bought the freedom of every slave in Karth, and that in his honor, slavery is abolished forever. Daenerys frowned. And what about the slaves? How are they going to survive? She asked, still uneasy. She knew Vlad did all this for her, but it was hard to believe he'd risk creating new problems just to please her. Vlad sighed and looked at her with patience. The city will still need a labor force. The same merchants who once owned them will now have to hire them, rent them places to sleep, and sell them food. On paper, nothing will change, but in practice, the freedom to leave changes everything. A slave doesn't want to stop working, they want to be able to choose. I'll trust you, Daenerys said firmly. I know you're thorough. But we also need to talk about other things. Vlad raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And that would be? I think it's time I take a more active role in this whole conquest, she declared with determination. Vlad looked at her intently, weighing her words. He didn't like putting her in danger, but he also didn't want to be overly protective. Giving her some autonomy wouldn't be a problem, but exactly what do you want? He asked, curious about where the conversation was heading. Daenerys didn't hesitate for a second. I think you should let me take one of the cities in Slavers Bay, let me conquer it, she announced seriously. Vlad observed her for a moment, the thought crossing his mind. I understand the impulse, believe me, he said, his tone now more diplomatic, but war affects many lives. I think we should think this through first, discuss it with the other generals. And especially not while standing outside an enemy city, he added with a faint smile. Daenerys understood that this might not be the best time to push, but she wasn't going to let it go. We'll talk about it tomorrow, she emphasized, her gaze firm, making it clear she wouldn't drop the matter. Vlad, unable to help feeling mildly amused, smiled half-heartedly. Fine, he said, teasing her slightly. You know I have no problem arguing this later, he added with a playful wink. Daenerys opened her mouth to reply, but Vlad silenced her with a kiss. I wonder, are all Targaryen princesses this stubborn, or is it just you? He asked with a smirk. She chuckled softly. I assure you, I'm one of the more relaxed ones. But the warmth in her eyes faded when Vlad took on a more serious tone. He had just received a telepathic message from one of his blood riders and knew it was best to tackle two thorny issues at once. My love, I don't mean to ruin the mood, but we have some unpleasant matters to deal with. Daenerys frowned. What now? Vlad looked at her before sighing. Best to rip the bandage off quickly. Your advisor, Jorah Mormont, and your brother. Daenerys' face darkened immediately. Chapter 33, The Unworthy. Vlad's main tent was larger than many noble houses in Karth, with thick carpets, silver chandeliers, and a massive map spread over an ebony table. Yet at that moment, the wealth of the place was irrelevant. A heavy silence filled the interior, broken only by the creaking of wood and the crackling of torches. Daenerys stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her face tense and a shadow of concern in her eyes. Jorah Mormont, on the other hand, stood rigidly at her side, jaw clenched and brow furrowed. In front of them, Vlad stared coldly at the man they had brought before him, Viserys Targaryen, the Beggar King, chained and kneeling on the tent's sandy floor, his cheek still red from the slap he received when he was subdued. The prince had tried to regain his composure, but his wounded pride would not allow him to stay silent. I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. I am the dragon. I demand to be treated with respect. He spat, his voice a whirlwind of rage and desperation. Vlad looked at him for a moment with an unreadable expression, then began to walk slowly around him, hands behind his back, his voice calm but sharp as a blade. Respect? You tried to rape one of my cooks. Viserys paled. That bitch didn't obey me? I'm the king? I'm a Targaryen? Vlad stopped behind him and let out a low, dangerous laugh. Do you think that just because you carry a name, you can do whatever you please? That the world owes you obedience just because? The prince clenched his teeth but didn't reply. Daenerys, until then silent, spoke in a voice that wavered between anger and disappointment. You dishonor us all. Viserys looked at her with fury. Shut up. You're the one who sold yourself to this savage? You're the one who beds a demon while I... He couldn't finish the sentence. Vlad struck him with the force of a hammer, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. The silence that followed was absolute. Vlad leaned over him, grabbing him by the hair and lifting him just enough for their eyes to meet. Listen closely, Viserys. You're a nuisance. You're not strong, not clever, and you're not worthy of the name you bear. Since the moment I met you, all you've done is demand, insult, and behave like a spoiled child. Viserys gasped, blood dripping from his split lip. You have no right to hurt me. I am the dragon. I am your blood. He added, turning to Daenerys. Vlad gave him a sideways smile, revealing his fangs. You're nothing but a rabid dog, and rabid dogs cannot live among men. He straightened and looked at Daenerys. Can you imagine what would happen if this idiot were still alive when we have children? If he tried to make some kind of ridiculous claim? Daenerys looked away but said nothing. She knew Vlad was right. Vlad sighed and turned to Jorah. Have this fool executed. Out of respect for the fact that he kept Daenerys safe when she was young, he'll have a proper burial, nothing more. Take him away. Viserys tried to scream, but before he could, Jorah drew his sword and knocked him unconscious with the pommel. A couple of men dragged his limp body out of the tent to be beheaded. Stay, Ser Jorah. I want to speak with you, Vlad said with apparent calm, pouring himself a cup of wine. A chill ran down Jorah's spine. Daenerys looking angry at him for some unknown reason didn't help. Sit, Ser, Vlad said, offering him a cup. Jorah accepted, but his posture remained tense. What can I do for you, my lord? He asked cautiously. Vlad slowly swirled the wine in his cup, as if pondering his words. I like you, Ser Jorah. You're not particularly clever, but you're loyal and determined. In fact, I like you enough to let you remain near my wife, despite your feelings. Jorah stiffened but said nothing. Vlad looked up, his tone turning icy. But what I will not tolerate, Ser Jorah, is you making my wife unhappy. I'd rather gut you than see her shed a tear because of you. The knight swallowed hard. I understand the situation, Vlad continued, his voice a strand of steel. It all started as a mission, a way to earn a royal pardon for some other foolish thing you did for an ungrateful woman. I understand. I can even respect that. Vlad set the cup down on the table and stared him straight in the eyes. But if you don't confess everything to Daenerys right here and now, I will impale you alive. Jorah Mormont closed his eyes for a moment and drew a breath before speaking. When he opened them again, Daenerys was watching him with a mixture of fury and disappointment, and Vlad, though composed, hadn't taken his intense gaze off him. It's true, Jorah admitted in a grave tone. When I first met you, Khaleesi, I was working as an informant for Varys, the spider. In exchange for a pardon, I sent reports about you, about your brother, about everything you did. Daenerys clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. For how long? She asked through gritted teeth. At first, I sent everything. But in time, I stopped. Jorah lifted his gaze to her, a trace of pleading in his voice. Varys wrote to me more than once, but I ignored his letters. I swear I stopped being his spy long ago. I follow no one but you now. And how the hell are we supposed to believe your word? Daenerys snapped, stepping toward him. You betrayed me, Jorah? You sold me out for a pardon, like I was some kind of merchandise. Jorah didn't defend himself. I know there's no excuse for what I did. All I can say is that, at some point, I stopped seeing you as a way out, and started following you because I wanted to. Because I believed in you. Chapter 34, Rage. Daenerys took a deep breath, trembling with rage. Vlad, who had remained silent until that moment, took a sip from his cup before speaking. Ser Jorah, he said in a soft, almost contemplative tone, you are not a man of great ideas, but you are a man of convictions. When you decide to commit to something, you do so completely. You did it with the woman who exiled you. You did it with your betrayal. And you did it with Daenerys. Jorah looked at him seriously, but Vlad did not smile. That kind of loyalty, when it's sincere, is rare. But when it's false, it's poison. Jorah nodded slightly, understanding the warning. Daenerys, however, was not softened. She stepped forward again, her face hardened like iron. I should execute you for treason, she said, her voice cold. Jorah kept his gaze low. He did not beg, he did not protest. There was a long silence. Then, she let out a short, ragged sigh. But I won't. Jorah raised his head, surprised. However, Daenerys continued, from this moment on, I don't want you near me. Don't address me. Don't speak to me alone. And if you make one false move. She looked him in the eyes, and for the first time, Jorah felt that the girl he had protected was gone forever. I won't need Vlad to kill you. I'll do it myself. Her voice was a shard of obsidian. And Jorah, who had seen bigger men fall to their knees for less, could only bow his head in acceptance. Get out of my sight, she said in a cold tone. When Jorah left the tent, Daenerys turned abruptly, raising her hands in a frustrated gesture, as if looking for something to throw. But before she could do so, Vlad wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. As he comforted her, he placed a soft kiss on her crown and murmured in a slightly teasing tone. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, my love. Daenerys didn't respond with words. She just clung to him tighter. Robb Stark's camp, several weeks later. The night in the camp was calm, with the crackling of the bonfires and the sound of the wind through the tents. Robb Stark, king in the north, was in the middle of a meeting with his commanders when the shouts of the sentries interrupted the peace. Rider approaching? Wagon in sight. Robb exited his command tent with his hand on the hilt of his sword, followed by his men. He saw a tall, slender man dismount from his horse with a fluid motion. He was pulling the reins of a rickety wagon, but what truly made Robb's heart skip a beat was what was inside. Sansa and Arya, their heads sticking out of the rickety wagon, wearing nothing but tattered and dirty clothes and cloaks to protect themselves from the wind. His mother, Catelyn, choked on a scream and ran to the wagon, helping her daughters down. Robb felt an unbearable weight on his chest as he saw them. Sansa was pale, her gaze lowered, while Arya seemed furious, her fists clenched. Who are you? Robb asked the stranger, his voice tense. The man, with dark hair and eyes cold as steel, barely glanced at him before answering in a firm tone. Edward, of House Dracal. I've brought your sisters safe and sound. Robb exchanged a glance with his mother before nodding. Come to my tent. Inside the command tent, with the canvas fluttering slightly in the wind, Caitlin offered a cup of wine to the newcomer, but Edward rejected it with a gesture. Robb, not wasting any time, spoke first. I don't know how to thank you. If there's anything the North can do for you. Edward interrupted him with a dry smile. I didn't do it for your gratitude, Lord Stark. Robb frowned, and Caitlin felt a chill as she noticed that Sansa was avoiding Edward's gaze. Arya, on the other hand, was glaring at the man. Then why? Caitlin asked, trying to hide her unease. Edward crossed his arms and looked at Robb with unwavering seriousness. Because my lord, Vlad Dracal Targaryen, needs a strong north. Caitlin immediately frowned. Why would a barbarian from Essos help us? Edward slowly turned his head toward her, and his gaze became dangerously sharp. I suggest you watch your words, my lady. Here, your impertinence may be tolerated, but it's not wise to address the most powerful man in the world like that. Silence fell like a heavy stone in the tent. Most powerful in the world? Robb repeated in disbelief. Edward barely smiled. My lord is Vlad Dracal Targaryen, husband of Daenerys Targaryen. Unlike all the other kings in this war, he has a legitimate right to claim the Iron Throne through marriage. Robb clenched his jaw. But the Dothraki don't sail. 80 ships from Karth solve that problem. Edward smiled smugly at the reaction on the faces of the northerners. Robb felt a chill run down his spine. And what does your lord want in return? Nothing. Edward paused and then added, just that you remember his warning. The Iron Islands are a threat, and never trust the word of Valder Frey. Robb felt something dark settle in his stomach. Anything else? Edward leaned slightly forward. That you end this war as soon as possible. Because beyond the wall, there are 100,000 wildlings preparing to raid the north. Robb and Caitlin exchanged a silent glance. Of all the warnings Edward had brought, that last one was the most terrifying. Inside her personal tent, Caitlin Stark watched her daughters with a mix of relief and concern. She had gotten them back, yes, but something in their expressions troubled her. Sansa, pale and tense, kept her gaze low, while Arya had her arms crossed and a frown on her face, with a contained anger that Caitlin knew all too well. Chapter 35, Sorcerer. She sat down in front of them and gently took Sansa's hands. My daughters. How was your journey? How did you manage to escape? Sansa swallowed hard before answering, without lifting her gaze. He got us out of the Red Keep. Her voice was shaky, as if she were afraid to speak too loudly. In the middle of the night, through secret passages not even the guards knew about. He moved without making a sound, and no one saw us leave. But, her voice broke a little. He refused to save father. Caitlyn's face hardened. Why? Sansa trembled and looked at Arya as if hoping she would speak for her. Arya snorted and spoke bluntly. Because he didn't want to. Because he didn't care. Caitlin felt a knot form in her chest. And who is this man? His name is Edward. And he is a sorcerer. Caitlin straightened immediately upon hearing that word. Don't speak nonsense, Arya. It's not nonsense. Arya protested, her eyes blazing. He can make people do whatever he wants. I saw it. I did too, Sansa whispered, her voice trembling. He showed us on the way. What do you mean? Arya leaned forward, her eyes shining with fury and disbelief. We ran into some bandits. They wanted to rob us. Edward didn't even draw his sword. He just told them to kill themselves. And she swallowed hard. They did. They stabbed themselves. Caitlin made the sign of the seven. Witchcraft, she whispered. Blood, curses and darkness. Witchcraft or not, it worked. Sansa shrugged. He's also fast. I've never seen anyone move like him with a sword. I used to talk to him during the journey. Arya made a face. I asked him questions, tried to learn more about him, but most of the time he used his spell to silence me when I talked too much. And that was the only good thing he did. Sansa crossed her arms, giving her sister a severe look. Arya huffed and rolled her eyes but didn't argue. Caitlin sighed, rubbing her temple. A man like that, sent by the demon of Essos. And yet, he saved us. Arya looked at her seriously, with more firmness than Caitlin had ever seen in her. Because he commanded it. Vlad Dracal. Caitlin pronounced the name cautiously. Yes. Sansa nodded. Caitlin felt a wave of unease again. You heard his warnings. About the Greyjoys, about the wall, but what worries me most is what he said about Valder Frey. Robb, who had been silent, looked up from his map with a frown. For my army to advance, at some point I'll have to cross the Trident. And the best way to do that is through the twins, not to mention I'm betrothed to one of his daughters. Then, what should we make of his warning? Caitlin asked, her voice tense. Robb exhaled slowly. I don't know. Slaver's Bay, several weeks later. Vlad's new fleet was splendid, well-provisioned, with strong, nearly brand new ships, at least within the limits of current technology. At times like this, when observing the poor naval development of the world, he wished he could remember more than just basic engineering notions and pull detailed blueprints for a proper steamship out of thin air. Although, now that he thought about it, he understood the basic workings of the concept. Perhaps, if he gathered a few blacksmiths and provided them with the right tools, he could craft something remotely functional. It was an idea worth considering later. By reflex, Vlad turned his head, expecting to see Daenerys beside him, but felt a pang of disappointment when he remembered she wasn't there. Technically, he had sent her to conquer Mirian with around 60,000 Dothraki, accompanied by Baelrion and Veladion, although saying he had sent her wasn't entirely accurate. In truth, she had insisted on going, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. With such a massive army, along with 2 dragons and 4 of his blood riders, it was more than enough to ensure her safety. Still, it was the first time in a year that they had been apart for so long and over such a distance. And she wasn't just traveling, she was leading a military campaign. Vlad had to take a deep breath and rein in his worries. Although Daenerys was as human as anyone, she was far from defenseless. She had the power of the dragons, and her blood riders were vampires with a single order, to protect her at all costs. Vlad wasn't happy that his wife was engaging in anything dangerous, but Daenerys was a proud woman. Over time together, she had developed her own personality and had begun to act like a proper queen. Part of the reason he had taken his last name was because of all the trouble it would save, but above all, out of respect for her own family name, a small concession that would make his wife happy and life much easier. The nobles of Westeros would fight to the death against a foreign invader, but someone bearing the Targaryen name, even through marriage, they would accept that. However, in truth, the name didn't matter. His children and future rulers would carry the name Dracareris, his house, because after the long night, none of that would matter anymore. War and conquest would open the way, but it would be the long night that would truly seat him on the throne. Vlad could only sigh, forcing himself to stop overthinking. He had wanted a competent wife, and that was exactly what he had gotten. Fortunately, conquering Mirian would not be complicated. It was one of the easiest cities to take, and Vlad had infiltrated his spawn into it long before reaching V's Dothraki. The city already had an established structure to maintain itself even after Daenerys departed with her riches and a few volunteer soldiers. Deep down, Vlad knew he couldn't overprotect her. He had to allow her to earn her own merits in conquest, to learn about war, diplomacy, and governance. If he were always at her side, the process would be much slower. After a month of sailing, the coast of Astapor finally appeared on the horizon. Vlad was no friend of the sea. The slowness, the confinement, it was all unbearably boring to him. So upon seeing solid ground, he barely resisted the urge to order the rowers to move faster. Honestly, if he were in Astapor and heard news of a known conqueror planning to come to the city, he would prepare for war. But not Astapor. Of course not. They would open their gates and welcome him with open arms because, for some strange reason, they were completely sure no one would dare attack them. And indeed, before Vlad, no one had intended to break the status quo. But no longer. From the deck, he silently observed the entrance to the port, where the old statue of the harpy still stood atop a cracked base. One of its wings was broken, and the face was corroded by salt, as if it were about to collapse, yet no one seemed to have bothered to repair it. From that distance, he could already distinguish the uneven walls, some sections clean and restored, others filled with cracks, as if they had only patched what was visible from the sea. Inside the walls, however, the contrast was grotesque. The rooftops of the common houses looked crooked, while the palaces of the great masters rose between gilded columns, stained glass windows, and balconies filled with statues. Everything was so unnecessarily lavish that it was unpleasant to behold. Chapter 36, Not So Wise a Master. As Vlad had foreseen, the wise masters of Astapor were quick to greet him with smiles and masks of hospitality. Despite their mistrust, they allowed him through the city gates with no more than a dozen guards. They believed that would be enough to keep him in check. But it was irrelevant. If he wanted to, he could raze the city to the ground on his own. The heat was thick and sticky, and the air reeked of salt, blood, and old sweat. With every step, Vlad could smell the stench of slavery, branded bodies, hollow eyes, chains that creaked with every movement. Astapor didn't disgust him, it only filled him with disdain. The only thing more unpleasant than the city itself was the wise master Krasnus Mo Naklas. He opened his mouth before even looking Vlad in the eye, muttering insults in High Valyrian, convinced no one understood what he was saying. He relied on his translator to filter his words. Too bad he didn't know Vlad spoke the language fluently. So Vlad simply ignored the man's comments. Missandei, the young translator no older than Daenerys, conveyed the details of the Unsullied and their training with precise professionalism, smoothing over each insult. Meanwhile, Krasnus spoke shamelessly in High Valyrian. More than once Vlad had to restrain himself when the master referred to him as a savage, along with a string of equally colorful adjectives. For a moment, he was tempted to rip his throat out, but he held back. Revenge, like fine wine, was best enjoyed slowly. As they toured Astapor and the sprawling Unsullied training fields, Vlad assessed the scale of the army. The discipline was impressive, though the cost of their creation was monstrous. Soldiers without fear, immune to pain, devoid of personal will. After some 15 minutes of walking, they were led into the master's stronghold. Krasnus Mo Naklas immediately caught Vlad's attention, not just because of his red and black beard dripping with nauseating oils, but because of his overall repulsive appearance. "My lord, wise master Krasnus welcomes you and awaits your offer," said Missandei politely. "My offer is simple. I want them all," Vlad stated without hesitation. Missandei blinked, surprised, and Krasnus let out a mocking laugh. "All of them?" the translator repeated, as if she had misheard. "All. The 8,000 Unsullied and the 300 or so still in training. If they fall in battle, I'll need replacements," Vlad replied calmly. The wise master laughed again, full of disdain. This savage fool couldn't afford them even if he sold all his other savages, he said in High Valley Ryan, not bothering to hide his contempt. Then added with a filthy grin, maybe I'd sell him 500. 1,000, perhaps, if he brings his silver-haired whore to suck my cock right now. A chill passed through everyone present after those words. Miss Sandei, quick from experience, filtered the words before translating. Wise Master Krasnus respectfully rejects your offer. He doubts you can pay the full price but says you may negotiate for a little more than half with a generous discount. Vlad didn't take his eyes off the man, but in his mind, he was already deciding his fate. I'm sure we can come to an agreement, he said as if nothing had happened. 1 dragon in exchange for all of them? Krasnus's expression changed instantly. Greed wiped the sneer from his face. A dragon? He repeated in High Valley Ryan, still incredulous, though his eyes gleamed with hunger. Rumors of the dragon's return had already spread through Essos, so the wise master was very interested. Miss Sandei translated faithfully. The wise master is interested in the offer. Excellent. I have 4. And I'm willing to give 1 in exchange for everything I want to purchase here, Vlad said casually. I want 4. Krasnus demanded immediately, raising 3 fingers with childish eagerness. No 1 dragon, Vlad replied firmly, raising a single finger to make his point. Krasnus scowled. 3? He shouted in the common tongue, slamming the table in fury. 1, Vlad repeated, unmoved. Krasnus clenched his teeth, still furious, but greed was stronger than pride. The biggest, he finally said, as if he were winning something. Vlad nodded indifferently. It didn't matter which, his dragons were nearly the same size for now. Add the translator to the deal, and we have an agreement, Vlad added, not even looking at Miss Sandei. The wise master barely gave it a thought before nodding. Losing a slave meant nothing compared to gaining a dragon. And so, without even realizing it, Krasnus Mo had just signed his own death sentence. Soon, he would find that death might be a mercy he would not receive. 3 days later, they walked to the main platform where the 8,300 Unsullied stood. They remained upright, backs straight, shields on one arm and spears in the other hand, like living statues. Each had been molded through brutal training no man should endure, transformed into human weapons whose only purpose was to obey without question. They didn't think. They didn't argue. They only listened. Any deviation from an order was punished with the whip or death. An army for a dragon. Where is it? Krasnus demanded impatiently. As promised, Vlad replied calmly, gesturing with his hand. From the sky descended a massive black shadow, Dracal. His size already exceeded that of a horse, and Vlad knew that, sooner or later, his dragons would reach the size of the colossal beasts of old, those that cast shadows over entire cities. Krasnus's frown quickly turned into a greedy smile as the dragon landed beside Vlad. Dracal glanced at the man as if he had just spotted a piece of rotten meat. Chapter 37, Dracareris. Vlad's dragons were not mindless beasts. The ritual had forged an empathic bond and granted them an intelligence that surpassed that of many men. They could distinguish friend from foe, loyalty from betrayal, and they possessed an instinct that rarely failed. Give it to me? Krasnus demanded, extending his hand. The whip, Vlad replied, his palm open. Here? The wise master growled, throwing the whip at him brusquely, too drunk with excitement over his new prize to sense the danger. Krasnus grabbed the chain around Dracal's neck and smiled in satisfaction, convinced he now had a dragon slave at his command. Are they mine now? Vlad asked, pointing to the Unsullied, who watched in total silence. You hold the whip, my lord. They witnessed the transfer. The Unsullied are at your disposal, Miss Sandei explained, approaching with the serenity of someone who had already accepted her fate. Then Vlad raised the whip and spoke in the tongue of the old dragon lords. Daveo Jedis, Najat Mimabetas, Unsullied, forward. The entire army obeyed without hesitation. Kalitis, stop. The Unsullied halted immediately. Meanwhile, Krasnus yanked on the chain impatiently. Obey? I am your master. Move, beast. Obey. But Dracal did not move. Zaldrizes boosteri ixos deir. Dragons are not slaves. Krasnus's face filled with disbelief. Idra G. Valir? You speak High Valley Ryan. Vlad gave a slight, amused smile. Scori Zaldrizes deir horologan prumia lentear days? What dragon does not know the tongue of his own blood? The wise master paled. His tone changed cold, lethal. Dracareris. Dracal opened his jaws, and a column of fire engulfed Krasnus Mo. The Unsullied remained in formation, impassive, unmoving, unreacting. No new orders had been given. Vlad took a deep breath and let his gaze travel over his new soldiers. He knew they had only ever known pain and servitude. And though they were deadly, they were also victims. That's why he uttered the same words once spoken by the mother of dragons in another timeline. Daveo Jedis, Aiksha Osenitas, Menti Osenitas, Kilin Ipilos Lu Vale Tolvi Osenitas, Yn Rhine Dori Adrakatas. Ernit Luo Bustero Tolvio Belma Prejadas, Unsullied? Kill the masters, kill the soldiers, kill every man who holds a whip, but do not harm a single child. Break the chains of every slave you see. The Unsullied moved without hesitation, beginning to kill every soldier or master they saw. Within hours, Astapor had fallen. Vlad's men moved with precision and ruthlessness to take the city. But Vlad's attention was elsewhere. Dracal had indeed engulfed Krasnus in fire, but he had understood his father's true intent. The wise master was horribly burned, his flesh charred and still smoking, but he remained alive exactly as Vlad had planned. You know, I've been meaning to try this for a while, Vlad commented with the ease of someone chatting with an old friend. He knelt beside the agonizing Krasnus, observing with near-academic curiosity the trembling of ruined flesh and the pain reflected in the man's eyes. The tale of the Impaler is effective because it terrifies people, you see, he continued in a calm, instructive tone. Fear is a powerful weapon. But I have no interest in killing innocents just so my name inspires terror. Now, men like you, that's a different story. He smiled kindly. You and I are going to make sure my name is feared across this continent. Isn't that right, wise Master Krasnus? The man's eyes widened in horror as Vlad gestured and a few warriors brought forward several metal stakes, finely etched with ancient runes. They weren't very large, but each was laced with curses and spells designed to keep the victim conscious for as long as possible. And a little of his blood would later heal the master enough for his punishment to continue. Vlad gave a predator's smile as he inspected the work. He had chosen the location with care, the prow of his ship, where Krasnus would be displayed as a grotesque warning to those who dared disrespect him. A human pincushion. When the dust of battle settled, the Red Stallion gathered everyone, slaves, unsullied, and citizens, so they could hear his words. Drakul and Regal flew overhead, casting their shadows across the crowd, while the army stood firm, watching their king with anticipation. Vlad stood atop an improvised platform, his voice resounding like thunder. Javo glacidi boosteri istiat. Kesi tubi gemat dervi tepan. You have been slaves all your lives. Today, I give you freedom. Silence followed. Some slaves barely seemed to understand what they'd just heard. Others looked at one another, afraid to believe in something impossible. Henujagan jails aluavala mira henujagan costas, se dairis siri adra kilza. Gemat kivio natepan. Any man who wishes to leave may do so, and no harm will come to him. You have my word. A murmur ran through the crowd. The idea of freedom was a dream, a fantasy. But Vlad was a man of his word. Incitivali balat? Hadaro Velodi? Will you fight for me? As free man. The Unsullied remained silent for a moment that felt eternal. Then, as if bound by some invisible force, they struck the ground with their spears. Once. Then again. And again. Vlad's forces quickly secured key targets, pyramids, treasures, and supply depots. Loads of gold, silver, gems, grain, and weapons were transported to his fleet. Amid the activity, one of Vlad's vampiric offspring, named Jace, who had been infiltrated a year ago, approached to deliver his report. The Astapori accountants and clerks, now working under military pressure, labored tirelessly to inventory the spoils. Your Grace, Jace began, the estimated value of the gold, silver, gems, and other precious stones we've confiscated ranges from 6 to 9 million gold dragons. We've also secured 3,768 sets of armor and weapons. As for the grain, we now control over 1.4 million pounds stored in the city. However, even with the 20 merchant ships we've seized from the slavers, we may not be able to transport it all. Chapter 38, The Conclave. Vlad listened, pleased with the outcome. The spoils of a single city had yielded immense wealth. His targets had been carefully chosen, only the great slavers who ruled from the pyramids had been looted. Truthfully, sacking Mirian alone would have provided him with enough gold to attack the 7 kingdoms effectively, but he had vowed to break every slave chain in Essos. That was his promise. The Conclave will take control of the city, Jace Vlad declared in a grave tone. I don't expect the economy to flourish, but it must remain stable. Trade from Astapor is enough to sustain its people, as long as the slavers don't monopolize it. Keep 40% of the riches and invest it in trade. Train soldiers and guarantee security. He turned on his heels, hands behind his back, not looking at him. The Conclave must not fail me. I granted them eternity. I can take it away just as easily. Jace's eyes widened when he felt blisters forming on his skin, exposed to the sun's rays. As his sire, Vlad could bestow his progeny with his powers, but also burden them with the classic weaknesses of vampires, such as aversion to sunlight and silver, something he could alter with a mere thought. Jace dropped to his knees, enduring the pain. I swear we will not fail you, my lord. The Conclave exists to serve. The Conclave was composed of 5 of the most powerful, though less cruel, masters Jace had found while infiltrating Astapor. He had convinced them to unite, shown them his power, and offered eternal life in exchange for loyalty. As expected, those greedy men and women accepted without hesitation. Now they would rule the city in his name, enforcing his rules, his laws. Everything would be under Vlad's control. Vlad knew they were unpredictable, but after meeting them, he had branded a single principle into their minds: noblesse oblige. Vampires would be superior to humans, yes, but that did not mean treating them like cattle. He would not tolerate blood-drunken fools or butchers among his kind. The rules were clear: feed discreetly, never kill, and never touch a child. Disobedience would make death a mercy. Mirian, a few months later. Daenerys Drakul Targaryen was not a weak woman. She had spent most of her childhood in poverty, knowing hunger, stealing to survive, and eating from trash when there was no other choice. But she had survived. She always did. Not because she was exceptionally strong or intelligent, but because she knew her life was not her own. She could not die, not yet. She had a blood debt to settle. She lived for vengeance. When she first met Vlad, she was afraid of him. What girl wouldn't be? A tall man with broad shoulders and powerful arms, reputed to be a monster on the battlefield, a savage who bathed in the blood of his enemies and impaled those who dared defy him. She feared him, until she got to know him. Vlad, as he had once joked with a laugh, was a man of layers, like an onion. With her, he was tender, kind, and caring. Intelligent, handsome, and above all, someone who knew how to listen. But with his enemies, he was ruthless and cruel. His name was whispered with fear in every corner of Essos. Once, Daenerys had asked him why he did it. Why did he impale his enemies? Out of mercy he answered without hesitation. For every man I impale, I spare 100. Not because they are innocent, but because the fear I inspire keeps their leaders from sending them to die against me. Daenerys had been moved. Even in his cruelty, Vlad was compassionate. But even he knew that sometimes, one had to get their hands dirty. That was why she was in Mirian alone laying siege to it. Daenerys didn't consider herself weak, but when she was with him, with her husband, she felt invincible. And to be honest, she probably was. Vlad was, after all, the strongest man in the world. Still, this was something she had to do on her own. She needed to learn, to prove herself worthy. That was why she now sat in her tent, stroking Veladian to calm herself, while a Mirianese slaver spoke to her with arrogance, devouring her with his eyes, just like he did her dragons. Her tent was spacious, but the atmosphere inside felt heavy and stifling. One of Mirian's masters, Lord Omidryo, as he had pompously introduced himself, stood before her with a stiff back and raised chin, doing his best to appear composed. Behind him, 2 young slaves stood silently, eyes cast down. 4 of her blood riders watched him with cold eyes, their hands always near their weapons. Beside her, standing like a statue, Ser Barristan Selmy remained silent, but his very presence radiated authority. The old knight had been cast out of the Kingsguard by the foolish Joffrey Baratheon, and in search of a worthy king to serve in his final days, had sailed to Essos to offer his sword to the last Targaryen. Around Daenerys' makeshift throne, 2 of her dragons now the size of horses slept with the lazy confidence of predators who feared nothing. Lorto spoke with the irritating confidence of men who had never known real fear. You cannot take Mirian, he said with a condescending smile. Our walls are strong. Our warriors ready. The people will fight. Even here we've heard of what your husband did in Astapor. We know how he keeps one master tortured with vile sorcery. He paused, expecting a reaction from her, but Daenerys simply stared at him, expressionless. And? She said calmly. The nobleman frowned. We will not surrender to the wife of a savage monster. Daenerys tilted her head slightly, as if pondering his words. Then she let out a soft, humorless laugh. Does that scandalize you? She asked with feigned disbelief. Curious, coming from a man of Mirian. On my way here I found. How many were they, Ser Barristan? 169 boys and girls, your grace, replied the old knight. Yes, that's right. 169 children, crucified, nailed to wood alive, screaming until their final breath. The noble blinked, visibly uneasy. It was a warning to people like you and your husband. There are no people like my husband and me, Master Lorto, she interrupted him with sarcasm. Tell me, do you expect horrible things to happen only to others, but never to you? Chapter 39, Mirian. The man pressed his lips together, irritated, but his tone shifted to a more diplomatic one as he signaled to the slaves. They entered carrying 2 chests overflowing with gold. We don't have to be enemies, Khaleesi. Mirian is rich, and the masters are generous. Surely you'll need ships to reclaim your throne in Westeros. Ships, weapons, gold. The great masters of Mirian can help you. If only you choose to leave. Daenerys leaned back in her seat, unmoved. I can offer you something as well, she said at last. The nobleman looked at her cautiously. And what would that be? Your life. And the lives of your great masters. The room fell into a deathly silence. I'll give it to you, but only if Mirian frees all its slaves. The noble's expression shifted from surprise to fury in a matter of seconds. Ridiculous? He spat. Never? We would rise in arms first? Do you think that because you brought a handful of men and winged beasts you can dictate our customs? The slaves are ours. Perhaps, after this war, you will be one too. Ser Barristan stepped forward, hand on the hilt of his sword. The blood riders tensed, ready to act. Even the dragons lifted their heads, sensing their mother's mood. But Daenerys merely narrowed her eyes, a small dangerous smile playing on her lips. You live only because my husband isn't here to hear you say that, she murmured. Lorto swallowed hard, realizing too late his mistake. He tried to signal his slaves to retrieve the chests of gold, but the dragons roared, making it clear the gold no longer belonged to him. These are my gifts, Master Lorto. You gave them to me, Daenerys said with feigned indignation. She leaned forward slightly, her tone turning more dangerous. Leave. Go tell your people my terms. If Mirian frees all the slaves, I won't attack the city. The noble trembled with rage, but he had no other choice. Without another word, he turned on his heel and left the tent. Daenerys exhaled slowly and stroked Veladian's head, feeling the warmth of her dragon beneath her hand. Do you have news of my husband, Qatar? Qatar, one of Vlad's blood riders, inclined his head slightly in respect. As a spawn of Hercule, he shared a telepathic bond with him, a connection that allowed them to communicate across distances. After leaving Astapor a fortnight ago, he headed to Yunkai to free it as well. Khaleesi, he replied with a bow. Daenerys nodded slowly, processing the information. Is it true what they say? That he keeps one of Astapor's great masters alive, tortured? She asked, unsure of what to think. Qatar looked up. It is, my Khaleesi. That man dared to speak ill of you. Lord Vlad punished him accordingly. For a moment, Daenerys felt the urge to smile, but she held back and turned her gaze to Ser Barristan. How is our infiltration plan progressing? It goes well, Your Majesty. We've armed most of the slaves. Now we wait, the knight reported solemnly. Excellent. I'm sure my husband will appreciate the conquest of the city without spilling innocent blood, she said, gently stroking her dragons. Your Majesty, Ser Barristan spoke cautiously, choosing his words. Shouldn't we put an end to the rumors about your husband's use of sorcery? Daenerys narrowed her eyes at him. There's no need, Ser Barristan. In fact, my husband wields sorcery with the same skill as he wields a sword. But I don't see why that should concern you. House Targaryen has had magic in its blood since the days of old Valyria. If not for that, Ser, how do you think we bonded with dragons? Barristan Selmy remained silent for a moment, his expression impassive, but finally inclined his head in understanding. I understand, Your Majesty, he murmured, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his voice. Daenerys regarded him patiently. I understand your doubts, Ser Barristan, but when you meet my husband in person, you'll see there's nothing to fear. The old knight didn't reply immediately, but his stance relaxed slightly. Daenerys didn't need him to believe in Vlad yet. He would, soon enough. Meanwhile, in the north, Edward Dracarel wasn't going through the best time. Not that he complained about the task his lord had given him, follow Robb Stark and keep him alive without being noticed, but what truly made the job unbearable was that Robb Stark seemed like a complete fool. His mother, a hysteric, and his sisters, a nuisance he preferred not to remember. After all, he had never liked children. He didn't understand why his lord was so insistent on keeping the Starks alive. Surely anyone else could serve his interests better than the naive king in the north. Just watching him break a political engagement out of infatuation for some woman from Volantis made Edward roll his eyes, but when Robb executed one of his most important bannermen, Ricard Karstark, for honor, without caring about the consequences for the war, it became clear to him that the Starks weren't just honor-obsessed fools, but also prone to making decisions that guaranteed their own death. That's why having to sneak into the twins to intercept Robb Stark in his chambers and warn him one last time not to trust the phrase before violently intervening definitely did not make him happy. His lord had asked him to remain discreet, and having to disobey that because of Robb Stark's idiocy put him in a foul mood. The night was cold at the twins, the damp air seeping through the stone hallways as torches crackled in the distance. The Frey fortress was crowded with guests for the wedding of Edmure Tully and Rosalind Frey, but none of them noticed the shadow slipping between the structures, moving like a ghost among the guards, silent and leaving no trace. Edward Dracarel moved through the corridors as if it were his own castle. His sharpened senses picked up every sound, every breath, every heartbeat in the fortress. He slipped through the shadows to the room assigned to Robb Stark, and without a sound, entered and hid in a corner near the fireplace. Chapter 40, Fools and Ingenuous. The young king in the north stood dressed in a light shirt, his sword resting on a nearby stand. In front of him, Talisa Magur, his pregnant wife, sat in a chair with a soft smile as they spoke. Lord Frey has been more understanding than I expected, Robb said calmly. Not only has he forgiven me for breaking my betrothal, but he welcomed us with hospitality and offered his congratulations. He may have a bad reputation, but he's proven to be a good ally. Talisa frowned slightly, crossing her arms over her belly. Don't you think that's a bit too generous? She asked skeptically. I'm sure he expects something in return. Maybe he's looking for a new match for one of his sons. After all, your sisters are with you now. Robb smiled, taking her hand affectionately. I don't think he's that bad. Just by marrying into House Tully, it's clear he wants a strong alliance with the North. It was then that the sound of slow, sarcastic clapping filled the room. Robb turned immediately, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword's hilt until he saw him. A man sat comfortably in a chair by the fireplace, legs crossed, wearing an expression of utter disdain on his sharp features. His dark hair framed crimson eyes that shimmered with mockery in the shadows. Bravo, Edward Dracarel said with a mocking smile. You must be the most insufferably naive person I've ever seen. Robb frowned, and Talisa clung to his arm, startled. Who are you? The young king asked warily. Edward ignored the question as he stood with elegant, unhurried ease. Surely you inherited that stupidity from your father, he continued with scorn. Remind me, how did he end up again? Robb tensed and, growling with anger, lunged for his sword, but before his hand could even brush the hilt, Edward lazily raised a hand. Don't move. Robb froze in place, his body rigid like a statue. His eyes widened with fury and disbelief as he struggled to move, but Edward's vampiric compulsion held him with impossible strength. It's incredible, Edward went on, folding his arms. My lord went to great lengths to save your family, and yet you've walked straight into a massacre. All of you, including your sisters, who, by the way, I saved. Robb's eyes widened with recognition, and he struggled to speak. You. I remember you, he managed with difficulty. Why are you here? Edward looked at him like he was a particularly stupid child. My mission is to keep the Stark family alive, he replied with an exaggerated sigh. Apparently, against their own wishes, since you lot seem determined to die like a whore charging a sack of gold. Talisa, until then too shocked to speak, cautiously stepped forward. What do you mean by that? Edward cast her a bored glance before replying. Valder Frey has conspired with the Boltons and the Lannisters to murder every Stark present. Tomorrow, during the wedding, he will betray you, kill your husband, his mother, his bannermen, and any man bearing the dire wolf sigil. The north will fall into Bolton hands, and your husband's head will be sent to King's Landing as a gift. Talisa went pale. No, that can't be. Robb gritted his teeth, fighting the compulsion. Lord Bolton, he's one of my most loyal generals, he growled, eyes full of denial. Edward snorted with contempt. By the gods, Stark, do you have shit for brains? Do you have any idea how many have died already because of your stupidity? The Boltons will kill you and your family, and finally take control of the north. Don't you get it? You're an inconvenience. In war, they were loyal because their interests aligned with yours, but Tywin Lannister gave them a better offer. Robb trembled, jaw clenched in frustration. Edward stepped closer and leaned in slightly. This is my last free warning, Stark, he said in a dangerous tone. If I have to step in to save your life, it'll be under new terms. If you survive this, it will be because you swore fealty to my lord, or you'll watch your family die. A deadly silence filled the room. Edward released Robb from the compulsion with a snap of his fingers, allowing him to regain control of his body. The young king breathed heavily, eyes blazing with fury. Edward smirked. Enjoy the wedding, King in the North, he said mockingly. And just as effortlessly as he had appeared, Edward vanished into the darkness. The night passed. Robb Stark didn't sleep not only because of Edward's ominous words, but because of the unpleasant sensation his sorcery had left behind. Losing control over his own body was something any man would find disturbing, and he was no exception. Unfortunately for Robb, Vlad had given Edward free rein to act as he saw fit, including, among other things, the use of his powers. But Robb didn't know what to make of the man's intentions. He couldn't blindly trust Edward's words, yet he wasn't foolish enough to ignore them when he had nothing to lose. He quickly arranged for his very recent wife and sisters to be smuggled out of the castle and taken to the camp, where they would await news. Even so, convincing his mother to leave the twins along with his sisters and Talisa proved impossible. Catelyn Stark flatly refused, arguing that it would be dishonorable and a grave insult to Lord Frey. So, with no other option, Robb sent the girls away and attended the banquet, determined to see for himself whether the Boltons had truly betrayed the North. Before the celebration, he warned his men, ordering them to stay sober and protect his stubborn mother if anything went wrong. As for Edward's warning about saving him only if he pledged loyalty to Vlad Dracul Targaryen, Robb thought ironically that the man seemed to take Stark vows far too lightly. The wedding between Edmure Tully and Rosalind Frey went off without a hitch. The ceremony was solemn, vows were exchanged, and the guests clapped politely as the young couple was escorted to the feast. The banquet began shortly after, with tables laden with roast meats, black bread, and ale. Music filled the hall, the scent of spiced wine hung in the air, and the cheerful clamor of conversation gave the impression of a genuine celebration. Everything seemed in order. Chapter 42, Survey. I think that, at this point in the story, it would be a good idea to run a poll. To be honest, the timeline of this story is mostly complete. It follows the events of the show for the most part, only changing what's necessary due to the butterfly effect. But when it comes to the ending, I'm still planning it. Why? Because the show's ending was garbage. The long night lasted barely a week, and the Night King's death was stupid and anticlimactic. Not to mention, it rendered all the dim prophecies everyone had been following completely meaningless. Which, honestly, isn't even the biggest issue, but I like when a prophecy, even if not fulfilled literally, finds meaning through another perspective or interpretation. So I've been thinking about what to do with the Night King, and I think it'd be a good idea to discuss it with readers, besides the poll I've already posted on Patreon. First, I'm unsure whether I should put the Night King on the same level as Vlad. Because, to begin with, Vlad is really strong enough to easily kill adult dragons. And while making the Night King that powerful could be interesting, it might feel too convenient and wouldn't make much sense based on what we know about him. Second, the most obvious idea, but also the one I like the least. Nerf Vlad and the vampires in general while they're within the Night King's domain, to make the fight more balanced. Third, and the option I'm most convinced by, have the Night King increase his power in another way. For example, let him hide and evolve into some kind of undead hive mind. Or a classic lich, hiding his phylactery, making him virtually immune to physical attacks. Only magical attacks would work, and those could be logically weakened within the Night King's domain, since all of Vlad's magic, except for his blood control, which is mostly physical, comes from Westeros, blood magic, runes, pyromancy, etc. In that case, we could have Vlad hold off the Night King while others are sent to find and destroy the phylactery to kill him for good. That would give us a reasonable explanation for why Vlad doesn't just kill him outright. I'd also like to explore the Night King's background and his connection to the gods from two different angles. First, the classic one. He's an entity created by the god of cold, with the sole purpose of wiping out all life in the world. Honestly, I don't like this approach. It's overused, too cliché, and it would require introducing gods as actively interfering beings, which I really dislike. Second, my favorite. The White Walkers and the Night King are just constructs made by the children of the forest through rituals and magic. A kind of magical artificial intelligence, created with one single directive, end the war with humans as soon as possible and prevent future wars. Of course, the command was interpreted loosely, and the entity more of basic intelligence than something truly sentient concluded that the best way to fulfill its mission was to eliminate all life in the world. I like this option better because it makes it clear that the whole disaster was caused by arrogance and stupidity, not by pompous deities. It would also allow me to take a different approach to the gods, which I prefer, treating them as non-personified entities. More like forces of nature shaped by collective consciousness, which sometimes respond to certain stimuli through the channeling of will, that is, magic. I also want to make it clear that, while all opinions are appreciated and will be taken into account, I reserve the right to use only the ideas I feel the best suit my creative process. So, we'll run the poll. 1. Make the Night King as strong as Vlad, through some deus ex machina. 2. Nerf Vlad and all vampires in the Night King's domain. 3. Increase the Night King's level more consistently. Make him an undead hive mind, a lich, hide his phylactery, or both. Origin of the Night King. 1. Origin of the Night King, gods. 2. Origin of the Night King, children of the forest, magic and rituals, magical artificial intelligence. Chapter 41, A Redder Wedding. Valder Frey, with his raspy and mocking voice, leaned toward Rob, holding a goblet in his decrepit hand. Tell me, boy, he said with a toothless grin, where are your sisters? And your wife? I would have liked to see them enjoy the celebration. Rob, still on guard, forced a smile and shook his head. They ate something bad, and I had to send them back to the camp, my lord. The old Frey clicked his tongue in feigned disappointment, but his beady eyes gleamed with something more than mere annoyance. Rob didn't notice, but to his right, Roose Bolton cast a discreet glance at his host and gave the faintest of nods. Valder Frey didn't respond, but his smile returned. The feast continued. Men drank, laughed, and toasted to the victory they believed was near. Rob, though tension still lingered in his shoulders, began to relax. Perhaps Edward had been nothing but a fraud or a paranoid fanatic. Everything seemed fine, until the music changed. The first notes of the Rains of Castamere rose in the hall, a sinister melody that dragged an uncomfortable silence among the northerners. Rob felt the shift in the air, how the faces of the Freys and Boltons turned expressionless. Then the massacre began. Suddenly, the doors to the hall slammed shut, and the sound of steel being drawn filled the room. Frey and Bolton men pulled daggers, swords, and crossbows hidden beneath their clothes and attacked mercilessly. For every Stark bannerman, there were 3 or 4 enemies ready to slit their throats. Rob's first man fell with an arrow through the eye before he could even react. Another was stabbed in the back while drinking. Even Ed Muir and Roslin were struck by bolts. Rob was hit in the shoulder and back, but the wounds didn't seem fatal. But the Northerners did not fall without a fight. Thanks to Edward's warning, Rob and his men had hidden daggers in their boots and reacted swiftly. The banquet turned into a bloodbath. The Starks fought desperately, killing several of their attackers, but they were caught in a trap. One by one, they fell. Rob, covered in enemy blood, fought with fury, his dagger finding throats and bellies, but as his men were reduced to a handful, the battle became hopeless. A scream stopped him. Surrender, or your mother dies. Catelyn Stark was on the ground, held by 2 Frey soldiers, her hair disheveled and her eyes wild. The blade of a dagger glinted at her throat. Stop! Rob roared, panting, his chest rising and falling frantically, wounded and exhausted. His men dropped their weapons, defeated. Valder Frey sighed, still seated at the head of the feast table, as if the resistance had been a minor inconvenience. I had hoped it would be easier, he said, shrugging. I lost several of my sons, but oh well. I can always make more. Rob spat on the floor and locked eyes with Roose Bolton. You're a traitor. The man in armor, draped in a cloak of flayed skin, looked at him without emotion. You're a foolish boy, he replied calmly. You don't understand the sacrifices war demands. Valder Frey cackled. It's a shame your sisters aren't here. But no matter, I'll send a party to find them. We could kill them, Roose suggested indifferently, or marry them to my sons to ease the annexation of Winterfell. You damned bastards! Rob roared. Roose ignored the young king's fury and slowly unsheathed his sword, preparing to slit Catelyn's throat. But then, a piercing scream tore through the hall. The candles extinguished all at once, plunging the hall into a chilling gloom. They could still see, but the darkness seemed to have come alive. Another scream rose from the crowd. A Frey man at the back of the hall had vanished. No body, no blood. He had simply disappeared. The soldiers tensed, weapons ready, but unable to find an enemy. A shadow slid swiftly between them, too fast for the human eye to follow. Another scream. This time, a Frey soldier fell to his knees with a gaping hole in his chest, a dagger driven through his heart. What the hell is this? Shouted one of the Freys. Before anyone could answer, at the other end of the hall, another soldier groaned and collapsed, his throat sliced open. Valder Frey and Roose Bolton grouped near the prisoners, glancing frantically around. It's the punishment for breaking guest right, Catelyn whispered, her voice caught between despair and madness. Roose struck her with the back of his hand, silencing her. The deaths continued, each swifter, each crueler than the last. Then, the horror became clear. From the ceiling, something fell heavily onto the central table. It was a body, a Frey man but headless. The skull rolled across the table, stopping in front of Valder Frey. And then, everyone heard it. Footsteps. Calm, deliberate, rhythmic steps. The sound of someone walking slowly over stone, with composure, with absolute certainty. The last of the Frey and Bolton men felt cold sweat slide down their spines. The hall's dimness grew more suffocating with every second that passed. Edward advanced with an unsettling calm, the faint trickle of blood slipping from the corner of his lips the only sign of the carnage he had unleashed in the dark corners of the fortress. Those present felt a chill crawl up their backs, not just fear, but something more primal, a certainty that this man was not a man. Roose Bolton, still holding his dagger against Catelyn Stark's throat, tried to cling to reason. Identify yourself, he commanded tensely, never taking his eyes off Edward's every move. But Edward ignored him entirely. His red eyes locked onto Robb Stark with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, as if scolding a particularly stubborn child. Chapter 42, Interview with a Vampire. You really must possess a very special kind of stupidity to dismiss warnings about your own life as if they were air, he said sarcastically, clasping his hands behind his back. If I didn't know it was impossible, I'd think my lord was wrong about the Starks. Maybe the North would be better off in the hands of another family. Robb tensed, fury bubbling in his chest. At least Edward continued with a slight shrug. You were smart enough to send your wife and sisters away. Some common sense remains in you. Valder Frey swallowed hard before mustering the courage to ask. Who the hell are you? Edward smiled elegantly and bowed with mocking grace, without taking his eyes off Robb. Edward Drakul, my lord. A humble servant of Vlad Drakul Targaryen. The name sparked a murmur of unease among the Frey and Bolton soldiers. Roose, who until then had maintained a mask of composure, furrowed his brow slightly. Why would the Impaler care about the Starks' well-being? He asked coldly. How did he learn of our plans? Edward gave him a lazy smile. I am not obliged to tell you anything, Lord Bolton. I'm only here to get Robb Stark out alive. Nothing more. The young king clenched his fists and stepped forward. What do you mean only me? You have to save my mother? Edward vanished before their eyes. It was a blink. A flash of emptiness. And when he reappeared, he was comfortably seated at a nearby table, holding a wine goblet still clutched in the dead fingers of a Stark soldier. I don't have to do anything, he replied calmly, swirling the cup slowly. My lord only tasked me with protecting you, Robb Stark. Robb felt his blood boil in his veins. But you saved my sisters. Edward raised an eyebrow, as if it were irrelevant. Because they were in the hands of the Lannisters. Had they been prisoners of any other house, my lord wouldn't have bothered. The indifference in his tone was the last straw for Roose Bolton. Enough of this useless talk, he growled, pressing the dagger harder against Catelyn's throat. Let us go or I'll kill you both. You're just one man and we are 10. Edward blinked in surprise. 10? He repeated with a note of disbelief. It's just you and Valder Frey. Roose felt a chill crawl down his spine. With a sharp movement, he tapped the shoulder of one of his men. The body collapsed instantly, head tilting at an impossible angle. A second later, as if bound by an invisible thread, the rest of the Frey and Bolton soldiers dropped like puppets with cut strings, their heads rolling across the stone floor. The air grew thick, laden with inescapable menace. Roose, fighting back his fury and growing panic, pressed the dagger deeper into Catelyn's skin. If you're going to kill me, I'll take her with me? Edward looked at him without a shred of emotion. Go ahead, he said simply. It won't change a thing. Valder Frey, frozen in horror, screamed. What the hell does the savage husband of that dragon whore want with this? Edward fell silent. The entire hall seemed to hold its breath. It wasn't the comment about Vlad. It was that last phrase that froze Edward's face into something cruel and ugly. That sentence just cost you your life, and the lives of everyone in the twins, he whispered with icy calm. Edward wasn't acting alone. He was transmitting everything to Vlad through their mental link. Vlad had been uncertain whether to spare the phrase, but that insult to Daenerys tipped the scales. He now wanted their bloodline to end tonight. Robb fell to his knees, desperate. Please, my mother? Edward didn't look at him. Roose tried one last desperate act. I'm a noble? You can't kill me? I can offer you land, gold, titles. Edward scoffed. I'm not interested. I have orders. The blade of Roose's dagger slid mercilessly across Catelyn's throat, and moments later, his own head fell too. Catelyn's last cry turned into a choking gurgle. Her body collapsed, and Robb caught her in his arms, his wail of grief echoing through the great hall. Edward approached Valder Frey with a look of utter contempt and, in one clean, precise motion, drove his dagger into the old man's kidneys. Valder crumpled, convulsing as he died in spasms of agony. Robb was still sobbing over his mother's body when Edward knelt beside him and whispered, "Sleep." The weight of compulsion fell upon him. Robb tried to resist, but his body wouldn't obey. His eyelids dropped. Edward caught him before he hit the ground, lifted him with impossible ease, and walked out of the twins, leaving behind that distasteful excuse for a wedding. News of the Red Wedding spread swiftly across Westeros. The mere fact that Valder Frey had violated the guest rite was scandal enough to send the tale racing like wildfire, but when it became known that Robb Stark had survived the ambush that claimed the lives of all his bannermen present and his mother, the North roared in fury. They obviously couldn't afford another war, but they didn't need to. It's said that the day after the massacre, when Robb Stark sent men to assault the twins, they found the gates open. There was no resistance. They say every Frey, man or woman, was found impaled, their faces twisted in horror. At first, the other houses thought they were just tales, exaggerated by the common folk, but when witnesses arrived and confirmed the massacre, fear spread like fire in a dry forest. Everyone knew the Frey bloodline had been wiped out in a single night. And everyone knew who was responsible. Because no one else in the world impaled their enemies. Vlad Drakul Targaryen, the Red Stallion, the Great Kul of the East, the dragon's father. But above all, the Impaler. Creators. Chapter 43, The Bastard of the Titan. While Westeros burned with rumors and fear, Vlad was content to enjoy a cup of wine, seated on his improvised throne outside Yunkai, with 8,000 unsullied, 5,000 free men, and 2 horse-sized dragons laying siege to the city. Before him, a delegation of mercenaries approached. Yunkai ruling caste had met with him days earlier, offering him wealth and gold in exchange for lifting the siege, but Vlad had been clear, if they freed all the slaves, he would leave without shedding a drop of blood. Of course, he had conveniently omitted the part where his progeny, already embedded within one of Yunkai's most influential factions, would seize control and implement new policies. That wasn't something his interlocutors needed to know. Yunkai had warned him they would hire mercenaries, and they had. The city signed a contract with the Second Sons to reinforce their defenses, but Vlad hoped to reach a reasonable agreement with the Sellsword Company. The 3 commanders of the Second Sons entered Vlad's tent with the confidence of seasoned warriors, but upon seeing the man waiting inside, their demeanor shifted to one of caution. It wasn't just his stature or the muscles that betrayed a life of combat, it was the calm with which he watched them, as if he already knew the outcome of any confrontation before it began. Beside him, 2 dragons rested with half-lidded eyes, their tails lazily curled around plush cushions. Missandei, standing with the poise of a trained diplomat, stepped forward and, in a clear voice, introduced Vlad with all his titles. Before you stands Vlad Drakul Targaryen, first of his name, King of the Undals, the Roiner, and the First Men, rightful Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, Great Kul of the East, the Red Stallion, Father of Dragons, Breaker of Chains, and Lord Impaler. The commanders exchanged glances. They were men accustomed to the extravagance of noble titles, but few could boast such an extensive list. Before you, Michael, Armero, Prendel Na Gesn, and Dario Naharis Missandei added. Vlad motioned for them to sit on the cushions laid out before him. Please, sit. Accept my hospitality. He signaled, and a servant poured wine into silver cups. But before you get too comfortable, allow me to warn you, in my court, every man is held accountable for his words, so choose them carefully. The tallest and most arrogant of the 3, Mero, nicknamed the Bastard of the Titan, was a man with a dark beard and a confident gaze. He smirked as he took his cup. So many titles. I must admit, it's impressive. He leaned forward slightly. I have one as well. They call me the Bastard of the Titan. Perhaps if I defeat you in combat, I'll become even more famous than you. Vlad offered a calm smile. You're welcome to try. I promise none of mine will interfere. The other 2 commanders exchanged uneasy glances. They knew that kind of arrogance could cost their leader his life. Mero, however, seemed to take it as a joke. Without taking his eyes off Vlad, he raised his empty cup and turned to Missandei. Slave, bring me more wine. The atmosphere in the tent shifted instantly. Vlad didn't lose his smile, but his tone turned icy. There are no slaves here. He placed his cup on the table with a sharp clink. And speak to my people with respect. His tone left no room for argument. The mercenary glanced at Missandei and then looked away without pushing further. Vlad resumed the conversation in a more relaxed tone. I'm sure the Second Sons value lucrative contracts as much as their lives, so today I offer you both. He leaned forward slightly. Break your contract with Yunkai, and you'll swim in gold. Prendel Na Gesn, the more cautious-looking man, frowned. If we break our contract, no one will ever hire us again. Vlad rolled the cup between his fingers. Would you really need them to? He raised an eyebrow. If you join me, you'll have indefinite work, wealth, and battle. I've conquered 3 of the richest cities in Essos, and right now, my wife is conquering Mirian. In a few months, I'll be the wealthiest man on the continent. I assure you, you'll want for nothing. Mero let out a dry, mocking laugh. Who leaves his conquests to his woman? He asked with a sneer. The mood in the tent grew tense once again. Vlad didn't respond immediately. He merely rested an elbow on the arm of his throne and stared at the mercenary with an unreadable expression. Watch your words. His tone was soft, but it came across as a threat. Insulting each other as men isn't a problem, we speak that way among ourselves, but if you speak of my wife in that tone again, you'll understand that the fate of the great master of Astapor wasn't my finest work. Silence lingered uncomfortably. Everyone in Essos had heard the tale. The man who once ruled Astapor was still alive, impaled, serving as a reminder to any who dared challenge Vlad. But Vlad didn't let the tension drag on. He shifted back to a friendlier tone with ease. I have nearly 15,000 soldiers, gentlemen. For the first time, Dario Naharis, the 3rd commander, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a skeptical tone. You have closer to 12,000. Vlad smiled, as if the remark amused him. The man was young, but sensible. Vlad already liked him. True. But even so, the numbers aren't on your side. Mero crossed his arms arrogantly. The Second Sons have faced worse and won. Vlad tilted his head and smiled calmly. The Second Sons have faced worse and run. The line landed like a subtle but precise blow. Believe me, gentlemen, I admire a company like yours. You are self-made men. So am I. He placed a hand on his knee and looked at them seriously. That's why I think it would be a terrible waste to kill you all. So, consider my offer. With a slight gesture, he indicated the meeting was over. The commanders stood and left the tent, still murmuring among themselves. Once alone, Vlad turned to Missandei, who remained standing with her usual serene expression. How are the men? He asked with genuine interest. Missandei looked at him for a moment, then offered a small smile. Every day is a new lesson, my lord. Their camp is orderly, and the men want to serve the breaker of chains, so there aren't many problems to resolve. Vlad let out a short laugh and raised his cup. That's good. If we're lucky, the siege won't last much longer. Once we're done, we'll head to Mirian. Daenerys has probably already taken control of the city. I look forward to meeting her, Michael Missandei said. Vlad smiled slightly. Something tells me you two will get along very well, he said with a laugh. Chapter 44, Fall of Yunkai. Just as Vlad had expected, despite all they claimed about honor and contracts, mercenaries did not fight lost battles. They didn't face armies twice their size. And they certainly didn't challenge men with the battle record and reputation of Vlad. That's what smart mercenaries do. But apparently, Marrow, the Titan's bastard, wasn't one of them. He saw Vlad as an easy prey. He seemed quite eager to kill him and take his place. So when AudioNovel came to inform him that Marrow and Prendel Na Gesn were planning to assassinate him and his dragons during the night, Vlad could only feel disappointed. He hadn't expected them to be truly that stupid. Even if Vlad weren't a vampire, sneaking into a Kul's tent, killing his blood riders, and then trying to slay 2 dragons already the size of horses was, to put it mildly, a stupid plan. But well, Vlad wasn't going to complain about an easy victory. So he simply decapitated the 2 fools as soon as they crept into his tent, and then had Dario swear loyalty to him. In return, he allowed him to lead the Second Sons and guaranteed that the mercenary company would be at his service indefinitely. It goes without saying that the first chest of gold made the Second Sons forget any grudge they might have held against Vlad. Without their mercenary army, Yunkai was doomed. In desperation, the wise masters shut the city gates, preparing for a long siege. But Vlad had no intention of waiting. He entrusted AudioNovel with the task of sneaking into the city with a small squad and opening the gates. The mercenary didn't seem bothered by such a difficult mission. In fact, he seemed to take it as a challenge. A few hours later, Yunkai's gates were open. Vlad decided to reward Dario. He liked the young man, and after such efficient service, he had earned it. With the path clear, his army 5 times the size of Yunkai's forces entered without opposition. The slave soldiers surrendered without a fight. The wise masters weren't so lucky. Vlad ordered the execution of all of them, except his own progeny, who were left in charge of the city under new rules. He made them swear that slavery would be abolished and that any man wishing to leave would be given food and clothing for the journey. Many of the newly freed men chose to follow him. It was a shame Vlad didn't have the same reputation as Daenerys. They didn't call him father, they simply chose to follow the breaker of chains on his march to Mirian. Those who stayed were guaranteed their freedom, and that, along with Vlad's growing reputation, was enough. And so, in less than 2 months, Yunkai fell to the father of the dragon. The Red Keep, months later. If anyone hated King's Landing for more than just its stench, it was Tyrion Lannister. Yes, he had saved the city from Stannis Baratheon's fleet with wildfire, then fought bravely at the Battle of the Blackwater, facing an army that outnumbered his and buying enough time for his father to arrive with the Tyrell host. His reward for all that was the scorn of his sister and father, along with being made master of coin, handling the crown's financial problems. Truth be told, the position wasn't entirely terrible. At least it was better than being the king's hand and enduring the whims of the little monster he had for a nephew. But still, he hated it all. He'd love to return to Lannisport, run away with Shae, live peacefully, without the constant threat that his sister, nephew, Littlefinger, or even his own father might try to kill him. But there was nothing he could do. His father insisted on keeping him in King's Landing. His sister too, despite her contempt for him. Because if Tyrion left, he might find a sliver of happiness and she would never allow that. So here he was, attending yet another unpleasant meeting of the small council. Although this time, the most irritating novelty was the little monster Joffrey standing, his face twisted with anger, stomping the floor like a spoiled child. Tywin Lannister narrowed his eyes and exhaled heavily before speaking in his usual cold, calculated tone. "We have a problem." Joffrey, already in a foul mood, slammed his fist on the table like a brat. "A problem? It's an insult?" he snapped, his voice rising. "A savage has killed crown vassals. When I get my hands on him." Tyrion, long used to his nephew's tantrums, crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly do you mean by that?" Before anyone could reply, Grand Maester Pycelle cleared his throat and placed a scroll in front of him, the parchment covered in carefully written, elegant script. Tyrion frowned and took the letter between his fingers. "This wasn't sent by Raven?" he asked suspiciously as he began reading. "No," Tywin replied seriously. "It appeared on my desk in a sealed envelope. No one in the Red Keep seems to know how it got there." Joffrey, already impatient as usual, jumped to his feet and pointed furiously around the room. "It must be spies. I want them all dead." Varys, who had remained silent until then, allowed himself a faint smile somewhere between amusement and concern. "Regrettably, even my little birds seem mute on this matter," he said in his velvet tone. Tyrion finished reading and let out a dry chuckle, though there was no humor in it. "This is a joke, isn't it?" Tywin gave him a grim look. "I wish it were." Tyrion clicked his tongue and, with a touch of theatricality, read the letter aloud. "To Lord Tywin. I have received news of the recent events at the Twins, and I cannot help but acknowledge the effectiveness of your strategy. The execution was flawless, swift, discreet, and final. It is rare to see such a well-orchestrated operation, especially in times of war. Unfortunately, the incident has directly interfered with certain plans I had for the North and its houses. I was left with no choice but to intervene in order to preserve the lives of the Stark family. Believe me, watching such a masterstroke unravel was most unpleasant for me. As a strategist, I appreciate a good play as much as an artist values a masterpiece. But war, as you well know, demands personal sacrifices. And in that spirit, I find myself with the unpleasant duty of informing you that, due to certain circumstances, strongly tied to Valder Frey's nature, his entire bloodline has, regrettably, been cut short. I hope this situation will not pose a major obstacle to your future campaigns. We shall speak in person soon. Signed, Vlad Targaryen. The silence that followed was thick and heavy. Chapter 45, Invisible Enemy. Tyrion blinked and set the letter on the table, staring at his father in disbelief. This can't be real. Varys sighed, wearing the expression of someone who would have much preferred it to be just an exaggerated rumor. Unfortunately, it is, my lord, he said gravely. My little birds and all the north are whispering about it. The Frey bloodline has been cut off impaled, if the rumors aren't exaggerating. Tywin Lannister kept his face unreadable while Joffrey stumped like a spoiled child. This is a declaration of war. The young king shouted, slamming both hands on the table. We should march to Essos immediately. I want that savage's head and the whore of a wife he has. Tyrion, already fed up with his nephew's tantrums, raised an eyebrow and gave a mocking smile. I'm afraid, my king, the crown can't afford a war. It can barely afford your wedding. Joffrey opened his mouth to hurl an insult, but Tywin's sharp, firm voice cut in before he could speak. Furthermore, the Lannister patriarch said with the patience of a man addressing a fool, fighting on the enemy's home ground is foolishness. Joffrey pressed his lips together, visibly frustrated, but dared not reply. The problem goes beyond the loss of the Freys, Tywin continued, steering the conversation back to what mattered. Losing the twins is a devastating blow to our control over the passage to the Trident, but apparently, we've also lost Roose Bolton. The room fell silent for a moment. Bolton? Tyrion asked, surprised. What happened to him? Tywin narrowed his eyes. We don't know for sure, but everything points to Vlad Drakal having eliminated him along with the Freys, or that Bolton, seeing the shift in power, decided to betray us and disappeared. Either way, we can no longer contact him. Tyrion let out a low whistle. That's a problem. The only good news, Tywin went on, is that Robb Stark is isolated as well. He lost almost all, if not all, of his bannermen at that wedding, so he can't afford to march south either. We're at a stalemate, and all because of one man across the sea. A man who has Daenerys Targaryen as a wife and dragons. Very small dragons, Cersei said arrogantly. Varys, who had been silently observing with his usual inscrutable expression, finally spoke. I'm afraid not anymore, my lady. He paused, as if savoring the weight of his words. My little birds sing that the dragons are now of considerable size, my lords. And he has 4. As if that wasn't troubling enough, what he said next was even worse. He conquered Karth, taking its wealth and fleet. Conquered Astapor, gaining 8,000 unsullied. Took Yunkai, claiming its gold and men. And just today I received word that Daenerys Targaryen herself is besieging Mirian. A tense silence fell over the council chamber. I believe it is fair to say that Daenerys and Vlad now have more than enough men and forces to launch an assault on Westeros. Joffrey turned pale and looked at his grandfather, eyes wide. Grandfather? He shouted, panic creeping into his voice. Didn't you say your experts claimed the dragons wouldn't grow like the ones of old? His voice rose higher, trembling slightly. They're already the size of horses? Tywin Lannister didn't respond immediately. He merely gave his grandson a cold look, the kind that had silenced men far more dangerous than Joffrey Baratheon. Then he exhaled calmly and ran a hand over his face, as though Joffrey's very existence were a bigger problem than the armies in Essos. I believe the king is too tired. Maester Pycelle, I'm sure you can give the young king something to help him sleep. Pycelle bowed at once with exaggerated politeness. Of course, my lord, a bit of laudanum will ease his nerves. Joffrey protested, but had no choice as Ser Trant began escorting him out of the room. Cersei followed in silence for once, her face tense, lips pressed tight. When the door closed behind them, Tyrion let out a sigh of relief and poured himself more wine. Well, with the shouting gone, we can get back to important matters. What do we do now? He asked, leaning on the table with his fingers interlaced. Tywin looked at him expressionlessly. What we've always done. Protect the realm. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Of course. What we've always done. Tywin ignored the remark and turned to Varys. Lord Varys, do any of your little birds have access to the young Targaryen? Varys stroked his chin, wearing his usual cryptic look. In fact, yes, my lord. Jorah Mormont was our informant, once. Was? Tywin's voice took on a dangerous edge. Yes, was. Varys paused, tasting the word. He stopped sending letters over a year ago. It seems he's grown quite devoted to the young princess. Tyrion clicked his tongue. Which means we're blind in Essos. We need a way to reach the young Targaryen. Without her, Vlad Drakal has no legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. Varys nodded with a faint smile. I will do what I can, my lord. Tywin drummed his fingers on the table in thought. Very well. As for Vlad Drakal, what do your little birds sing about him? Varys' face turned contemplative. Very little, my lord. He is a complete unknown. No one had heard of him until he began conquering Kalassars. But we do know he's not Dothraki. How do you know that? Tyrion asked, intrigued. He has blonde hair and a strong build. And he appears educated. A black fire? Tywin interrupted. Varys gave a slight bow. It's possible, my lord. That would explain how he commands dragons. Tyrion poured another cup of wine and smiled cynically. Maybe. But it doesn't matter whether he's a Blackfire, a bastard Targaryen, or just a lucky wanderer. With the young Targaryen giving him legitimacy, he could claim to be descended from Rhaegar himself and people would believe it. Varys shivered. Tyrion was treading dangerously close to one of his most perilous schemes. His lineage isn't the issue, Tyrion continued, his tone biting. The problem is how to stop the man who impales his enemies from decorating the walls of King's Landing with our heads. The council went quiet for a moment. We now need the support of the Reach, and Dorn Tywin placed both hands on the table. It's imperative that the last known allies of House Targaryen stand with us. The Reach is already secured through our dearly beloved King's wedding, Tyrion said dryly. That only leaves Dorne. Exactly. Myrcella is already in Dorne. She is the appropriate candidate. Tyrion smirked. Cersei's not going to like that. Tywin looked at him harshly. I don't care for her tantrums. They used to be annoying, now they're a luxury we can't afford. Tyrion raised his cup with mock enthusiasm. I'm sure she'll see it that way. I'm sure she'll be reasonable. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Tywin clenched his jaw in fury. He never quite got used to his son's insolence. This meeting is adjourned. His voice was as cold as steel. One by one, the council members rose and left the Hand's chamber, leaving Tywin alone. His mind churned, seeking a way to preserve his family's power, and stop the Iron Throne from once again falling into dragon hands. Chapter 46, Queen of Mirian. Mirian, 4 months later. Daenerys Targaryen gazed down at the city of Mirian from the hill where her army was camped, her dragons circling ominously above, terrifying the Great Masters and shattering their morale. The Great Pyramid rose defiantly on the horizon, crowned by the Golden Harpy, a solid gold statue that surely had cost more than one life to erect. She had sent emissaries, spoken with slaves and spies within the city. Vlad's spawn had also brought her information, but she refused to use them. This conquest had to be hers. If she could not take a city with a superior army and dragons, without relying on the supernatural gifts of her husband, how could she ever call herself a conqueror? She knew Mirian would not fall as easily as Yunkai or Astapor. Here, the slaver elite was prouder, crueler, and they would not make the mistake of facing her army directly. They would shut themselves behind their walls, hoping hunger and time would do the work. But Daenerys had no intention of beginning a long siege. She had to present a free city when her husband arrived. Her army of freedmen, composed entirely of former slaves, had discovered the sewers through which many had once escaped in search of freedom. They infiltrated the city and spoke with the other slaves. In Mirian, for every master, there were 3 slaves. Every man yearned for freedom. Daenerys had only to place weapons in their hands. They would do the rest. She didn't need to conquer Mirian with armies, she could take it with her people. That night, a great black banner bearing the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen flew from one of the highest towers, placed there by slave hands. In response, in every district of the city, the slaves rose. From the workshops, the palace kitchens, the gladiator training yards, each with a sword in hand, a gift from the mother of dragons. The great masters awoke with blades buried in their chests. As the fire of revolt consumed the city, Daenerys gave the order for her soldiers to advance. Her armies marched with lethal precision through the streets. Ser Barristan and Jorah Mormont led the charge at the front, cutting off defenders attempting to regroup. Daenerys still harbored mixed feelings toward Jorah. Ever since Vlad had forced him to confess his betrayal, she had felt resentful, used. But she had to be wise. A queen could not allow herself to be ruled by emotions so easily. Though she had not forgiven him, she kept him close. He no longer advised her personally, but she would be a fool to reject the counsel of seasoned men. She was not like Vlad, she could not destroy an army on her own. Not yet. The dragons Baelryan and Veladian, now the size of oxen, descended upon the plazas, unleashing torrents of flame that reduced the master's banners to ash. The free citizens watched in awe and terror at the woman who commanded winged monsters. Within hours, Mirian's resistance collapsed. The masters who were not slain by their own slaves were dragged to the Great Pyramid, where Daenerys had already taken her seat on the city's throne. One by one, they were brought before her. Some begged, others cursed her, but none escaped punishment. When the sun rose over Mirian, the corpses of the great masters hung from crosses along the Great River Road, just as they had once done to the slave children to warn her not to come. Now, it was their turn to serve as a warning. Mirian was no longer a city of masters. Mirian was free. Mirian was hers. 60 days passed. Anyone would expect ruling Mirian to be a challenge, but for her, it wasn't. Largely, that was thanks to Vlad's spawn. As soon as the great masters fell, the council he had arranged took over, managing the city's affairs with remarkable efficiency. Daenerys felt pleased that everything was going so smoothly, but at the same time, a pang of uncertainty crossed her mind when she wondered what might have happened had Vlad not infiltrated his agents into the cities. Would it have been a disaster? She nearly sighed at the thought. The love of her life was a man who planned ahead. There was nothing to do but feel grateful, for even from afar, she could feel his presence in every gesture. Mirian was a vast city, and nearly the entire unsullied host patrolled its streets to maintain order. There had been disturbances and murders, but everything remained manageable. Now, seated on the throne of Mirian, an uncomfortable and cold seat, she understood why Vlad complained so often about the repugnant iron monstrosity that was the Iron Throne in King's Landing, and why he insisted on melting it down to forge 2 proper thrones. A smile curved her lips. Two thrones for him and for her. Ser Barristan stood beside her, straight as an arrow, as the 20th man of the day stepped into the hall to request an audience. He stepped forward, posture firm and imposing, and raised his voice with solemnity. Before you stands Daenerys Targaryen, first of her name, rightful queen of the 7 kingdoms, the Stormborn, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the Unburned, Mother of Dragons, Breaker of Chains, and Queen of Mirian. Her titles echoed through the vast throne room, and all present bowed their heads in respect or fear. Before her, a distinguished-looking man advanced with calculated steps. His silk robe shimmered with Mirian's golds and ochres, his beard perfectly trimmed, and his face bore the calm of a man who measured every word. But it was not he who spoke, but his companion, a former slave who had chosen to remain in his service. Before Her Majesty stands Hisdar zo Loraq. The man bowed solemnly. Daenerys nearly rolled her eyes. The great masters and, indeed, all of Mirian's nobility clung to the mannerisms of kings. Naturally, it was the arrogance of those who had lived like royalty for centuries. I'm certain Hisdar zo Loraq can speak to me himself, she replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. The man looked momentarily surprised, but quickly composed himself and stepped aside for his master. Your Majesty, I am Hisdar zo Loraq, son of Resnik zo Loraq, and I come to make a plea on behalf of my family. Daenerys regarded his face with indifference. She had heard that name before, among the list of great masters who had been executed. Chapter 47, Management. Speak, she ordered firmly. Hisdar bowed his head. My father was not a cruel man, my queen. Yes, he was a master, but not a monster. He never abused his slaves or punished them without cause. His only purpose in life was to preserve the greatness of Mirian. He dedicated himself to restoring our monuments, to preserving our people's history. Your Grace, I beg you to let me take his body down from the cross and bury him with the dignity he deserves. Daenerys kept her gaze on him, silent at first. Finally, with a calm voice, she replied, anyone who deprives another of their freedom is a cruel man. A man who claims another life as property has already committed the greatest injustice. Hisdar held her gaze, unflinching. Perhaps, but if my father was guilty, then let his punishment end with his death, not in the dishonor of his corpse. I am not asking for forgiveness, only a proper burial. Daenerys studied him for a moment, weighing his request. It was true that not all the masters had been sadistic killers, but all had benefited from a corrupt system. Still, in war, there were losers, and the defeated had to live under her rule or perish. But in this case, mercy seemed the wiser course. Take him down. You may bury him. Hisdar bowed his head gratefully. Thank you for your clemency, Your Grace. He paused, then drew a deep breath before speaking again. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you, the fighting pits. Daenerys frowned. The pits? Yes, Your Grace. They are a long-standing tradition in Mirian. They are not merely spectacles of blood, they are history, culture. The people need them. They attract travelers, merchants, even blacksmiths, and combat trainers. In times of change and chaos, it is the only entertainment that can bring them joy and stability. Daenerys pressed her lips together. She knew well what the pits meant. They were not just combats, but a brutal legacy of Mirian's slave society. Yet, she also understood something deeper. People craved blood. They delighted in violence, in war, in the death of others. Even Vlad had accepted this truth. That was why she had already considered reopening them after implementing reforms to ensure that every fighter was a free man. I consider it barbaric, she replied at last. But I know the people need something to distract them. The pits will open in 20 days. I might even consider bringing my dragons. It would surely be a sight to behold. She smiled as she saw the nobleman pale. It would be a spectacle, and a warning. Besides, though her dragons were obedient and protective, she could feel how much they preferred to fly free and hunt in the open rather than be fed. What mother wouldn't wish for her children's happiness? Hisdar's eyes lit up. Your Grace, your generosity knows no bounds. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Daenerys looked at him coldly. A queen hears the pleas of her people, whether she likes them or not. Hisdar said no more. He simply bowed. Daenerys leaned back slightly in the uncomfortable throne of Mirian, letting her thoughts drift for a moment, when Ser Barristan cleared his throat discreetly. Your Grace. Daenerys noticed the urgency in his tone. What is it, Ser Barristan? The seasoned knight kept his eyes on her. A fleet bearing your banner is approaching the coast. The hall fell silent. Daenerys felt her heart quicken. She knew who it was. Prepare to receive my husband. Dash. The port of Mirian bustled with activity as the fleet docked, the sails waving Daenerys' emblem. Among the warships and transports stood the 8,000 Unsullied, formed in their unwavering discipline. On the deck, Missandei watched Vlad with a mix of surprise and fascination. It was the first time she had seen him so visibly excited. The warrior, standing at the prow of the flagship, stared fixedly at Daenerys waiting on the dock. His golden eyes burned with feverish intensity, and without waiting for the gangplank to lower, he bent his knees and jumped, landing with a thunderous crash on the wooden pier. Without hesitation, he rushed toward his wife. Daenerys barely had time to react before Vlad lifted her off the ground, spinning her in his arms. After a long, meaningful kiss, her bright laughter mingled with the clamor of the port as she wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling the complete safety of his embrace. "You're finally here. You made me wait too long," she whispered, pressing her forehead to his. Vlad looked at her with devotion, his deep voice full of warmth. "I'm finally home, my love." Ser Baristan took a step back as the towering figure of blonde-haired muscle moved forward like a storm. The difference in size was absurd. Daenerys, petite and silver, Vlad, a titan nearing 2 meters, with shoulders like a bear. But when he held her, it was with the tenderness of a man cradling his most precious treasure. Still holding Vlad's hand, Daenerys turned to him with a smile and introduced Ser Baristan. Vlad inclined his head respectfully. "Your reputation precedes you, Ser. An honor." Baristan, a faint smile on his lips, returned the courtesy. "And yours eclipses even the rumors, my lord." Before they could continue, Miss Sandai and Grey Worm stepped off the ship. Vlad introduced them calmly. "This is Miss Sandai. And this is Grey Worm, commander of the Unsullied." Daenerys nodded in acknowledgement, but any further words were cut off as a deafening roar filled the air. Chapter 48, The Magic. Drakul and Rhaegal dove from the heights like arrows, landing before Daenerys with jolts that made the dock's timbers tremble. They crawled toward her like house cats, rubbing their smoky snouts against her palms. She laughed, scratching Drakul's ridges. "Look how big you've gotten." But Baelrian and Veladian were not so gentle. The remaining 2 dragons crashed into Vlad like living catapults, knocking him onto the sand amid growls and tail slaps. He roared with joy as the beasts, the size of oxen, covered him with playful bites and headbutts. "Down, Veladian. Don't bite the cloak." Daenerys brought a hand to her mouth to stifle her laughter. The scene was surreal, creatures that made entire armies tremble, frolicking like puppies. Even the Unsullied broke formation to watch. When the commotion finally subsided, Vlad looked at Daenerys with determination. "It's time, my love. Time to prepare." Daenerys opened her eyes in surprise. Vlad had told her that once everything was settled in Essos, they would finally make their transition, and once nothing could harm her, they would march to Westeros to reclaim what was rightfully hers, what was rightfully theirs. Vlad's arrival in Mirian was quite an event. Citizens from all over the city crowded to see the man who had forged a legend. While many feared the Impaler, his renown as the breaker of chains made the people of Essos less negatively predisposed toward him. Of course, that only applied to his subjects. The other cities of Essos wondered when, or if, the Impaler would pay them a visit. But Vlad wasn't interested. He had done enough in Essos, the slaver cities had fallen, and gradually, his progeny would take control of the others. His infiltrator in the Iron Bank was already serving his interests, helping to deny a loan to Stannis Baratheon. Tributes from Karth had arrived, 5 million golden dragons, enough gold for a year of war, even squandering resources. The other cities maintained their stability. Yunkai rehired most of the former slaves. His progeny had spread the word that they were seeking workers, and with Vlad's reputation, who would defy the father of dragons. Knowing they were protected, the slaves returned, were paid a fair wage, and were free to leave. The irony was that it cost employers less than maintaining a slave on their own. Astapor remained standing thanks to the conclave, which focused its activity on the spice trade with Karth, serving as a bridge and intermediary. The city was attacked by an aspiring emperor, but he was repelled by several hired mercenary companies. Although Vlad took much of its wealth, Astapor retained more than enough to be self-sufficient. Mirian, for its part, remained as active as ever. When the former masters saw that hiring a man was cheaper than enslaving him, they were less resistant to change. And yet, problems persisted. The sons of the Harpy attempted to attack, but Daenerys dealt with them swiftly, allowing Vlad to enjoy a rare respite. During the following months, Vlad focused on training his pyromancy and preparing the bonding ritual for Daenerys. Not that he needed any complicated ingredients, but preparing his own blood essence required time and concentration. It was almost like meditating. His interest in pyromancy, on the other hand, was because this magic wasn't limited to simple fire control, it allowed mastery over the concept of fire. With the right concentration and focus, one could do almost anything using fire as a medium. Vlad had set out to develop a technique that would allow him to traverse great distances using fire for transportation, which would give him a tactical advantage and be much more comfortable than spending 4 months on a ship. And, although his progress was partial, he knew that with more practice and focus, he would achieve it. For now, he could only move short distances. But in time, he would no longer travel as a man. But not all his time was devoted to training. He also enjoyed his life with Daenerys, making love to her constantly, to the point that, at times, the queen would disappear for a couple of days only to return with a radiant smile. Moreover, they frequently went out together, dining, appreciating the scenery, attending city events. Even the inauguration of the arena, with a spectacle of dragons feeding on live cattle, attracted nobles and merchants from all over Essos, eager to see the legendary beasts and, incidentally, gain the favor of the ruling couple. Soon, the news spread, and Mirian saw an endless flow of merchants and nobles from all over Essos, who avoided causing trouble in the city that belonged to the Impaler and the Mother of Dragons. Another matter Vlad had to resolve was the official establishment of his house. Beyond being one of his missions, it was a matter of convenience. House Drakul existed only in name. It needed a sigil, a motto, and banners. Consulting with heraldists, he designed a sigil that captured his essence, a fierce dragon, with a sun pierced by a sword, and a strong and memorable motto, Eternal Blood. Weeks passed. Vlad was taking a break after channeling his blood essence for hours. Only a couple of days remained to finish, and he already felt the effects. He felt tremendously weak. Not at human levels, of course, but when you're used to having the strength of a dragon, anything less is noticeable from miles away. Now he was in his chambers, looking at a map of Westeros spread out on his table, analyzing the situation based on what he remembered from the original story and what he knew through his progeny, who spied throughout the continent. He smiled as he crossed House Frey off the map. Few things could give more satisfaction to anyone than destroying a man like Valder Frey. The north was secured. According to Edward, Robb Stark had reunified the remnants of his army and marched to Winterfell to reclaim his home. He had also marched to the Dreadfort to destroy it, but apparently, Roose's son, Ramsay Bolton, managed to convince the king in the north that the betrayal had been his father's doing, so he kept his head. Upon learning this, Vlad thought it was clear that Robb Stark was as naive as his late father. Chapter 49, The Truth. King's Landing was buzzing with activity. The wedding between Joffrey Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell was in 4 months, and lords from all over Westeros were arriving in droves, along with merchants and entertainers. It was a pity that Vlad knew that wedding would end badly. In truth, he had plans to go to King's Landing before meeting in Dorne with his wife, once they both set sail for Westeros. He didn't want to kill Joffrey himself, though he knew removing him would stir things up, make the Lannisters unpredictable, and, most importantly, deprive him of 2 things he valued, Tyrion Lannister's mind and his loyalty. Because, if events went as he expected, it would be the dwarf himself who would kill the bastard who claimed to be his father. Vlad planned to be in King's Landing for 2 reasons, to kill the mountain with his own hands and to make sure Tyrion ended up being sent to Daenerys. With all the changes and his growing influence, he didn't believe Varys would send him directly to her. Most likely, he would send him to young Griff. And that, for Vlad, was unacceptable. Vlad continued writing a few notes before turning to check on Daenerys and her generals. He paused when he heard footsteps approaching. Daenerys entered his chambers wearing a white silk dress that exposed her ribs and back, her braided hair cascading like silver chains. "Aren't you supposed to be resting?" she asked playfully. "I am resting, my love. Planning the fall of my enemies relaxes me," Vlad replied, dramatically imitating the voice of a stereotypical villain. Daenerys laughed like a child. "Poor people of Westeros. Mothers, hide your daughters? Then, hide yourselves, for the Impaler is coming," she said with exaggerated drama, raising an arm before collapsing into Vlad's lap. "An exquisite performance," Vlad commented as he kissed her. "If this whole queen thing doesn't work out, we could always become traveling performers. Why not do it in a few years?" she asked, amused. "We have centuries ahead of us, right?" "True. My essence will be ready in a couple of days and, at last, I'll be able to spend eternity with you," he said, kissing her forehead. "And are you okay?" Daenerys asked with concern. "Weak, but still strong enough to fight 50 men. Poor thing. I'll tell the cooks to make you some soup to regain your strength," she said in the tone of a mother worried about her son. Vlad decided to ignore her with a smile. "What are you doing?" she asked, eyeing the map and the notes. "Planning our triumphant return to Westeros," he replied, amused. "And this?" she asked, pointing to the lines connecting various coats of arms and houses. "These are the houses that have already fallen," he pointed to the Freys and the Boltons. "And these are the ones that must fall if we want to unite Westeros." Daenerys studied the Tully sigil and furrowed her brow. "Tully? Aren't they practically finished after the war? If I'm not mistaken, only Brynden Tully remains, right? So, why must they fall?" Vlad explained calmly. "Actually, the fall of House Tully at this point is more symbolic. It was the Targaryens who elevated them during Aegon's conquest. However, Hoster Tully conspired to place his own bloodline on the Iron Throne. That's why he married his daughters to Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark. According to him, they were the best candidates to take the throne after the rebellion. And, actually, he wasn't wrong. Robert Baratheon was a terrible king. If I remember correctly, the crown's debt is 6 million golden dragons, isn't it?" "How?" Daenerys asked, incredulously. That amount far exceeded what they had used in their conquest. "I suspect a certain master of coin diverted funds, but truth be told, Robert spent it all on tournaments, banquets, whores, and wine. He's lucky he died before we could lay our hands on him," Daenerys growled, feeling anger at what had become of her family's throne. Then, her expression changed, and she asked again, "But with House Tully so weakened, is it really necessary to destroy them?" "Actually, it would be a fitting punishment. But to understand it, I need to explain something important." Vlad took a breath before continuing. "The fall of your family wasn't a mere accident. It was the result of a conspiracy that has been brewing for centuries, since the Dance of the Dragons." He pointed to 2 names crossed off his list. "The Faith of the Seven and the Citadel." Daenerys furrowed her brow, intrigued. "Explain yourself." "When the dragons arrived with Aegon the Conqueror, the Faith realized it had lost its power. Before that, a High Septon could make and unmake kings, maybe not directly, but they knew they were above any king in Westeros. But Aegon and his descendants were above even their gods. To the people, they were divine, riding dragons, wielding magic. The church began losing influence. During Maegor the Cruel's reign, they tried to rebel, but Maegor exterminated most of the fanatics of the faith militant. The survivors learned a lesson: they couldn't fight dragons head-on. So, along with the citadel, they devised another plan. Daenerys tilted her head. The Maesters? Vlad smiled darkly. The citadel is more subtle. They don't seek power, at least not in the way lords and kings do. They seek control. What does it matter not to rule as a king, if you can control how rich a kingdom is? How long its people live? In Westeros, knowledge has been trickling down for the last few centuries. The Maesters control what is learned and what isn't. That's why there are no common people who know how to heal wounds, use herbs. For them, knowledge they cannot control should not exist. Like magic. Magic is dangerous, uncontrollable. He leaned toward her, his eyes glowing intensely. If you read the books taught in the Citadel, you'll see that magic was common in ancient times. Dragons, necromancers, sorcerers, things that today seem like fairy tales. But fairy tales were real. Until the Maesters took care of destroying every trace of them. That's ridiculous, Daenerys protested. Magic disappeared for other reasons. Oh, and who taught you that? She opened her mouth to reply, but stopped. Knowledge is as dangerous as a sword, Daenerys. But a sword you can see coming. A lie written in a book becomes the truth for entire generations. Daenerys felt a shiver run down her spine. Chapter 50, Conspiracy. So, how did they destroy the Targaryens? Vlad leaned back in his chair. The magic of the Targaryens was in their blood. So, if they couldn't destroy them with armies, they would destroy their blood. For generations, the Maesters were advisors to the Targaryen kings. They had access to their food, their cups, their medicines, delivered their children, helped their pregnant women. A little of some substance that over time eroded the mind. Poison, whispered Daenerys. Exactly. A drop a month doesn't do much. But one drop every month for 40 years can drive even the sanest man mad. Daenerys' face paled. There had always been Targaryens who went mad, who fell ill in strange ways, who had dead or deformed children. Makar, Arion, Baelor, Aerys, Vlad said calmly. Daenerys' eyes shone with fury and disbelief. Aerys went mad because of the captivity he suffered in the Dark Valley. Are you sure? Vlad raised an eyebrow. Or maybe there was someone at court making sure he drank and ate the right things. Daenerys felt the room growing smaller. Don't misunderstand me. Your father was indeed a madman in the last years of his life, but before he ruled, he was known as a brilliant and sensible man. He was a personal friend of Tywin Lannister. It was because of that friendship that he named him Hand of the King. It was only when he ascended to the throne that he began to grow paranoid and delusional. It was all manipulated. It was all orchestrated. They made the magic disappear. They ensured that the dragons died. And when the last dragon died, the magic in your blood was extinguished, leaving you more susceptible to poisons. All in a cycle. Vlad took a sheet of paper and began to draw. Let me explain how magic works in this world. Imagine that the world is a closed room. Every magical creature is a small candle releasing smoke. That smoke is magic. If there are many candles, the smoke fills the room, and the magic becomes stronger. The candle doesn't go out easily. Then he drew a bonfire. Dragons are bonfires, much more powerful than candles, he explained. And the Targaryens, by having a blood connection with the dragons, are torches. When there is magic in the world, that magic protects you from the subtle influence of poisons, curses, diseases. Even incest is safe, because the magic stabilizes your lineage. But without dragons, we are like a candle burning out, Daenerys responded. Exactly. I doubt the Citadel knew that ending magic would weaken you like this. But it doesn't matter. They made the magic disappear. They ensured the dragons died. And when the last dragon died, the power of the Targaryens began to crumble, after centuries of madness and decay. Only then was Robert's rebellion possible. Daenerys was stunned, processing the implications of all this. Then came your father's reign. Yes, he was a tormented madman, but still, the people accepted him because he didn't focus on them. He preferred the nobles, he continued. Then he made the foolish mistake of killing the patriarch and the Stark heir, leading the north into rebellion. Then Jon Arryn joined, and soon after, when your brother and Lyanna Stark fled, the Baratheons also joined. Wait, Daenerys interrupted. My brother fled with Lyanna Stark? Didn't he kidnap her? No, not at all. Your brother, as I understand it, had a rare Targaryen trait, dragon dreams. Prophetic dreams that used to warn the Targaryens of danger. Your brother dreamed of the long night, and in his dream the dragon had 3 heads. So, when Elia Martell had only 2 children before becoming sterile, he knew he needed to remarry. Poor Elia loved him so much that she agreed to divorce him so he could do it legally. What? If something like that had happened, it would have been a scandal. Everyone would have known. Vlad looked at her, amused. She seemed to catch the idea. Maesters, she growled. Maesters, Vlad nodded. They hid the documents. They didn't inform the lords. So, when Rhaegar and Lyanna fled and married legally, no one ever knew. Then came the Tullus. As I said, Hoster desperately wanted his descendants on the throne. So, when the letter from Lyanna reached her brothers informing them that she hadn't been kidnapped, Hoster burned it and sent a letter to Brandon and Rickard Stark telling them that Lyanna was in King's Landing, hoping the Mad King would deny it or imprison them. Fortunately, Aerys unknowingly cooperated and burned them both, ensuring the rebellion. Damn ingrates, you're right, they should burn, all of them, he said, clenching his fists in anger. Then everything that followed is history. The rebellion happened, your brother fell, Robert reigned, and the Targaryen dynasty collapsed. What they didn't count on was that Ed Stark and Jon Arryn wouldn't accept the throne, leaving Robert as king. And what Robert didn't expect was Ed Stark's betrayal. Betrayal? Asked Daenerys. Rhaegar and Lyanna had a son, born in the Tower of Joy when Ed arrived to rescue his sister. Do I have a nephew? Daenerys jumped up, excited. Vlad calmed her with a gesture. Yes. Aegon Targaryen by birth, Jon Snow by upbringing. Ed Stark raised him as his bastard and sent him to serve the Night's Watch when he turned 14. How dare he? Live as a bastard? Daenerys exploded. Why haven't we gone for him? Honestly, because that boy is 100% Stark. He has black hair and that naive predisposition to be honorable even if it costs him his life. But the truth is that he's doing an important job at the Wall. As I understand it, he's reorganizing the Night's Watch and keeping the wildlings at bay, until we go to negotiate. Do you plan for them to cross? Asked Daenerys, calmer now. No. My plan is to make them kneel, or burn them all. I'm not giving the Night King 100,000 soldiers, Vlad said seriously. This is important. That's why, as long as Jon can be of help without knowing it, I'll keep him where he is. Also, as I told you, that boy is almost a Stark. If you offered him the Targaryen name, he would never use it. You'll see. Daenerys frowned. I understand. Just take care of him. Not every day does someone of your blood come along who isn't mad. Vlad hugged her tightly. Don't worry, my love. After getting you back on that horrible throne again, we'll make sure our family is strong. No one will be able to hurt them. Whoever tries, will get what's coming to them. Fire and blood, Daenerys declared, more determined and confident every day. Fire and blood, Vlad nodded.